Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Good.
All right. So this is being broadcast live. Our attendees cannot see, but
Hmm.
it is being broadcast live on our whatchamacall um
Live stream?
YouTube live stream. Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yep. All right. How's everything going there?
It's good. So far,
Very
so
good.
good.
Very
How
good.
about
Very
you?
good. Thank God,
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so we have over 250 people registered for this, but usually not everybody shows up.
Yeah.
For the first session, we will start at around 9:50, and there we go. This is the live link. Aaliyah, I'm gonna share this live link with you. Um, and and if you have any questions, at any time, please do let me know.
Yep.
And I will do a quick introduction to the conference and what we do. And after that, I will introduce you,
Yeah.
and then we'll go from there.
Okie doke.
I think you meant. You want us to log in and click on one, see how it looks. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. We are just waiting for more attendees to join us. We have our keynote speaker, Dr. Nicole Cook, who has already joined. You probably can see her on your screen. We will introduce her formally in a few minutes, but please stay tuned and wait for a few more minutes while we start. We're going to check our audio one more time. I got a complaint from a couple of people that our volume is not working. So please let me know if anyone cannot hear me. Dr. Cook, can you hear me? All right. We are checking right now to make sure that there is no technical error or technical problem. Sounds good. Perfect. All right. It seems like it is working. But if anyone is having a problem with hearing us, please send a message and we'll be happy to help you. We have our technical team who's ready to help you at any time. All right, it is 9:51. We'll wait for another minute and then we will start. All right, so we will start now. I know more people are joining, and by the time 10 a.m. hits and Dr. Cook's session is on its way, more people will be here. But I want to talk to you a little bit about myself, Kean University, and Open Access Conference, Introduction to Dr. Nicole Cook. My name is Mohammed Hassan. I am the Associate Vice President and Chief Librarian at Kean University. This is our 5th year of Open Access Conference. Kean University, under the leadership of Dr. Lamont Rappelet, is leading the charge of open access in New Jersey. All the leadership at Kean University is dedicated to provide an equitable access to education to all students. And I'm very blessed to be working at an institute that is taking its time and taking it very seriously to ensure that every student has access to education. To me, open access is really hit home because I'm a student from Pakistan who came into United States in 2001 with almost no money, and every cost that of the book was a huge cost for me. I remember a time when I could not purchase a book that was $60, and I was getting a really bad grade when a faculty member gave their copy to me saying, here's my copy, use it and pass this class. And I think I got a B grade in that class. I would have probably failed in that class. So access to resources is important, and open access is changing the way that we access our resources. This conference is really focused on global initiatives. And today, our conference is really representative of that. When I was looking at the people who are registered for this conference, I was looking at the countries like Sudan, India, Pakistan, Haiti, uh, Nigeria, um, England, Italy, Spain. I was like, wow, this is diverse community that is joining us. But what the essence is, we looked at it that once we put in that global initiative, the cause that we are helping with, everybody's interested in learning how can we collaborate to promote education throughout the globe. And Kean University is now almost everywhere. We have a full-blown campus in China. We are doing our collaboration with multiple other countries. And the reason President is interested in it is education needs to be everywhere. And when we said in 1948 that education is a right of every human being, we need to be serious about it. Fast forward 75 years, we are almost at still the same place. But now we want to make sure that with global collaboration, we enhance this access to education. The research that we are doing in the first world country should be able to reach the people in third world countries. The students that are, you will hear soon from our partners in Tanzania, where students are being helped, but they may not be able to get the research that we are working on in United States. So it is important that this initiative is very, very important. And over the last few years, we have worked really hard to bring you amazing, amazing speakers. Every year, we get a better speaker or a really good speaker. So 2025 was a game changer for me. The reason I say it is as our university was shifting its mark to be an R2 university, an only urban research university in New Jersey, and a global university or a university with global reach, we wanted to get a person who is perfect for showcasing what Kean University is doing with global collaboration, with supporting other people. And I was working really hard, talking to different people. And then I visited Harvard University for a certification. And there I found I heard a speaker. That speaker really, every word that that speaker was saying was really hitting home, was really going deep in my heart, was talking about me. But that person was really not talking about me. They were talking generally, but I felt that they're talking to me. They're talking to every person who may have a financial issue, every person who may have seen a racial issue in their life, every person who may have seen a hurdle in their life, accessing education, finances, or other. And I had a hope that this person may become our keynote speaker. Now, I didn't have enough guts because this person is a Harvard speaker. This person is a great scholar, writer. And I'm like confused. Like, I'm like, do I even approach this person? This person is going to be very, because it's a big person. I was a little scared. So she was grabbing some breakfast. And I went to her and I said, hello, hi, very confused. My heart was beating very, very much. And she doesn't know it yet because I have like a poker face. So I was sweating underneath, but she doesn't know. She didn't know it, right? So I'm like, would you do me a favor? Could you be our keynote speaker? And this keynote speaker that I heard, who was very amazing, right? And I was scared of her. Suddenly she became so humbled person and she was like, yes, I would love to. Okay. She didn't know what I'm going to ask next. So I was scared more because we don't pay any honorum to our keynote speakers because we provide free workshop to everyone, free conference to everyone. So the next question was, uh, I'm sorry, but we don't pay anyone or we don't pay any honorum for this. I was like, she's gonna say no because she's a big deal, you know. She's gonna say no. She was like, Muhammad, for you, I will do it. Literally, this is her. I'm quoting her. She said, Muhammad, for you, I will do
Anything
it.
else?
And I'm like,
Anything
wow,
else?
this is
Yeah.
so beautiful.
Perfect.
This person became my favorite person. Okay. Then she went to her calendar, she looked it up, and she ensured that she can speak. Within few minutes, we were ready. We had a keynote speaker, but I had to get it approved by committee and my boss, and I brought it home. And suddenly, without even thinking, committee and board said, my boss said, okay, yes, she's an amazing speaker. Boom, done. Okay. Now, I'm going to stop speaking about what I thought. I'm going to talk a little bit about her. Okay. Dr. Nicole Cook, who became my favorite person, is Augustus Baker Endowed Chair and Professor at the School of Library and Information Science at the University of South Carolina. She brings a critical and humanistic lens to library and information science, with research interests that include human behavior, critical culture information studies, critical pedagogy, and equity and social justice in the field. Her scholarship is widely recognized for advancing understanding of misinformation, disinformation, and racial malinformation, as well as the ways in which libraries can resist these forces through critical cultural literacy. Dr. Cook is the author of Information Services to Diverse Populations, which received the 2017 American Library Association Equality Award, and Fake News and Alternative Fact Information Literacy in a Post-Truth Era. She has also edited collections including Foundation of Social Justice and Critical Leadership, Reader, both of which have become essential readings in critical LIS discourse. A highly sought after speaker and consultant, Dr. Cook has delivered keynote addresses and workshops nationally and internationally, and working with libraries, schools, and professional organizations to advance equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility. Her work has been recognized with numerous honors, including the Achievement in Library Diversity Research Award from ALA's Office for Diversity, Literacy, and Outreach Services, the ALIS Excellence in Teaching Award, and recognition as a library journal mover and shakers for her leadership in EDI initiatives. Through her publications, mentorships, and public scholarship, Dr. Cook challenges LIS professionals and educators to cultivate critical awareness, disrupt inequalities, and build more inclusive institutions. Her work continues to shape the profession, advancing both scholarship and practice towards a more just and liberatory future. So, by giving digital hug to Dr. Nicole Cook, I will invite her to the digital stage. Thank you, Doctor. Welcome.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, I absolutely did say to Dr. Muhammad, only for you. And what's not on that bio is that I'm a Jersey girl. So, oh,
I'm unable to hear you. Just give me a moment, please.
okay.
Can anybody hear her?
We can hear her.
Okay. All right, you're good.
Okay. All righty. So yes, I was just saying that I'm a Jersey girl. Before I became a faculty member, I was born and raised in New Jersey and worked in New Jersey libraries, most notably Montclair State University. So I already see some of my colleagues there. So anyway, so glad to be with you all. Let me just share my screen with you. Oh, here we go. Got it. Okay. So I'm going to talk to you about, let's see if this loads for me. All right, can folks let me know if they can see my screen, or does it still say loading?
It still says loading.
Hmm. So sorry, folks. The irony of having this difficulty with technology at this conference. Okay, I think we're good to go.
Yes.
All right, so the title of my talk today is Open Access as Social Justice and Equity, Inclusion, and the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 Agenda. And I'll talk to you about what the SDG means in just a moment. So I'll skip this slide. Dr. Muhammad gave me a wonderful intro. Thank you. So in today's session, I would like to give to you, the audience, an understanding of critical librarianship and also cultural humility. I would like to talk to you about sustainable development goals from the United Nations. I would like for us to evaluate open access as a tool for equity in global education. And I would like for us to identify actionable strategies for inclusive open access. So I'm going to give you a framing question, and I invite you to type in the chat. I can't see the chat right now, but I will get back to it during our Q&A. But I want you to share with me and with each other, have you ever been blocked by a paywall that limited your teaching or research? And as you are typing in the chat, I have certainly and continue to be blocked by paywalls that limit my research, right? Thank goodness for interlibrary loan and some of the other tools that we as academics have, right? But we are very privileged in having some of those tools. A lot of people don't have access to the things that we do, particularly those of us who work in and around library spaces. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that I have continually been blocked by paywalls for my students. So Muhammad mentioned that in his introduction, and I teach graduate students in library and information science, and there are still things they can't get, right? And so again, they are in very privileged spaces and still can't access a lot of information. So we can really begin to have some empathy and understanding for those who don't have ties to academic institutions or other institutions that can provide them with paid resources or resources that go beyond Google and social media and a lot of the platforms that we know people are using to access their information. So this is a quote from the National Academy of Sciences. When access is withheld, economic innovation slows, reducing the returns to investments in research. All right, so this really is a widespread issue. And we're not just talking about information that we may use for our research, but data in medicine at the CDC and all of these different places, this information that really creates innovation that can change and save lives. So really the advance of knowledge is based on the open flow of information. And that really is the heart of why we're here today. So another quote for you, access to knowledge is the supreme act of truly great civilizations. Of all of the institutions that purport to do this, free libraries stand virtually alone in accomplishing this. And so I have to, as a librarian, give a shout out to libraries and their provision of information, but it is increasingly hard for libraries to provide the information that we strive to do. We have vendors and really conglomerates that control a lot of information, and the subscriptions that libraries have to pay to provide information to their communities is really astronomical. So even the great amount of information that we as privileged folks have access to really isn't all the information that is out there. So I want to move into critical cultural information literacy and social justice. And so when we're talking about information literacy, I know that the librarians present know what information literacy is, but in case you don't, information literacy is when we attempt to teach our communities, our students, our patrons, we teach them how to use, access, or I should say access first, and then use and evaluate information so they're enabled to make decisions that positively impact their lives. So there are so many different ways to do this, right? Especially with social media and the internet, right? And so we want people to be able to critically evaluate, right? And be able to siphon negative information or useless information from the information that could really benefit them from in a certain way. So when we talk about critical information literacy, we're doing the same thing, but we are encouraging our patrons and students to really ask questions. Like, what is this information that's coming to me, and why should I accept it? Why should I think that it has any bearing on my life or, my particular needs? And we want to also question power and money, right? And so that goes back to the paywall question. Who has access to information? Who does not have access to information? And what does that divide create, right? We talk also a lot about the digital divide and lack of internet and infrastructure and things of that nature. And really, we're in a state now where there are, unfortunately, still a lot of haves and have-nots. So we have people who have information, have access to information, know how to use that information, and we have a lot of people who do not. So for this particular model that I present to you today, this is my model of critical cultural literacy, and I have the citation up there for you. And so this was an essay that I wrote about racial malinformation. And so I don't think I need to tell you what misinformation and disinformation is, but I will say that malinformation is a third part of what we call the information disorder, right? So it's misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. So malinformation is a particular type of disinformation, right? So this is information that is deliberately created to harm, right? And when I say harm, I don't mean hurt someone's feelings or, keep them from a particular source. I'm talking about information, that really could cost someone their livelihood, their health, their liberty, their freedom, etc. Right? So one example of malinformation would be revenge porn. As I present in this essay, another form of malinformation is racism. Right. So that's a different talk. But I do want to show you this particular model because I think when we are talking about equity as the foundation for many things, not the least of which open access, we have to be looking at different types of literacies. We have to be adept in information and media literacy. For open access in particular, we have to be aware of design literacy. Right? What do the pages look like? What do the interfaces look like? Right? Because we could have the best sources in the world, and if they are not intuitive, if they are not friendly to the users, the information is then rendered useless. In this day and age, we do have to consider political literacy. We have to consider historical literacy, also emotional literacy, cultural literacy, and racial literacy. Right. So these are some of the things that we as information providers, as educators, really need to be well versed in order to work towards open access as a form of equity. All right. So information consumers may not be cognizant of it, but they are surrounded by malinformation and need to be aware and proactive about the racist malinformation that ravages their environment. It needs to be called out, it needs to be corrected, and parents and educators need to be having these conversations with their children and their students. So the second thing I present to you is really a discussion about cultural competence and cultural humility. So this is a model that's coming out in early 2026, I hope, in the second edition of my textbook, Information Services to Diverse Populations. And, again, just to present this to you really quickly to say that in order for us to work towards equity for others, we have to know who we are, right? And we have to know, understand ourselves in order to understand others. So we have to have cultural humility in order to work for equity towards others, right? So just to give you quick definitions, cultural competence is this understanding of people and communities who are different from us, right? So we can't say that we need to provide open access for, whatever country that comes to mind first and not understand that country, right? We can't just say to them, we're the experts and we know what you need. No, absolutely not. We have to respect communities and their cultures, right? The community is the expert in their own information needs. And if we don't have cultural humility, we don't understand that, right? And then therefore the open access mission is null and void, right? So this particular graphic really tries to engender critical self-reflection and figuring out where we are, so then we can have cultural competence about other communities. And cultural competence is this idea that we have such great understanding of the communities that we serve that we can actually celebrate these differences. And when we have cultural humility and cultural competence, then we are equipped to go to other communities, other countries, other nations, et cetera, and say, let's collaborate, right? And let's co-create some knowledge here. And you tell me what you need, and then I can figure out what I might have to help you meet those needs. So this is a very collaborative process when we're talking about this as applied to open access. So this model in particular is really trying to emphasize this idea that empathy and understanding should be a guiding principle for our open access ethics and efforts. So let's talk a little bit about Sustainable Development Goals. So this was created by the United Nations in 2015, and they have 17 different tenets here. Now, I really do encourage you to go to this site. You could probably be there all day. Really well done, really accessible goals. And the United Nations said, we want to achieve all of these goals by 2030. Now, I think there's still a long way from many of these goals. So just to give you a more formal definition, the Sustainable Development Goals are a set of goals that serve as a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. The SDGs, as they call them, were adopted by all United Nations members states in 2015. They are a call to action by all countries, both developed and developing, to partner together to achieve peace and prosperity for people and the planet. The SDGs address the global challenges we face, including those related to poverty, inequality, climate change, environmental degradation, peace, and justice. The 17 goals are all interconnected, and in order to leave no one behind, it is important that we achieve them all by 2030. So since 2015, every year, the UN Secretary General presents an annual progress report, which is developed in cooperation with the UN system and based on the global indicator framework and data produced by national statistical systems and information collected at the regional level, right? So when we're dealing with these sustainable development goals, if you were to, search for them, you're going to see any number of different nonprofits, different organizations focusing on individual goals, right? So they're all contributing to this data and, helping to progress these goals. So the one that I present to you today for open access is goal number 4, which is quality education. So we're thinking about open access as a driver for equitable lifelong learning. So unfortunately, progress towards goal 4 has been slow since 2015, with only 58% of students worldwide achieving a minimum proficiency in reading by 2019. All right. So, if we're not even achieving basic literacy levels, open access is such a key to that. But if we're not achieving basic literacy levels, this idea of having access to all of the information that is available is going to be a challenge, right? If people not only can't access information, but are unable to consume it in a productive, cognitive way. So to give you a little bit more information about goal number 4, goal number 4 specifically calls the world to, quote unquote, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So again, there are 17 goals, but perhaps not all of them pertain to open access. But again, I invite you to look at those 17. You may pick out some others that I'm not addressing here today. But 2 intersecting goals that I will also present to you are goal number 10, which addresses reduced inequalities, and also goal number 17, which is partnerships to achieve the goals. So number 10 is supporting the marginalized and disadvantaged. Okay, so goal number 10 aims to reduce inequality with and among countries. Inequality starts with the lottery of birth, who your parents are and where you are born. That accounts for the variation in the resources and opportunities available to people. The social and economic inequalities and disadvantages in early life can limit opportunities for the realization of one's rights and the ability to realize one's full potential. Discrimination based on age, gender, ethnic or racial groups, disability status, sexual orientation, migratory status, residence, or other factors serve to disadvantage some individuals in many different and often invisible ways throughout their lives. These patterns of inequality get passed on from one generation to the next. Therefore, early interventions and investing in all children, especially the poorest and most marginalized, is central to breaking intergenerational poverty and inequality. Achieving Goal 10 and the Sustainable Development Goals more broadly requires a deliberate strategy to reach the furthest behind first. All right, and so this very much translates again to what Dr. Muhammad said earlier about coming to this country, right? And so being able to not only migrate, but also be able to have access to the information in this new place. This information that is very clearly behind paywalls and therefore not accessible to all, even in the United States. So each of the goals have different target goals. So when we are thinking about open access and how we might incorporate that and embrace it in our work, we have the larger goals, the larger 17 goals, and most of them have targets, as they are called. All right, so number 10 has 9 different targets. So instead of trying to, proverbially eat the elephant all at once, we can take bites, right? We can look at the targets that might best fit our institution and our capabilities and resources and try to address the problem in that way. And then we have collaborators in different places who might say, I have these resources, or I have different capabilities, let's bring them together, right? So again, these targets are all working towards the whole. Okay, so specifically number 10, when doing research on this particular goal, a lot of the literature says that COVID-19 has really deepened existing inequalities. I'm sure we all recognize that fact. And this has really hit the poorest and most vulnerable communities the hardest. It has put a spotlight on economic inequalities and the fragile social safety nets that leave vulnerable communities to bear the brunt of the crises. At the same time, social, political, and economic inequalities have amplified the impacts of the pandemic, right? So I think a lot of us as educators are still seeing the long-term effects of the pandemic. So let's talk about the second intersecting goal, which is number 17. And this is really about partnerships for the goals. And so when we're thinking about partners, what do we need to get this goal of global open access achieved? All right, so we need to mobilize both existing and additional resources, technology development, financial resources, and capacity building. And developed countries will need to fulfill their official development assistance commitments. All right, multi-stakeholder partnerships will be crucial to leverage the interlinkages between these sustainable development goals to enhance their effectiveness and impact and accelerate progress in achieving the goals. And just to give you a little bit more about goal 17, one of the target areas for goal 17 that I think is particularly applicable to our open access discussion is 17.8, which is about internet usage. So they say internet usage reached 68% of the global population in 2024, and that is 5.5 billion users, which was up from 65% in 2023 and 40% in 2015. Nonetheless, 2.6 billion people remain offline and universal access is distant, right? So this to me seems like one of the most important or maybe primary goals, right? When we're talking about global reach and global action. If everyone does not have the infrastructure to access information, open access is going to be clearly that much harder. So let's move on to a couple more structural inequities that we see in open access. So we see that information as a commodity, right? And I mentioned earlier about some of the vendors and how high subscription rates are for us to provide information and the paywalls, right, that keep so many from information. So they amplify existing hierarchies. All right, we have variable costs, article processing charges, the APCs, right? So when we have people who are able to access the research they need to write and to produce scholarship, the next challenge, and it's a major challenge, is actually getting something published, right? So we can have even a different conversation, an additional conversation about the peer review process and who gets to decide what information is valuable. But we're going to just stick to more logistical, practical barriers for our talk today. And so when you have people who are trying to produce scholarship, they're getting to these journals and journals could say, okay, great, we're going to accept your article, we're going to publish it, and now you need to give us $1,000 so we can make it free for other people. And a lot of scholars don't have that money, right? A lot of institutions don't provide funding to have articles published. There are sometimes waivers, but that process can be insufficient and opaque. We have geographic and language barriers about what information can gain access to what venue, right? A lot of journals and platforms will say, if the article is not in English, you can't publish with us, right? So that very much prevents us from having this global reach that we're really working towards. Spoke a little bit earlier about the digital divide. There's also digital redlining in terms of what access to information is made available to what communities. There is an administrative burden with open access, right? And so at some level, the fees could make sense, right? Because you have to compensate people for doing the work behind the scenes with these platforms, but it is a burden on both sides, nevertheless. When we have these article processing charges and other barriers, it really does reinforce the dominance of who has and who has not, right? And we can call that simply information privilege. We have limited benefits, insufficient incentives, and a lack of transparency, right? So I know, personally, I've come across platforms that have said, we need you to pay. I don't have the money, so I move on and I find another venue that will publish my work without me having to pay, but at the expense of my work not reaching the audiences that I would like for it to reach. So we have the consequences of these structural inequities in open access. All right, so it distorts the research focus, right? So if we're only getting open access information from certain countries, the folks that are seeking this information might think these are the only countries, these are the only communities producing information in my area, which is not true, right? This is just the information that we get access to. So I talked a little bit about the process if you are a scholar in particular. So that can impact early career academics. It can impact academics really at any level, right, who really want to get their work across in a global way. There's an increased market dominance, right? If there are only certain vendors who produce the information that we're looking for, they're going to continue to be able to charge these exorbitant subscription fees because it's supply and demand. All right, and so a brief mention, but not an unimportant mention of data colonialism and suppression of indigenous knowledge. All right, and then there's the risk of extractive practices, right? So when we're talking about global reach, we have to make sure that we're not taking advantage of other cultures, other communities who really want to engage in open access. All right, and so I would actually remind you of the two models that I gave you earlier about cultural competence, cultural humility, and critical information literacy. As we think through our outreach to countries who are developing and have more marginalized populations and are trying to gain access with information and trying to produce information, and we want to collaborate, right? We never want to further marginalize or suppress the information of other places. All right, so if you would be so kind, again, to share your experiences in the chat. Recall an inequity you've seen in open access. Now, this could be in your own work, scholarship, administrative work, etc. And it could be from any side, right? It could be from you as a user, it could be you as a provider of information. So I'll just give you a couple of seconds to type in the chat for that.
Dr. Cook, let me know if you would like me to read that chat for you or for everyone.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Awesome. All right, once you guys type it, I will read it for everyone. Kathy has mentioned that it is limited access to required textbooks.
Absolutely. And just, musing as people continue to type, as educators, we try really hard to sometimes get e-copies and then have them put on reserve at our academic libraries, right? And every semester, I have to say to my students, it's there. I'm trying really hard not to have you buy anything. And we have these electronic copies, but there are, let's say, 30 of you and one copy of this resource, right? And if we start talking about the nitty-gritty of e-resources and the way things are happening now, something that my library bought 2 years ago may no longer be available. Right. And so we have to constantly and be proactive about maintaining these electronic resources so we can, even have some semblance of open access.
Harry had mentioned limited access to quality content in some specific disciplines and research area.
Absolutely.
Tyson mentions, while conducting research for my dissertation, I have encountered several challenges in accessing scholarly journals, publications, and academic books.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Earlier, Krista had mentioned so many times, beginning its high school 10 plus years ago, all the way through the grad school currently.
Mm-hmm.
Linda had mentioned that I've been blocked by accessing journals, articles during information literacy workshops.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, thank you for that. If as these examples come to you, please feel free to continue entering them in the chat. So yeah, you can see that there are any number, probably no limit to the number of inequities that we've seen in open access as both an information provider and also a consumer of information. So we have some potential solutions, right? Again, these are going to require collaboration globally, locally, et cetera. We can talk about empathy-driven policy and design, and that would include inclusive repository design, and it would also include multilingual metadata, right? So again, if we can have the best information, and if it's not accessible to folks who speak other languages, not really helpful. We have to think about metrics beyond citations, right? I know that our industries and our disciplines can be very data forward, data driven in terms of recognizing and kind of claiming value or outreach, et cetera. But we need to recognize the community recognize the community impact and also the different types of diverse outputs that we may get from information that's provided in a more open way. So we can map our strategies to the sustainable development goals and targets that I mentioned earlier, right? So maybe instead of, I think we'll always need to count usage, right? But maybe we have other goals that are mapped to the targets to demonstrate value and effectiveness in our strategies. We need to think more about our community partnerships and open pedagogy, collaborating with local educators and librarians to create culturally responsive open access materials, right? And I think that that is among the many beautiful points of today's conference. We need to think about advocacy and structural change. Funders are underwriting these article processing charges and diamond open access models. All right, so again, article processing charges, if I have an article that I want to have published and the journal says, okay, now you have to pay us. The diamond open access models are those open access platforms that don't charge and also have their information open to all, right? So certainly the diamond open access models, also called platinum access, they are the ideal, right? But the money has to come from someplace, right? But we would just prefer that it not come from the information producers and the information consumers. Okay. Uh-oh. Yes, so if you would answer another question for me, what are your suggestions or solutions? Right. So in the chat, if you would think about something and put it in, suggest additional solutions for solving inequities in open access. And a reminder that solutions don't have to be grand sweeping gestures. Every action matters, even the small ones.
So I can while other people are typing. Oh, I see it. While other people are typing, I can tell you a few. Oh, Mary Garofalo said students should be given an all access code when they are enrolled and registered for courses so that their texts and resources are included, the price for the tuition. Um, offer grants or waivers for authors and institutions from low-income regions to publish in open access journal without cost barriers. Pair resource-rich universities with emerging institutions for infrastructure sharing, repository development and training on metadata, digital preservation, and OER creation. Establish a network where experienced open access scholars, mentors, early career researchers in unrepresented regions. Tyson mentions perhaps institutions and agencies can establish a working relationship with publishers, periodicals, scholarly journals to include open access, open use to marginalized communities. Support the creation of open source community governed publishing platform that prioritize multilingual publishing and local knowledge systems. Advocate for national and international policies that recognize knowledge equity as part of open access mandates. Track and publish data on participation by region, language, and author demographics to ensure transparency and progress.
Yeah, thank you for those. And again, as they come to you, please feel free to continue entering those in the chat. As Mohammed was reading some of your comments, I would be remiss in not mentioning AI and artificial intelligence and the impact that has been having and will continue to have on our open access discussions. Just as a side note, again, hearing those comments, the American Library Association, which is the largest member association for information professionals, has an annual conference. It can range between 20 and 40,000 people, just depending on the year. But there's a very, very large exhibit hall where vendors go to sell their wares. And I just, I'm sure many of you know the vendors are difficult, right? So when you talk to them about open access, they don't want to hear it because ultimately that's going to affect their bottom line, right? So, one of the comments mentioned policy. And really I think it's going to have to be a lot of policy and policy that is willing to be enforced and can be enforced to get back to the vendors, right? Because the vendors are driven by capitalism. And until such time as there's policy that says to them, you have to be equitable and you have to have a global reach, they don't have to do anything, right? And so while I am 200% behind our more grassroots and more local coalitions and collaborations, until we get those vendors in line, open access will continue to be a challenge. Not an impossible one, but still a challenging endeavor. All right, so as I wrap up with you, let's continue talking about striving for equity and open access. And we heard some of this in the comments, but we want to promote respectful and reciprocal collaborations. And we heard some different examples of what those collaborations might look like. As I mentioned to you earlier, we want to reevaluate research assessment, essentially reevaluate this idea of what's valuable and what's not. We want to strive towards collective action, right? So if we just have, the academic libraries and the academic institutions in New Jersey, or the ones in South Carolina working towards this goal, that's great, but we don't have critical mass, right? So we need to be nationwide. We need to be global in this collective action to make sure that we are really reaching for a global solution. So again, thinking about those vendors, how can we support independent and nonprofit publishers? And we need to advocate for fair funding models. All right, so our key takeaways here. So open access, we want to think about open access through the lens of social and information justice, and also through solidarity with the UN's social development goals. And we always want to remember, even though it may be uncomfortable, that open access is an ethical, emotional, and political challenge, right? And it requires us to give effort on different levels, right? So we know that we have to deal with the politics on one end. We know we have to deal with the ethics on the other side. We know that this can be hard and challenging. It may bring up some frustration, other emotions, et cetera, but it's all towards a common goal of equitable open access. So, as I thank you for your time in joining me this morning and giving me grace with the technical difficulties in the beginning, I leave you with a question, and I hope we can have a few minutes to discuss this. How can you, and I mean you and your, wherever you are in the world, how can you embed critical cultural literacy, cultural humility, and or the sustainable development goal principles into your open access work? All right, so I just want to give you the references because I have to be a good librarian here, and I can send these to Mohammed if anyone wants to follow up. And I just want to thank you for your time and your engagement this morning. And I am always grateful to my favorite person, Mohammed, for this invitation to join you all. And I'm looking forward to some conversation.
Please type your question in question answer session, or type it directly into the chat. I will read it for everyone. There is one question that is already there. What are the main challenges faced by researchers from developing countries due to structural inequalities in open access publishing, and how can these be addressed fairly?
Yeah, that's a big question. I think that's the question of the hour here, certainly of this conference. And others may have additional answers. Welcome, I would welcome your thoughts on this. I'm thinking about infrastructure and just even physically being able to access information. When we had the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a really heartbreaking picture of two little girls that were sitting outside of a fast food restaurant because they needed to catch the Wi-Fi signal in order to do their schoolwork, right? Because they don't have access at home, right? And there are statistics that I didn't pull for today about how many millions of people only have access to the internet through their phones, right? No laptops, no desktops, no way to actually physically plug into a network, no Wi-Fi, really, they're just really dealing on their phones. And that, comes to what I mentioned earlier about even design literacy. And when we all encounter different sites and platforms that are not friendly to the format on the phone, right? And so that prevents us from getting even more information. So I'm going for infrastructure. And if you can't even get the information, then you're definitely not going to be able to get to the part where you can submit work for open access. Now, for those who can, I think the fees, the article processing charges are very prohibitive. And they're, prohibitive even for, folks that are at privileged institutions and well-resourced institutions. So I would go right now with infrastructure and really the economic cost of conveying knowledge to other communities.
And if I may add, at Kane University, we did see that problem at Learning Commons. A service showed it, and we started lending laptops with 5G so that students can have access to the resources. While we are pushing for open access and digital resources, we saw the digital divide, and we wanted to ensure the students have access.
Absolutely.
Earlier, Bill had mentioned about the question. that you had asked Dr. Cook. Schools and colleges needs to compensate faculty for both creation and shifting their classes to the use of OA,
Mm,
pay release time, and recognition of the work towards reappointment, tenure, promotion, and promotion to all come to mind.
200%. Absolutely.
Um, okay. With the rise of AI and digital learning ecosystems, how can open access ensure that innovation remains inclusive and transparent?
Yeah, I think that comes down to the providers, right? And those of us who are working behind the scenes to make open access happen. So again, if we are not culturally competent, if we don't have some type of cultural humility, if we are not well versed in the types of literacies, especially the ones that critically address power, money, et cetera, um, it's going to show in the initiatives that we put forth. So again, I think we need to essentially get our own houses in order and be humble and be critical, and work as much towards equity as possible. And then we roll it out, right? So, nothing's 100%, but we certainly won't be able to expect the type of results that we have not already put in on the back end.
How do you see open access contributing to student success and a sense of belonging, especially among first generation and global learners?
Mhm. Yeah, I would go back to actually, let me just slide back to this one quote, and that I think, because that's what comes to mind immediately. Let's see. Sorry, lots of slides here. This is the quote that comes to mind, that when access is withheld, economic innovation slows, reducing the returns to investment in research. So when we're talking, especially about first gen and other marginalized populations, you know, to be equitable to communities that may not have access otherwise is just really imperative, right? Because we are just increasing that divide between the haves and have nots. And we know the brilliance, and the forethought and just the passion, that exists in first gen communities, marginalized communities, and they're ready, right? These communities are so ready to contribute with these brilliant ideas and innovations, but they just don't have the opportunity, right? And so I think, I again go back to this quote that we have to figure out how to make sure that this information is not withheld, right? And that is obviously the heart of open access. People have said that having access to the internet is a human right. And also this idea of having access to education is a human right. And that's really, I think the goal, the North Star, if you will, in terms of why open access is so important, because everyone needs to have opportunity to shine, right? And share their ideas and not be limited by something as simple, not simple, but transactionally as simple as a paywall, right? And again, eliminating this digital divide and these haves and have-nots, is really the goal. It's a, again, challenging goal, because of capitalism and other things. But not sure if I answered that question, but that is certainly what came to mind immediately.
No, this is great. One last question. How can we ensure that open access does not unintentionally replicate existing inequities, such as privileging English language publication or well-funded researchers?
That is such an important question. It's a vital question. And, I alluded to it, because the question alludes to something I addressed in terms of the structures perpetuating hierarchies and inequities, right? And I think that that's why the global partnerships are so very important, right? So we have to have stakeholders everywhere, globally, those who don't speak English. And let's face it, there are so many places that don't speak English and don't need to speak English to be innovative, in their research and their scholarship. And so, I think what it comes down to is having the right representation of partners at the table. right? So it's almost makes me think of the discussions we've had about coders and algorithms and things on the internet. If we only have certain parties doing the coding, the results are going to reflect the experiences and the values of the people who are coding, right? So simple example, if you don't have diverse people who are coding, you may come up with more racist results when you're searching Google. And it's, some of it is malicious, some of it's not. But if you had more diverse parties at the table to say, now, wait, whoa, that's going to be a problem if this is what you're inputting, right? So the same thing with the partnerships and the collaborations for open access. If you have someone who has no experience with what we refer to as third world countries, they're not prioritizing these populations and communities. They're only prioritizing what they know and what they think will benefit them. So you have to have checks and balances at the top, and checks and balances with the partners to say, nope, that's not going to work, because by doing X, Y, and Z, you are going to exclude or alienate these countries or that region, right? And we can't do that. And so you have to have, again, diverse representation at the table, and that representation has to be willing to speak up, and challenge the power, challenge the authority, challenge the money, right? Challenge the hierarchy and say, nope, that's not going to work for us, right? So it starts at the top, like it does for a lot of things.
Beautiful answer, beautiful conversation. This conversation can keep going. It's my favorite topic, and I feel like everybody who's here, it's their favorite topic, and we have our favorite speaker. And I already see the love for you, Dr. Cook, in the chat. That a lot of people do see you, they don't know you. You are a famous person, so I feel kind of cool, like a cool kid who knows a cool person. So it's really cool. Great to have this conversation. We'll continue this conversation throughout the day, but I would like to say thank you to Dr. Nicole Cook for joining us. Please stay here with us for other sessions if you can. We will have our conversation stay tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. So for today, I would like to mention that we have throughout the day, we have this link that is live for you. We will continue this link because we had the feedback last year and we took it very carefully. And we will have the sessions today, a very important conversation throughout the day. Tomorrow, we will have every hour, we will have 2 sessions. You can jump in and jump out of any sessions. But please stay in the conversation, put your questions in the chat. And if you have any technical difficulties, do let us know so that our technical team can help you. So thank you again, Dr. Cook. We will move on to our next session. Thank you so much. Take care. Our next session is with with David Harris. David Harris will be introduced soon. For now, please take a little break. And during this break, we will show you a couple of videos, but we will wait for David Harris to join us for the next session. And Dr. Garofalo will be the moderator. Meanwhile, while you're taking a break, rest of you who are watching the screen, we will show you a couple of videos about learning commons and promoting Kane University. Welcome, David.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Give me a second here as I try and pull up my slides.
Please, your moderator is Dr. Garofalo. I will log off for a second, but you're in safe hands.
Okay, no problem. Give me 1 second here. Hold on.
Hi, David. We're glad to have you here.
Oh,
Are
thank
you able to
you.
hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure I pull up the correct slides.
Perfect. And as soon as you give me the go, I'll introduce you to everyone.
Okay, great. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. I need to get rid of this. I need to get rid of this. Okay. Some reason it's not coming up. There we go. Got it. Almost there. Great. Can you see that now?
We can definitely see it.
Okay, great. Apologize. Okay, I'm good to go.
Okay, great. Well, we want to welcome David Harris here. David is going to talk to us about OER in the age of AI and academic integrity. David serves as Senior Vice President of Higher Education and Programs at the Global Silicon Valley and ASU Summit. He's a graduate of the University of Connecticut and has built his career at the intersection of higher education, publishing, and ed tech innovation. At OpenStax, he led the development of more than 80 open educational resources that have collectively saved students over $2.5 billion in textbook costs. Under his leadership, OpenStax expanded its reach, exploring how OER and technology can drive improved access, learning outcomes, and academic integrity. Before joining OpenStax, David served as the president of WebAssign and the largest independent online homework provider. Over the years, his leadership roles have spanned startups and established publishers, collaborating closely with authors, editorial teams, and media developers to reimagine how teaching and learning scale. At ASU and GSV, David leverages that experience to shape programs and partnerships that push the boundaries of accessible, high-impact innovation in higher education. Thank you, David, for joining us.
Great, thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here with the OER hat on today, which I've have the privilege of participating in for over the last decade, and it's been an incredible journey. So I really do appreciate the time, and we're really going to focus on OER today. So what we're really talking about is the future of learning. Is there room in the market for personal, ethical, and affordable AI-powered tools that can help students without compromising academic integrity? And what is the role that OER plays in that? So our goals today is to provide you, and I think everyone is very well versed now on OER. I am going to talk about OpenStax because it plays such a pivotal role in OER, not only content development now, but also pushing OER into an AI future. And then we're going to talk most of our time about learning post-COVID and the impacts of disintermediation is having on both producers of content and consumers of content. And we're going to put that in the context of the two AIs, academic integrity and artificial intelligence. And then we'll open it up to a question and answers. So what are the learning outcomes from this session? I think it would be great if you could come away with understanding the breadth and the development of OER resources. There is a misconception out there in the market that OER is just basically print-based resources with no technology around it, and that's not true, and we'll focus on that. It would be great if you could recognize that disintermediation has accelerated changes in student behaviors, and we'll look at that. And appreciate how academic integrity and artificial intelligence are linked, and then consider novel ways that OER can meet the moment to build access and drive ethical learning. So at a very high level, and I know everyone here is really well versed on this, but if you're not, OER are teaching, learning, and research resources that reside in the public sphere. They're openly licensed, they're free to disseminate, and they really drive equity, access and equity throughout the learning ecosystem. So a very brief history of OER to put this discussion in context. I think there's really three phases of OER. OER V1, we can think of that from 1998 to about 2011. That was localized OER. It was individualized and very early adopters. And the model is what we would call adapt to adopt, that the user of it would have to do extensive adaptation, or they would have to build it themselves and then adopt it. OER V2, which we can think of as 2011 to 2024, is when it really began to scale. And the mantra here was adopt to adapt. And what do we mean by that? And this is something that Rich Baranek, the founder of OpenStax, really pushed to scale it. And it was thinking about how do we get OER in the hands of as many people as possible. So we will develop resources that are much easier to adopt, and then people can adapt it. So we have to provide 90%, 95% solutions to accelerate those adoption rates. And now I think we're entering V3, period of 3V, where OER looks at the future and increasingly addresses the issue of relevance. How is the curriculum relevant to me as a student? How does it help me enter the workforce, etc., in an environment of ambient AI? And what we mean by that is AI that is prevalent in all of the interactions that students have in their learning journey. And this will have a profound impact on OER, and we're just at the very nascent beginning stages of that. But we'll look at some of the examples of that today. One thing I really want to emphasize is that access, equity, and learning are the enduring principles of OER that go through any phase and any moment. And these are the principles that we mustn't lose as we go into the new realm. Okay, next thing I'd like to point out, because there's always some confusion around this, and that are the Creative Commons licenses and copyright. And I think it's important to have this discussion, especially if you're, for example, maybe you're working in a library or a center of teaching excellence, and you are curating OER. So there are many, many licenses in terms of that can be deployed. The most liberal license is CC0, which basically means that you don't even need to provide attribution. A very widely used license is CC BY. That's what most of the resources at OpenStax are. And the reason that we did CC BY is because we wanted frictionless remixing, make it easier for people to adapt. And then you move down through greater restrictions. So very common licenses, CC BY NC, no commercial use. The point I want to make here is if you take a more restricted item, let's say a CC BY NC, and mix it with CC BY, generally speaking, if you want to be very safe and conservative about it, you would apply the more restrictive license to your new body of work. Or you can call out those elements that that have a more restrictive license, but that can be onerous. The license and the copyright are different. Virtually all OER has a copyright that is the original owner of the content. So if you go to OpenStax, you'll see it's all copyrighted OpenStax Rice University. That's just who owns the original version. That has nothing to do with your rights as a consumer of that content. Okay, let's move on. Just a very high level view of OpenStax. So OpenStax was founded in 2012. We started with one title, College Physics, and it was designed to meet the scope and sequence of that course. And it grew rapidly from there. There are now over 85 resources. As I said, the vast majority, I think all but five, carry a CC BY license, and they are free for you to adopt, to adapt, and to disseminate. And as we're going through this, if you have any questions, please pop it in the chat. And maybe Ilya or Mohammed, if you can just chime in with questions, because I'm not monitoring the chat. So, how do these resources compare with, let's call them traditional publisher resources? And this is important, especially when you're speaking to maybe faculty who are new to these types of resources. The first thing is that they meet the standard scope and sequence of a course. Of course, every faculty member brings a unique perspective, but if you surveyed the landscape of a traditional course, let's say a Physics 101 course, you would find across the nation there is probably 85% overlap, which is terrific for OER, because if you can meet that scope and sequence requirement, it makes it much easier for them to adopt. They're expert written, they're extensively reviewed by peers and industry users, there's a rigorous editorial process, and there are regular errata and industry updates. I point these out because those in the publishing side still go around and make claims that OER is not reviewed. It doesn't meet scope and sequence. There is no editorial process, and that's simply not true. And so we want to make sure that misconception is put to rest. But I think at OpenStax and other providers like Lumen would be a great example. Recognize that in today's environment, it's much more than a textbook. The textbook, the content is highly valuable, but maybe that mode of distribution, maybe that has passed its peak. In fact, we know it's past its peak. Students are accessing this information in much more modular ways than they ever have before. With most OER today, beyond OpenStax, most of them are supported by online homework. This is critically important because if you are working, let's say you're working with the math department and they're using WebAssign, their objection could be, oh, we can't adopt OER because there's no online homework with it. Well, that's actually not the case. WebAssign actually supports OpenStax and other OER works too. So it's relatively easy for them to switch out from a commercial book to OER and retain that online homework platform. And there are many, many examples of online homework platforms that are widely used that support OER. There are online labs that you can use increasingly as we move to digital labs. There are PowerPoints, pronunciation guides, solution manual, test banks, LMS cartridges, and finally, I want to point out the community hubs. So the community hubs are created by OER Commons, which is a part of ISKME. And these are community-generated resources that support the core curriculum. And in some markets, for instance, astronomy, there may be over 40 additional resources. And the reason I point that out is because our publisher friends like to perpetuate the myth that there are no resources that go with OER. Actually, that is no longer the reality. Not only do they have the standard resources, but they're the community curated resources. It is not a stretch to argue now that OER has more ancillary support than the traditional publishers. We provide more choice to faculty than the traditional publishers do. Okay, so we've addressed the access issue. In fact, there are over, I think it's 5 or 6 million students that use OpenStax resources alone, and then millions more beyond that, beyond open resources. In fact, I recommend a Bayview Analytics study that really talks about uptake of OER in the market. So does this help students learn? Because I think that's really important. So there are two bodies of studies that I think are really important. One is from John Hilton. These are 11 peer-reviewed studies, over 48,000 students, and it showed that 93% of students did as well or better using OER. And remember, this is open access and free. So those are great metrics. Eddie Watson, now at AAC&U, he did some groundbreaking research back in about 2022, and I know this is being updated now through a Hewlett grant, in which he passed this out even further and looked at the most at-risk populations, those that are maybe socioeconomically challenged, or economically challenged, I should say. And he looked at the impact of having access on their DFW rates. And they saw a notable improvement within those communities. And I think that's very important to remember that OER can support those who need it most. Additional impacts, I did mention Bayview Analytics. 28% of Gen Ed courses now use OER, which is a very nice increase. We would love to, of course, see that number higher. I talked about the number of students using OpenStax annually and over $2 billion saved. So it's a remarkable achievement by the community. This really is a team effort, and it's institutions supporting this, like Kane University, it's faculty supporting it, it's librarians, it's centers of teaching excellence. It's really taking a whole community to bring this to the mainstream. Okay, so that gives you the overview of OER and its impacts. Now let's talk about post-COVID and disintermediation in the market. And this is critical because our voices and our agency in terms of what the students consume have changed. So let's talk about the accelerating changes in the market. You'll see two columns here. We have a gaining ground column, okay, and a losing momentum column. These are not value statements like, oh, one is good, it's gaining ground, and one is bad, it's losing momentum. These are just what are the directions that they're heading in, up and down. Is it gaining traction or losing traction? They can be positive and negative. So let's look at gaining ground. Learning loss post-COVID. This is significant. We have a literacy issue and a numeracy issue in the U.S. education system. Students are having a difficult time reading, and their math skills are not where they should be. And COVID accelerated this. Competency workforce based institutions, they are gaining ground. They are seeing enrollment increases. Those that are applying their curriculum and their programs to careers are attracting students. B2C models are gaining ground. What do I mean by that? It's going to sound like an MBA talk for a second. So historically, this market has been B2B in that faculty would really control what the students would consume in a course. And the publishers or the ed tech providers, they would work through the faculty to drive access for students. That's no longer the case. There are millions and millions of students that are using resources in which the company went directly to them. And we will talk about that. That's having profound impacts. Affordability is gaining ground. Great news. All the work that you've been doing around affordability, AEI, American Enterprise Institute, has shown that for the first time in the generation, costs are coming down. OER is gaining ground, and it's linked to affordability. The very traditional courseware providers in this environment, they are also gaining ground. I should add Pearson to this. Why? With all the push of AI, people are, and all the changes coming in the environment right now, people don't really want to change up their courseware programs. So it's a little bit static. And then finally, gaining ground is the unpredicted. I mean, this year is a seminal year. I mean, 4 major things coming at higher ed. And so it's quite breathtaking, and managing all that change, that unpredictability is a real challenge for anyone in the space. And then quickly just losing momentum. You'll notice community colleges, I would put an asterisk on that because community colleges that are doing workforce-based programs are seeing great success. So I would do a caveat. Traditional publisher models, those are losing steam quickly. They're trying to put the Band-Aid on that with inclusive access programs. Buyer beware, I'll leave it at that. Academic integrity is losing momentum. This is a major problem. And then the last one I'll close out is academic freedom in some disciplines where the individual faculty has less control over the course than they did. So I hope that these resonate with you. Maybe you can put a thumbs up or a thumbs down if these ring true or not. Okay, so let's keep moving on. Let's look at some metrics behind these changes in the market, so that they're not just interesting opinions. So on the disintermediation, then that was that move from students consuming what professors would assign to them to using resources that a third party went to them. That would be like Chegg, Course Hero, Quizlet, Brainly, the ones that Photomath, the ones that really disintermediate and are focused on getting the student the instant solution. AI, of course. So the 2023 study here shows that 40% of students are using generative AI. That is now up to actually 70%. Photomath has over 220 million users. Chegg, in the last quarter last year, reported having 3.8 million subscribers. That's a 13% decrease, but those students went to free AI to get the solutions. So it's not really a decrease in disintermediation. So it just shows you we are looking at millions and millions of students who are using resources that you didn't assign. And the biggest impact of this is academic integrity. The challenges between productive struggle and getting the instant answer. And this is in the news everywhere. The Wall Street Journal has had articles, New York Times, this one from the New York Magazine. The point I make here is that this knows no bounds. This is not a community college problem. This is not an Ivy League problem. This is everywhere. If you haven't done so, I highly recommend the cheat sheet Substack. The link is below. Derek Newton's the author of it. He is a Forbes reporter, and he probably keeps track of this issue better than anyone in the education space, and it's eye-opening. It's published on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I always enjoy reading it. He takes no prisoners when it comes to academic integrity. So the way that this has been described is cheating to complete has become a crisis. I was speaking with the president of the ICAI, International Center for Academic Integrity, Camilla Roberts, and she frequently hears this, yeah, but students have always done this. This is no different. It is different because now it's done because of technology at scale. And I think the way she puts it is very on point. She says, prior to this disintermediation and COVID, cheating was done offensively to get an advantage for other students. Now students, because it scales so much, they're doing it defensively, because if they don't do it, they know that they're going to be falling behind. So that's a big sea change. So, and we know that the big AI agents, Claude, Anthropic, Claude, OpenAI, Google, with Google Gemini, are sensitive to this. and they have established quote unquote study modes. So here's an example that I took just a couple months ago, Claude study mode. And this is a question. I believe this is a question out of anatomy and physiology, and I'm telling it, please provide a succinct answer and write it at the 12th grade level with a few misspellings for good order. And it says back to me, I can't help you create content with intentional misspellings for a homework assignment, as that wouldn't be in your best academic interest. However, I'm happy to provide a clear, concise answer. We are in study mode. Then finally, at the end, after it gives its answer, it says, this gives you key concepts in your own words. Good luck with your assignment. So this is what we're dealing with. And it's a major challenge. I think it forces all of us to rethink assessment. Because if we're using assessments, even OER assessments, that were developed last year, we are testing students' ability to get the solution through OER. So enough from me for a second. Why don't we hear from today's students? And let's pick one here. I think this one's fun. This is about, I believe, photo math. Let me play this, see if you can hear it.
All right, class, can anyone solve the problem for X that's on the board? How about you, Jamal? Oh, hey, bro, just photo math it. Oh, you're right. Photo math always comes in clutch. I got it. X1 equals -1 and X squared equals 2/5. That's correct. Nah, wait, how did you know that? Oh, you know I was paying attention. Nah, photo math comes in clutch. It helps me solve everything. That's crazy.
Okay, so the point here is this is the information students are getting on social media. I could show the other two. They're along the same veins. The second, student's talking about writing an essay. And I can't remember what she's using. Maybe she's using Grammarly, but basically it writes the essay for her. And they are getting this information, this fire, I call this the fire hose of information, that this is cool and this is great. And then what's the counter narrative to this? And that's what we own, that counter narrative. And OER producers own it. And we may put somewhere in very small point type, we may talk about, the importance of academic integrity, but we don't make it a regular part of that conversation and the benefits of academic integrity for students. So let's take this context and apply it to OER. Because you're probably wondering, I thought this was a conversation about OER, and it is. And so when we think about moving from OER v2, remember that's the wide dissemination of resources that are accessible for students that meet the current form requirement in terms of scope and sequence. But what is the enhanced mission now? It's beyond access. It's learning and its integrity for every student. So let's consider this. And OER can support that Socratic learning journey. So it's not just focused on getting the solutions all the time. And I think this is a very exciting possibility for OER. In fact, David Wiley, that name may be familiar, who is really one of the pioneers of OER. He is working on open pedagogy right now that supports the Socratic learning journey within the context of AI. And as I mentioned earlier, it looks like the major for-profits have gotten this learning bug and talking about Socratic AI. And I think that's because there's been so much pushback from the community. But again, if we look at it, it's that they have a profit motive more than a learning motive. They want to get the next generation of subscribers. So here's ChatGPT in learn mode. And this is on a math, and I typed in, I am running out of time. I need the solution. And we know that these chatbots, they want to help you. They want to be friendly to you. That's what they're trained to do. And so then it's got it. Let's move through the solution quickly. So this, getting a solution sometimes is okay. Getting it all the time, it becomes a crutch. However, the good news is that there are organizations and enterprises that are leveraging OER today that support responsible AI in education. Here are a few examples that I'm just so excited to share with you. One is mathgpt.ai, and that is Socratic AI. It does not give the student the instant answer. The next is up north in Canada called AI Tutor Pro, where it acts like it's more agentive AI. It acts like an AI agent where it works with you like a coach and it doesn't give you the instant answer. The next example would be a StarSpark AI. This is created by a couple of engineers from Google. And again, very Socratic, a little bit lower level, probably, 12th grade freshman. And they're moving throughout the STEM. I recommend that. And then Onboard GPT, I have actually worked with this group. That is a tutoring tool for students that is built around a Socratic AI and learning model for students. So what can this look like? Let's have a look at this concept. Because of the disintermediation, we all grew up in what is called a scope, and we mentioned it earlier, the scope and sequence era, in which we would work through the syllabus. Now, of course, we still have syllabus with scope and sequence, but that's not the way the students do it. If we're scope and sequence workflow, they're what I would call now an activity-based workflow. They want to do specific activities to support your scope and sequence. And so those activities are around watching video. Students have great preference for going to YouTube first to try and get the solutions. The next thing is they want specific homework help. I'm trying to solve this problem. I want to learn the concept behind this question, which is very different than just getting the answer. Next, they want to prepare for the exam. They want exam practice. OER and AI can help them there. And then finally, there's still a good contingent of students who want to read. So let's give them access. But it's this workflow which changes, and then you layer in Socratic AI, and we can meet students where they are. We have a relevant, engaging interaction that's not just around solutions. Now, the question is what percentage of the students want to do this? That's unknown because all of these technologies are so new. But two, that does force the question around how is the assessment, the summative assessment, going to be administered? Is it going to be proctored? Is it not going to be proctored? Are there going to be some layers of evaluation as to the originality of the content? If yes, then the students recognize that in those summative assessments, they need to stand on their own 2 feet, and then we can push more Socratic learning via these types of tools downstream. And that should be helpful, in addition to the communications. So here's an example of, I took this one from On Point, from Socratic AI, where it's the same question that I was asking, and it says, I am out of time and need the answer. And the coach, the AI coach, says, I understand you're short on time, but I need you to provide your answer first before I can give you the correct one. Please calculate the acceleration using this formula. So it's breaking it down like a good tutor would. And this is all using OER content, by the way. And that's that intersection of OER and AI that can be so powerful. And we hope that a lot of these AI models are also open, and which would be great. In addition, the OER models can be much more affordable. So these are the for-profit models. Now, this is a moving target. These change all the time. This is about a month old. It could be out of date by this point. But the point is that the students are they're spending this. We know they are. Millions of them are spending $19, $20 a month, which is creating a problem. Those are the students who have that amount to spend. What about the poor students or the students who don't have the means to pay for that? Do they go to the AI that is free and that is much less accurate than the paid AI that may be built on a RAG model? Then we're driving that equity problem again. Those infused by OER are a lot more affordable. They're as low as $3 a month. So there's that OER access piece fitting into this model. Okay, so let's just go through a summary. We've covered a lot of ground, and I hope it wasn't too much information of OER v3 and AI. We can drive equitable access for all students to effective AI models that are Socratic and trained on high quality OER to enhance accuracy. OER will play and is playing a critical role in that. For example, OpenStack's announced that Gemini has an extension just using OER, OpenStack's content. We should all support the use of open licenses for new pedagogies, as I mentioned, that work that David Wiley is doing, and AI-related tools. OpenAI used to be open, it's no longer open. We want to use those tools that are much more open. Meta has AI tools that are open, so we just want to be mindful of that. We can work with developers to create personalized and Socratic AI in which learning is the goal versus the profit and the subscription. And then we must engage with students with new relevant workflows that are highly personalized, and we need to establish on a very regular basis what is acceptable behavior with AI and unacceptable behavior. Because right now, as I showed through those social media feeds, they are hearing one side of the narrative. They're not hearing our side enough. Having it printed on a syllabus is not nearly enough. This takes continuous engagement with students. And we'll get there. I think this is actually a very hopeful time. I hope you feel hopeful after this because there are solutions that we can all pursue together that will be successful. So we covered a lot of ground. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope it wasn't too much. And if there are any questions, please let me know.
David, thank you so much for this incredibly important presentation. I personally have learned a whole lot, serving as the Director of Learning Support Services here, just in terms of, student use of AI and how we train our tutors and what that looks like and other resources. And it was really enlightening, and I appreciate that. Folks, if you could put some questions, any questions that you have in the chat, we do have one ready for you. Jessica Cowden asked, for the tutoring models that require students to enter their own answers before the tutor gives them the answer, does anything stop the student from just putting in a random string and pretending to have attempted the problem?
Great. I think that's the question of let's say you're looking at those Socratic AI models like Spark AI. Could they go to another computer, input it, get the answer, put it into those models and manipulate it? They could. There's no getting around that. Again, and that's why I think tying this behavior to the way that you assess students and the type of assessments, we want to create an environment where the students know that if they do that, they're depriving themselves of that learning experience. That's why I think right now we need to be thinking about this as a 10% opportunity. Let's get 10% of the students back on board for Socratic deeper learning. Get them successful, and then hopefully we'll bring others on. There's always going to be those that cheat the system.
Excellent.
Great question.
Thank you. We have another question from Dr. Hassan. How can institutions embed open access into their strategic plans as a core equity initiative rather than just cost-saving measure?
Great. So that's a general OER question. And across, working, I'm fortunate to work with AAC&U, and they had an OER institute. And some of the ideas that I've seen that were very successful in terms of putting the OER strategy in place is making it part of the KPIs around access and affordability for students. And you can also make those KPIs around student recruitment and retention. Leaders of universities like that because you can show that there's a ROI on OER in that it does do a better job at keeping students. And if students know that a course has openly licensed materials or a curriculum, if they're using it like a ZTZ program, that can help you recruit students. They like that. That helps them drive revenue. That's one. Two, this one's a lot more difficult, is looking at the reward structure for faculty and what counts towards tenure. OER publication, OER usage, accessibility. We've seen people have good results with that. And then the third point in terms of incorporating it into the strategic plan is thinking about OER stipends and grants to drive those usage numbers. And they don't have to be that great, but it recognizes that for faculty, this is intellectual work. This does take time, and that we want to reward you for it. So I think that's a great, great question.
Great. Any other questions? Please put them in the chat. David, I have a question, if that's
Sure.
okay. So in terms of a lot of this sounds like it's about, as you said, more than just a syllabus policy. How do you have any strategies to help inform and change culture on campuses, especially with faculty in different disciplines where AI usage might be, if you're somebody working in, let's say, a degree in architecture, your AI design in your coursework might have different usage than, say, someone in a master's program for English literature. Do you have any strategies to help change the culture around AI so there's less fear?
Right. It's the fear question. Well, and the fear question is a carrot and a stick. Because we look on the fear side, they're fearful that their course is compromised. They're fearful that the students aren't building the literacy skills that they are. And so how do we translate that fear into action? Can you design exercises? And this isn't easy. And this is a supply problem that's not there. It's very easy to say, well, go and redesign your assessments. That is an onerous task. So how do we incentivize that? How do we connect faculty with professional, assessment developers so that they can have, let's call them AI proof type assessments. The other thing is thinking a little bit broader from the student perspective. And we hear a lot about AI literacy. You probably have heard that out there. And that's, students understanding what AI is and how to use it. I think that's great, but I think students are very AI literate. I think the question for us if you're a curricular developer or if your faculty is, how am I AI proofing my students for an agentic AI world? We saw you saw all over the news that this has been a very difficult year for graduates entering the job market. A lot of those jobs have gone away. I mean, especially in computer science, to AI. So the question we need to be asking ourselves is, what value is the student getting from this course or this exercise that makes them that supplements the value that AI brings to the table? Critical thinking skills, maybe soft skills, being able to come up with original ideas based on based on their synthesis of concepts. I mean, those are very high ordered type thinking, but we need to think, how do we get our students ready for this AI economy? And these are not easy things to do, and they require conversation and innovation.
Thank you very much. We have a request from Jessica. Jessica asked, could you go back to the slide with the 4 AI tutors names? Jessica, do you mean the slide that says Math, GPT,
Yep.
AI?
Let me go back there. Yes, these. Okay. Yep. Yeah, take a screen capture on that. And if you Google that, or just put in there, I think if you put well, they're not all dot coms. But anyway, yeah, just you'll be able, they're very easy to find. And play with them too. Be a critical consumer. Do they, are they more Socratic?
Mhm. Thank you so much, David. Does anyone else have any other questions to ask David?
Great, we gave people some time back.
We did. David, thank you so much. We
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
Would you mind going back to your last slide where it has a QR
Oh,
code
sure.
to your
And
information?
Mary, there is a question, there's a comment in question and answer session, and there's a question there too.
Okay, great.
So comment is, we need to reinforce to students the importance of integrity in research and the fact that they are participating in a body of research information. Cutting corners jeopardizes the value of information creation. The sooner we impart this, the better, so that these tools become what they are meant to be, tools, and not just an instant gratification solution.
I think that's beautifully said. Yep, absolutely correct.
And
Yeah.
the question is from Megan. Megan asks, how do we help students to make the connections between using AI to cheat and their inability to complete work in successive course? That is, I had a student who was unable to do something in organic chemistry 2 that he should have learned in Org 01, but did not do, largely due to reliance on AI.
Right. Well, I guess my first question is, well, in the course I got organic chemistry. If you haven't got the concepts in Org 1, and then you're in Org 2, that's a very tall hill to climb. It's having that conversation earlier in the course with the student. Some courses are less spiraling than others and less reliant, so they can kind of get away for a short bit of time with the shortcuts. But in a course like organic chemistry, where it's building, that subject is building all the way through, that's a recipe for disaster. So I think it's explaining that to the student. It's making sure that on your exams, they don't have their technological aids. Also, I would think, and I could be wrong on this, I would be very wary of the accuracy of some of these AI tutors in a complex topic like organic chemistry. I mean, minimally from a visualization point of view, I don't think that the tools that the students, especially if they're using them for free, are going to provide that visual overview that a textbook would provide them. Like pushing electron arrows, etc. So I think it's a conversation, but it's very good, and it's very painful for them if they get to that point. So you know, uh, let them know early and often that don't use it as a crutch. Like back in the day, the reason why the publishers didn't give this, if the students purchased a solution manual, and it didn't include all the solutions, is because we knew that was not good pedagogical practice. This, in some regards, is no different.
Thank you so much, David. Any last questions?
Great.
Okay, well, David, I appreciate
Thank
all
you so
that
much.
you presented. Folks, if you wouldn't mind staying on for a bit for our next session at 12 o'clock about advancing educational equity, lessons from Irakira School in rural Tanzania, that will be moderated by Dr. Neva Lozada.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot, David. Bye-bye.
And while you wait, we will show you the video that you could not hear earlier. So I will share the screen now and we'll play the video.
Nancy Thompson Learning Commons is an intellectual and cultural center of King University.
We have an incredibly rich and diverse student population who all come to their academic journey here with different needs. At Learning Support Services, our job is to support our students in academic persistence through graduation. We provide embedded support in the classes that are most historically challenging.
My role as an embedded tutor is to work with the students on whatever assignments that they're doing. I want them to see me as one of their peers.
And in academic coaching, we teach students the strategies of how to be academically successful.
I'm here to bridge the gap between high school and college.
I was struggling with my statistics class. The tutors are there to help guide you, to help you through your academic journey.
My role as a content tutor is to provide support to students in introductory classes.
The tutors really focus on my level of understanding, and it's helped me improve my studying habits. I love helping students because I've been in their position. I know what it's like to be afraid to ask for help, and my grades suffered. Get help before it's too late.
Students can reach out and make appointments for any of our services on Navigate. That includes academic coaching, content area tutoring, writing support, public speaking support, and supplemental instruction.
Thank you, and off to Dr. Lozada.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan. All right, so I think our presenter, Rose, she is here. Rose, if you want to go ahead and share your screen so we can test to make sure we can see and hear you before our introduction, that would be great. Perfect. Wonderful. Dr. Hassan, should we get started a few minutes earlier or should we wait until noon?
I think we can wait a little bit so that everybody has a little bathroom break. And we can talk to we can talk to Rose and we can talk to each other.
Wonderful. Thank you. Do I put my screen on so that, or they just see this screen? I don't use Zoom. That's why I want to make sure that I have it.
We don't see your camera, but we do see your screen.
Okay. Oh, there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let me just. No. Okay.
No, but we saw your screen. Your screen is good.
Okay. So you don't need to see me.
I mean, it will be great to see you.
Okay.
So if you go back to Zoom, oh, there you go. Now I see
There
you.
I go. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And my audio is fine.
Perfect. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you all. I appreciate this.
Great. So at 12, I will go ahead and introduce you and we will get started then.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And meanwhile, Dr. Lozada, if it's okay with you, we can have a little discussion about our work at Kane University, what we are doing to support our students in multiple areas. So I would like to ask you a question. I know I'm putting you on a spot. We did not plan for it, but this is how we do it. So what do you think at Kane University under the leadership of Dr. Repellet, how are we enhancing or spreading our wings of Kane University throughout the globe?
Oh, I think I was going to answer with how you ended that, right? So I think we are definitely increasing our global presence through partnerships and opportunities, not just at WKU, but with other universities and schools. I also think we're providing greater opportunities and access, obviously through open access, which is the topic for today and tomorrow, but also in other ways through our travel learn opportunities, through different career opportunities, and really preparing students for life after Kane, which I think is really important.
And that's interesting because we always talk about life outside the village, like dream outside the village. And it's one of the things, it's like, no, the village is wonderful and the opportunities within the village are wonderful, because we never ever want the students to think, it's something better elsewhere. And we always say, okay, dream outside the village. If you could be anything you want, what would that be? And what do we need to get there?
That's a great connection. I
yeah,
think
it is. That's
sort
why
of like
when
a
you said that,
university
I'm like,
ecosystem, right?
Yes.
Because, you're really concerned about, establishing a strong sense of belonging for students in a university setting, right? So that they feel that, not only do they belong, but they see people like them there, and they see possibilities, at the university. But then at the same time, how do you prepare them for life after without, wanting them to go?
Absolutely. And ours is, we want you to dream, because when you get to secondary school, are there opportunities for you to even go to university? And if those opportunities are available, what do they look like? And then it's interesting in Tanzania, you've really narrowed down in what you can do afterwards. And if you go to government university, then the government can actually poach you from your job and put you someplace else. So I use the word poaching. I'm sure there's a more mature word to use. But we've lost a lot of our teachers because they went to government university. They're then moved to a government school, and they can take them at any time.
Yeah.
So we go back and forth about that, because then it narrows down with the hiring process for sustainability.
Absolutely.
Consistency. So thank you for having us.
Thank you for joining us. I believe that the real essence of open access is the spread of information, or dissemination of information and knowledge throughout the globe, especially in the countries and places that we cannot easily reach out with the resources and research that is being done in first world country. As Dr. Cook was mentioning, that we have a luxury of getting these amazing resources as in an R2 university or R1 university or an urban research university, but other students may not have that access.
Right.
And that becomes a trouble for those students. And with open access, we can actually get them that access, and they can be ready for the real world. And that's why I love to work with schools like in our eastern northern part of Tanzania, where students are really may not even have access to amazing resources if it was not for open access.
Absolutely.
It goes in Pakistan or India or other part of the world where I am working with other schools, where open access become the key resource, because they cannot spend $50,000, $80,000 to subscribe to a database.
Yes.
And then when they get a free resource that is as good as the paid one through the same good scholars, that changes their lives.
Yes. And I think one of our roadblocks that our families run up against is sponsorship, because they can't, as impoverished rural farmers, they can't afford to go to Ikawa without the sponsorship. So as Gasper Mbizi, who's one of our founders, he has, and he lives in Madawi with his family, he's had ways to barter with families so that the local people can get an opportunity to enhance their students or their child's education. Because one of the things I think is important, which I'll mention when we're talking, is no matter where you live, in a small village or a suburb or a large city, all parents or grandparents, however a child's being raised, has the same dream for the children. Want them to get a good education. You want them to chase their dreams. And it doesn't matter where you are. It's how can I access that? And that's when you sent this invitation in the first place, it was like, wow, this just connects to us so closely. We run parallel with our thoughts and ideas.
I don't think we can hear you, Dr. Hassan.
Oh, I think this is the time, so I will let you guys start.
Wonderful. So we are very excited to hear this work. It's super impactful, and I look forward to this presentation. So good afternoon or almost afternoon, everyone. My name is Niva Lazada. I'll be moderating this session, which is titled Educational Equity, Lessons from a Kirwa School in Rural Tanzania. Our presenter, Rose Hogan, has over 35 years of experience in both general and special education. She has devoted her career to helping students of all abilities grow, learn, and thrive. Her passion for education is rooted in creating supportive and engaging classrooms where every child feels seen and valued. For the past decade, she has also shared a special connection with Akira School, where she has served as educational consultant and sponsor coordinator since 2021. Through this partnership, she continues to support teachers, guide learning initiatives, and help connect students with opportunities that open doors to a brighter future. So at this time, I am pleased to turn it over to Rose to get us started.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. For some of you who do not know where Madawi, Tanzania is, or where Madawi is, or Tanzania, we're on the northeastern side of Tanzania. Madawi is located on the south side of Mount Meru, and it's about 200 miles south of Kilimanjaro in a city called Arusha. So that if you have a general idea where that might be, I put it in the magnifying glass, so you might be able to narrow it down. I went to Arusha 10 years ago in 2015 with my family. And I will say that my safari guide, in conversation over the week we were together, and I mentioned being involved with schools here in the States as a teacher, that I wanted to get involved in a school in Tanzania. So what he did was he said one of his friends was a mountain guide who started his own school, and that is Ikirwa School. So he connected me with Gasper and Beezy. And from 2005, my sister and I, we didn't get an opportunity to go to school, but we did have an opportunity to start sponsoring 2 different students at Ikirwa. So our first connection started in 2015, and we never even saw the school at that point. I wanted to start with our humble beginnings. Gasper is a mountain guide. He's also a safari guide. So he comes in contact with hundreds of people a year and thousands of people over the 20 plus years that he's been a guide. And he was climbing Mount Meru with Masha and had a conversation about wanting to build a school in his home on his farmland. She ended up putting up the capital and he ended up putting up his farmland, and they put it in trust so they would never have a fight over who was in control of the school. What's really amazing is in this picture, you'll see those are men within the village themselves. This is a village of rural farmers. You'll see how beautiful the vegetation is, because on Mount Meru, it's really a rainforest. It can get very chilly up there because we're up pretty high. The community came together to build the road up to school. There are government schools that are available locally. The students would probably have to walk 2 miles to get to one of those government schools. And what we consider a government school would be our public schools here in the States. So they wanted to build a private school. The difference would be in a private school, you could have about no more than 30 students in a class, where in a government school in Tanzania, you can have up to 60 to 70 students in one classroom. So the community members were absolutely invested in making sure that their children could get the best possible education possible. And they met up with one obstacle. It's a private school, so there is tuition involved, where in the government school, they would do it, it would be free, like we would have it here. So we do face those obstacles, but we're addressing them. In 2014, the school building and the construction began. The paperwork started in 2011 and construction started in 2014. We're basing our principles on Nelson Mandela's beautiful words. And it's important that we, continue education, because everybody in this community, if you're in a small village or you're in a city, a large city, or if you're in a suburban area, every family would want their child to have the best education possible, because it leads to the best future. In this picture, you'll notice this is us in Tanzania with one of our community members. The community lives either in these stone houses, cinder block, or in the background, you'll notice they live in homes where they cut down the wood from the pine forest that line the back of Icarus School or that are on Mount Meru. So they go and cut down the wood and they are able to build their homes from it. I wanted to introduce you to one of our teachers here. This is Mr. Amanawima. He is wearing around his neck, this is traditional Maasai shuka. It's worn either as clothing or as a scarf or jacket to keep you warm. Mama Baraka, the mother of one of our students, has one as well, so they come in different colors. We have used that to connect to our tribal traditions there, and you'll notice it in the students' uniforms. So they'll have the same uniforms that match Mr. Anawima's beautiful shuka. Our students go from from 3 years old to what we call class 7, or here in the States, we would call grade 7. So there are some very young students. Our sponsorship is over 40% of the student body. Now, as Gasper has guided people, but either up the mountain or on safari, he has connected with thousands of people around the world, and he's invited them to school when he does. So that's how we've gotten many of our sponsorships. We also do sponsorship through something called Global Giving, and honestly, word of mouth. In Europe, they have wonderful programs that they invite college students to participate in, where they can go to Africa and involve themselves in educational purposes, working with animals. They pick the area in which they'd like, and that's where many of our volunteers and sponsors come from as well. Public school, as I mentioned before, is for free, as it would be here in the States, and there to board at school, we do have a small boarding school. It would cost a family $650 US dollars, and that's huge considering that a yearly income is $1,000 for somebody in Tanzania. They do have day students, which would cost them, again, in US dollars, it would be about $350. So the advantage is if they went to a private school, they would probably get a much smaller class size, and they could probably get a better education, because I can't imagine 60 first graders learning how to read with one teacher in the classroom. When I just talked about costs of school and it being difficult for many community members, we want to make sure they have access to it. This is what the school is built on. So what we've done is we've opened up to parents, if you have a special skill that you can share with us, we would barter. You'll see Baba Precious right down here in the bottom. He's an artist. He draws beautiful murals on all of the school buildings. When you come down to the lower classes, there, it could be any shape with the name of the shape on it, or a part of the body, and it would have it, or a book, or things like that. And as we move towards the larger classrooms, you'll have more intricate designs, but that's his way of paying for his son's education. Down below, you see some women who are carrying buckets of water on their head to the construction site. So we're in the middle of building our infrastructure and building a larger dining facility, and they are carrying water up to school to help with the construction process. So many times the parents get involved because they have a desire for their children to have a broader education and more possibilities when they get older. Currently at Ickerwa, we have about 200 students, half of which board at school. Here's our boarding program. You'll see the girls' dorm and the boys' dorm. We have 45 students in each dorm, and they can range from age from 4 years old to about 13 years old. The reason that some people have their students boarding is it alleviates the pressure for the parents at home to feed one more mouth. They are impoverished, but they have the most incredible spirit, and they're the loveliest people in the world. So they want better for their students. So whatever they can do, they will. So it's difficult to think, oh my goodness, my child is going to boarding school and 3 or 4 years old, but the opportunities that it allows for are priceless and endless. Each dorm is, there's a dorm matron and there's a dorm patron, and they're sort of their parents within the dorm. It's a really loving environment, and the big guys take care of the younger ones. And as you can tell, that's them cleaning up after they wake up in the morning. That's them folding all of their blankets. They want to take pride in their home, and they do. It's an absolutely beautiful circumstance. This is when my sister and I came and became involved in Ikawa School. So we never saw Ikawa in 2015. We actually just started supporting our 2 girls. And in 2019, we returned to Tanzania. And at this time, we went to Ikawa for the very first time. And we sort of divide things, and I'm sure you do as well, as pre-COVID and post-COVID. So pre-COVID, we had volunteers in the classroom that enhanced their learning tremendously. Post-COVID, we all learned how to use Zoom or Google Meets or whatever program you used. And so post-COVID, after my sister and I got heavily involved, we made sure that the students at Ikawa had access to people outside of their village and outside of Tanzania. We wanted them to dream globally, but we needed to bring the global environment in, or the global community into Ikawa. I work at an IB school, which is an international baccalaureate school here in New York. And what we do is our students participate in something called a community project every year. And it's how can I impact the world outside of Pelham, where I teach? So that's their thought. So I've started to use Ikawa groups. So this Ikawa group that you'll see up here in the left-hand corner is teaching the students at Ikawa, 1, how to start and use a Google Meet, 2, how to explore the internet. And they each got their own, or were able to make their own Google email account. It was really exciting. We had trouble one day trying to get onto a Google Meet, and we were going back and forth. How do we do it? My guys were crushed here in New York. I was getting texts from Tanzania over the same thing. And at one point we said, go up and grab one of the boys who are in class 6 and ask him to log onto his email. So without teacher assistance, but from everything they learned, John was able to log on at Ikawa and send our students here in New York a Google Meet link. And the students then jumped on, and they were so excited. So we've been doing Google Meets since 2021 every year, and our students meet with the Ikawa students every Thursday or Friday, depending on scheduling, for about 45 minutes to an hour. Sometimes they stay on longer because they're having a phenomenal time. In addition, this again is one of my community project groups from my IB school here in New York. When we look at Ikawa School, they have very limited libraries for the children within the classroom. So what we thought we would do was build a digital library so the children and the teachers could access literature. And we've done this by our global connection. So this community project here in New York, the children read literature, children's books on camera, and we built a YouTube site called Ikawa Reads, and we have put up 22 books for them to access. So if they don't have a classroom library, they do have a digital library. This allows them to access good literature, to enjoy a good book. And who doesn't enjoy a good book sometimes? So the teachers will log on and have it read to the students. It gives them a variety of choices. So this is very interesting. My sister teaches in the Bronx. She teaches 3rd grade, and she was talking to one of the parents one afternoon, and the woman mentioned that her mother worked for Darien Book Aid in Darien, Connecticut, and that they send books throughout the world to different schools that don't have access to literature. And she mentioned our need to get books to Ikawa. We have tried to ship them ourselves, but it costs several $100s to ship 20 pounds of books. And we could talk $800 or $900 with that kind of shipping, We've tried to carry over books too, but books are very heavy, and the need for clothing or school supplies is more than books. So that's our trade-off. So what Darien Book Aid has been able to do is ship books for us over to Tanzania, and we're on our 4th shipment of books, and they're 50 boxes of 50-pound books. We've been able to pick out some of the literature, and Bibi in Swahili means grandma. So Bibi Kitty, who's the grandma down in the Bronx, we call her Bibi Kitty. Bibi Kitty picks out so many books. She thinks of them, are these culturally appropriate? Have they seen this before? What might they enjoy? So we've been lucky enough to connect with them. One of our things that we always talk about, it starts with a conversation. You never know. You don't have to be an educator. You just have to be able to be open-minded to help somebody else. It's important for our children to learn outside of the classroom, because in the classroom in Tanzania, they are teaching straight to the national exams. The national exams will rank the school. The national exams will rank the students. Those rankings then place them in their secondary schools. But right now we want to talk about the whole child and how this access helps them. So what we've done over the years, if we brought sidewalk chalk or crayons, they love to be artistic, absolutely love it. In addition, they're wonderful dancers and singers. So culturally, up in the right-hand corner, you'll see Mr. Jackson in the background, and he's the class 2 teacher. He's a phenomenal singer and dancer and musician. So what he does is he sings traditional songs with them and they dance. So they're really broadening their ideas. It's just not academic. They have an opportunity to really enjoy the arts and sneak in some sports too. So down in the right-hand corner, the older boys love playing soccer. They'll call football, and it's one of their favorite pastimes. The younger guys want to play with them, but the big kids keep them out for a while. If you notice on their shirts, we've connected with Westchester Elite here in Westchester, the soccer team, and they have provided our students with cleats and jerseys and soccer balls. We have also connected with a soccer program in Fairfield, Connecticut, and they are doing fundraisers for us as well to get jerseys and cleats and soccer balls and other kits for our children to be able to enjoy it. So we always say learning doesn't have to go on in the classroom. It goes on outside in the playing fields as well. Here are some of our challenges. At the beginning of the presentation, we saw the men in the community digging out the dirt road. Those roads are still the roads that we use today. So when the rain sweeps down, as we mentioned earlier, we are in a rainforest. So when the rain sweeps down from the mountain, our roads get flooded. And this is what they look like. But the community never hesitates to come out and help. So you'll see these men just show up and start digging out. It's incredible. It does take a village. Our students in the bottom right-hand corner, their bus can no longer, it's really a minivan, can no longer drive up to school because of the roads during the rainy season. So they then get dropped off about a mile from school and have to walk it. They get to school and they're soaked. They don't have an option, but school is the most important thing. So they sit through their school day along with their teachers in their wet clothing. So it's definitely an obstacle in which they face, and one in which we're trying to address. We're petitioning the local government to help either put gravel down or possibly pave some of the roads. That's a big ask. But right now, this is a huge obstacle. Our other obstacle is electricity and Wi-Fi. The government can suddenly feel like it's turning off the electricity. So in the middle of the day or in the middle of the evening, maybe it's 5 or 6 o'clock at night, the electricity just goes off. And then maybe 2 or 3 hours, it will come back on. So we've had that, and I think it's always wonderful when our students are working on Google Meets, because it is something I have to warn them about. There might be connectivity issues, but that never stops them from holding on and really wanting to connect to the students in Tanzania. So those are major obstacles that we find. But here in New York or anywhere in the United States, if we lost electricity at school after 2 or 3 hours, we would shut down school and everybody would go home. In Tanzania, you lose electricity, the day continues, and you just find a way around it. as we talked about earlier, there is some infrastructure building going on, and we saw the mamas carrying the water up to the construction site to build some of the cement. And this is our big dream. This has been our big dream for many years. In 2015, the picture on the left, you'll notice this is what their dining hall looked like. All of the students, all 200, would funnel through this dining hall, and the elements coming down off of Mount Meru would absolutely impact them. You know, the rain and the wind and the dust could come right through those walls, if you want to call them that. It's just the tarp. So in 2020, we started a fundraising campaign through Global Giving to build a new dining hall structure. In August of 2025, that's our structure. On the bottom will be 2 classrooms, a computer lab, and some teachers' offices. And on the top, this will house our student body, all 200 students, when they're sharing their meals. And if we are doing community events where the parents are coming, it will also have an impact there. The parents can come up there and gather along with the students. So it's taken us 20 years, about 5 years to get the structure up. We're $100,000 into our $120,000 campaign to build this dining hall. But as we always say, started off as a big dream, and all we can do is keep dreaming. You never want to stop dreaming. This is just a peek into our classrooms. Up in the corner here, I'm going to put the cursor up there so that you can see, it says Speak English. Ikawa School is considered an English medium school where everything is taught in English and English is only spoken at school. The amazing part about our student body is many of them are trilingual. All of them speak 2 languages. They all speak Swahili and they all speak English. The third language that they will speak is either their tribal language, which could be Meru or Maasai. All of their learning goes on in English, and it's very centered towards test. So class 4 and class 7 end up taking national exams. And within those national exams, the students are rated and the teachers are rated. The students and the school is rated. As you can tell, we've been ranked at the top 10 of private schools throughout Tanzania with about 8,000 private schools. So our ranking has been phenomenal. And in 2019, we ranked in the top 3. Between 2023 and 2024, the government stopped those rankings in percentages and they went to grades as we would do grades in our classroom. So we're still being ranked as a grade A school for excellence. And you'll see our teachers, one of the things we wanted to talk about was if our teachers attend government school, when it comes to university, the government can then pull them from their position at Ikawa and place them in another school. Because they were in a government school, they can become government teachers at any time. So it's another reason why we would want our children to go to private school, because then the private school teachers, if the teachers went to private university, would have the option to then stay and sign a contract. So there have been many times where we've cycled through teachers because the government has what I'm going to call poached our teachers. This summer, we were lucky enough to get SkyGen International to come to school. So as you can tell, they are eye doctors. Honestly, my sister sent out a text and she said, would you want to come? Within 2 days, they responded to us that they did have an organization on the ground in Arusha and that they were going to send up eye doctors within the next week. It was truly exciting. So for all of our staff and students, these eye doctors came to school and checked all of their eyes and did exams and gave glasses to every single one that needed it. Danny, which you'll notice up here, is albino. He's our only student who came to school and had glasses. So Danny is our 1% who had glasses. Being albino and being Maasai are extremely difficult. He was abandoned by his parents when he was 2 because in the Maasai tradition, being albino is seen as something evil has happened. So he was found by a sponsor and brought to Ikawa. He's warmly welcomed at school, but was the only student who had glasses. And now probably 50% of our student and staff population have glasses. At one point, right after SkyGen came, one of the teachers texted me and he said, "Madam Rosie, did you ever notice that I can't see?" And I said, "No, I didn't. I got glasses and I'm so excited. Can I write them to say thank you?" So it was so wonderful, the impact not only on the students, but on the staff themselves. So it was such an exciting moment for everyone. And then we're talking about ways to get involved, okay? It doesn't have to be a monetary way to get involved in school. As my sister and I always say, as long as you come with a hand to hold, you're in. The students want to hold your hand. Do you know how to read a book to them? They'll love it if you could read a book to them. Can you play on the playground with them? Sure. So we always encourage people to be volunteers. At Ikawa, you'll end up changing your life. We call it a little slice of heaven on the side of Mount Meru because the community embraces it. They want a better education for their children. They want to be immersed in changing lives also. So can you read a book? Sure. Add one to our digital library and the students would absolutely love it. And they'd love to see you too. If you don't want to read a book, if you don't want to volunteer, there's opportunities to just follow us on social media. Our presence on social media has grown over the last few years, and it allows people to get a little peek into what goes on in our classrooms, into the children's lives, and what happens just on campus. Dr. Hassan and I met on LinkedIn, and we shared some of our amazing experiences together. So we are on LinkedIn as well. And if you had any follow-up questions that I wasn't able to answer, I've left my email down at the bottom. I have one last slide. Here we are sponsored on Global Giving, and we're continuing to finish up our dining hall, our dining facility, as we call it. It is the last piece of construction we have at the moment, and then we'll dream up maybe building another dorm or sponsoring a student that, you know, you're changing a life. And you think about how much you pay for a Starbucks or a Dunkin' Donuts every week or going out to lunch. This is nothing. So it's really pretty amazing. These pictures, I'll just mention it because sometimes people ask, you'll notice the students have winter hats on and winter coats. When you're on the mountain, as we always say, it's cold. It gets between about 50 and 60 degrees because you are high in elevation and it's usually raining most days. So it's really pretty exciting. To sponsor a child, that would be up to you. It would be $650 for a boarding student. And again, if a child boards, they alleviate an extra cost to feed a mouth at their home. Or the local students, you can do a day student, and that would be about $350. And with the completion of the dining hall, we're almost there. So we say any little bit counts. I want to thank you all for coming to our presentation or my presentation this afternoon. I hope you enjoyed it. I would love to answer any of your questions that you might have. And I'm going to just go back a slide. So then if you have thoughts about how can I get involved, this gives you just different options.
Thank you so much, Rose. This
You're
is
welcome.
amazing, amazing work, amazing partnership. We're so excited that you shared that with us here this afternoon.
Thank you.
I do see one comment in the Q&A right now from Palak. So she said, "I'm from Zambia. I went to school there, and I'm so happy to hear about these resources."
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so happy. That makes me really, really happy. As we will text to the gentleman over there sometimes, like, we're just going to jump on a plane. We'll be there in 24 hours. It's just such a happy place. And I think because everybody really, you know, they're excited to learn. They want to know, and education to them is an opportunity to move outside the village. The village is beautiful, but it provides them with opportunities outside the village. And how I mentioned earlier, we tell them to dream outside of the village. Their village is wonderful and they have incredible farmland and it's just so beautiful. But if they want to be something else, never stop dreaming about that.
So while we are waiting for more questions in the chat, I did have a question for you.
Sure.
So, I mean, obviously the impact that open access has on the students at ICRWA is incredible. I really enjoyed hearing about how your students in New York connect with the students at ICRWA.
You know what?
And I would love to hear more about, because I'm sure they have just an equally impactful experience working with those students. Could you share any feedback you've received from your students in New York on that experience?
Well, actually, 2 years ago, one of my students from New York, she was part of my first group to ever do a Google Meet with them. Her and her family actually went to ICRWA for 4 days. I know. And for her to be able to then see the students she was interacting with on a daily basis or a weekly basis was just incredible. So it was life-changing for her. But it's interesting, my students in New York, they get so excited because they think, oh, Africa, like how far is that? Tanzania, where's that? There's no conceptual understanding of there are children there, there are people there. So it's always very funny. The first week or so that we're on our Google Meets, everybody's pretty shy. But after that, I run into times where the students are saying, can we stay on? So I'm texting their teachers for like third and fourth period and saying, hey, they're still on with the students in Tanzania. Can they stay on? And the teachers are wonderful because this is an invaluable lesson for both the students on both ends of these two continents. And I will mention just real quickly, we used to use something in school called GimKit. It's a game online, but it's educational. And the teachers in Tanzania said, oh, we love that because our kids we would have our math classes playing the students over in Tanzania. We would hook up our classes and we would play against them. So I wrote to GimKit and I had signed up for a yearly GimKit for them. And it came to my email address. I called them and I said, hey, I need this for Tanzania. And I sent them pictures of the students interacting with the New York students through a Google Meet on GimKit. And they've been so generous and they've given us yearly access to GimKit for the last 2 years for free, because they said we never thought our program would have this kind of impact on students, elsewhere. They're thinking just in the United States, and this is globally. So when the children see each other, they get very, very excited.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. And also the fact that, anyone could submit a video reading a book for the students is amazing. I'm going to bring that back to my team. I know that for sure.
Oh, good. Because it's, everybody has their favorite children's book. And for them to be able to access literature, we always say, bring our children to the library. Are you reading a good book? No matter how old we are. So that's wonderful. We would love it. We want to expand our repertoire or our library.
Definitely. So any other questions or comments for Rose? Please put them in the chat or the Q&A at this time.
So, Rose, I have a question for you. I'm Mohammed again. So what collaboration, research collaboration or academic collaboration other universities can do, other institutions can do to support you?
Honestly, and that's a great question. You're the first university to ever come, and present yourselves to us and want to collaborate. So we would absolutely love it. And I think the easiest collaboration you could do is through a Google Meet. We have college students who are teaching our students to code online because the Tanzanian government has changed the curriculum and has included coding. But when you get to a rural school like this, there's intermittent Wi-Fi, there's intermittent electricity, and half the teachers have never used a computer before. So we have one of our class 6 teachers who's passionate about computers, and through a conversation that I had here in Pelham with a parent sharing this coding frustration, he said, wait, I know somebody who owns Teach Forth, and it's a camp and a program through SUNY Purchase. They just rent space at SUNY Purchase here in Purchase. And they are actually having their college students teach our students and teacher every Saturday morning how to code so that they can meet the technological requirements that the Tanzanian government has put down on the teachers. So even something like that, I am sure in this day and age that you have 1,000 coders at Keene, and students who can do so many things on the computer. It's interesting. If you put the thoughts, you don't have to put the thoughts, you just put a suggestion out to the students, they run with it. My 8th grade students, I just say, what would you guys like to do? How do you think you could impact their lives? What can you bring to the table? So that's why they thought, okay, we could do the digital library. That's manageable. There's coding going on. I'm sure if you put it out to a student body, they could say, oh, we can do that. We just had a generous donation of 10 computers to ICRWA just through word of mouth. So then now when they code or when they go onto a Google Meet, you don't have a computer that's 15 years old that's crashing or that's working so slowly. All of those kind of things. You could teach math and reading on this. You can enhance it with scientific things that are going on. We want our children to know that they can dream outside of ICRWA. And that's really important. Be anything that you want to be.
We have another question or comment in the box. So how open education and other available resources help empowering the community? Education is part of the change, but education needs other tools like infrastructure, opportunities to grow. I'm wondering how online opportunities can help in reflecting the community's real needs and challenges while they are still in Tanzania and deal with challenges on a daily basis. And that question comes from Naja.
Okay, and I'm gonna use that as educational. So right now, experiences for them, such as using a Zoom or a Google Meet, and that they can have other opportunities experientially, so that they can see how is science taught here. And that can support the teachers. We've helped do teacher meetings with the teachers to integrate them into some of the curriculum ideas that we do here in the United States. So we can do, late at school, but you could do that online. You can show them how to do it. Enhancing the classrooms with different, I'm going to say different lessons. What kind of strategies have you used that work or don't work? I think those kind of experiences help tremendously. The parents also want to learn English. They want to be able to communicate with their children. Some of them don't have an education. So when their children come home at night and have work to do, they can't help or assist their child, which sets up a frustration as an adult. You always want to help your child. So possibly even giving classes to some of the community members in the evening. And then you can get involved from a distance. You can get really creative. And I think that that's what technology has allowed us to do as educators, is to get creative in the way in which we're teaching others. Social media has been a huge connection for us, and we've been able to really meet lots of different people with special skills through social media. So they will DM us and say, I can do blah, blah, blah. How can I help you? We had a woman write a newspaper article about us in a magazine and put it up in Dubai. And that all came from social media. It really also brings different types of volunteers. So you have an expertise, everybody does. You have a passion, everybody does. So think about what your passion is and how you could get that across to somebody else.
I don't see any other questions or comments in the box at this time. So Rose, I do want to thank you again for sharing this incredible work. I know I look forward to continuing to following this amazing work on social media and hopefully contributing to the digital library. So again,
we would love
that.
We would love that. And we'd love to continue our connection and partnership with Keene. Anything we can do, and anytime you guys could enhance what's going on there, we would absolutely love that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much again on behalf of the whole team here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll turn it over to Dr. Hassan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lozada. Thank you, Rose. So our next session is going to begin in 20 minutes. While that is happening, we'll share a couple of videos, and then we will start our session. I will share the first video. And thank you, Rose. And you can go be our whatchamacall in our attendee role, and I will be moving you to attendees. Thank you, Rose. Okay, so I will share my screen now and show you the video.
I was born in the Philippines. I came here when I was 2 years old. Ever since I was little, it was just me and my mom. My mom, she has to go to the doctor quite often. And I thought about it and I realized like it is a big problem. A lot of places are understaffed. Medical providers are required to keep electronic health records. Syncing data between multiple providers is a major challenge. Incomplete EHRs can lead to misdiagnosis and medical errors. So my master's thesis is using large language models like ChatGPT to basically summarize electronic health records and to summarize the patient's overall condition. So being able to provide a tool that could summarize these documents in a way that the doctors could expedite their diagnosis process is very helpful.
So the research programs at Kean are especially supported from the CURF office. CURF advances student research to enhance education and career readiness. And these programs have been especially important so that students can start their research, continue their research, and build good things and important things for the society.
If we want to diagnose if John has, like, let's say depression or bipolar disorder, it would be two nodes, John and bipolar or depression, and then it would be connected as has. So John has depression or something similar. My mom, she thinks that my research could be helpful for her as well. And like in the future, if ever she needs to go to the doctors again and they're able to kind of expedite this process, she finds it very interesting. And me doing research right now kind of like brings the whole picture, and like I can actually impact the world in a positive way with the research that I'm doing.
So at Kean University, we have been doing a lot of amazing things. As you can see, our CURF, Center for Undergraduate Research, does an amazing job promoting the research of students that is happening on this campus. We also really start using in last year conference, we had Walter Greason, who really talked about open access and artificial intelligence and the merger of both in a very unique way. So as we moving forward with open access, I want all of us to start thinking about AI and bringing AI into classroom and bringing AI into artificial intelligence. While we are waiting, I will promote another video of ours at Kean University. So stay tuned for the next video. And that next video is about our visualization and immersive studio at Kean University. There we go. VISOR stands for Visualization and Immersive Studio for Education and Research. When you walk in, you just see a black box. But with little imagination, you can open the door to new worlds. This is the latest state-of-art technology, and now it is at Kean. This room has 10 4K laser projectors to display a seamless image on 3 walls. This room can become anything you want it to be.
That's what I saw when I walked in there. I saw so many opportunities. Myself and John Carlos Miranda created a 3D visualization project to bring 19th century Nantucket to modern day. With the VISOR space, there are so many doors that just got unlocked for me.
This room can be used by athletes where they can work out, test their skills. It is being used by biology faculty.
VISOR is an experience that stimulates all of your senses and engages them in the learning process. So I could see it being very beneficial for students who feel they learn better in a kinesthetic environment. They like to see something before doing it, maybe want a life-size demonstration.
You feel involved, you feel immersed in that experience, you feel that you're part of that experience.
So that was a visualization in an immersive studio that is in the heart of the campus at Learning Commons. It's Nancy Thompson Library building. And we do an amazing job. This video is about 4 years old, but still faculty is using to ensure that students are more involved into our into what they're doing and giving them hands-on learning experience, and they can collaborate in an environment that is really amazing. So we have about 15 minutes before we start, but our panelist is, or our speaker for the next session is here. We'll bring them into our in here, and we'll start having a conversation, and we'll start setting up the stage for the next presentation. Please stay tuned. We will be starting soon. I believe Sarah is one of the presenters, right?
No, she is not. It'll just be me and Dan.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
Thanks, though.
You're very welcome. We have added you in. Both of you can present now. I can stop sharing and I'll hand over to Craig.
Sure. Do you want us to get started a couple minutes early?
Yeah, that will be perfectly fine.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
All right, Craig, it's all to you.
It's all me. Okay. Thank you all for coming. I am Craig Anderson. I'm one of the friendly and enthusiastic librarians here in the Nancy Thompson Learning Commons, and I'm here to introduce this session by Kira and Daniel. I'm going to read their brief bios first. Kira, I hate to ask you this. Could you help me with the pronunciation of your last name?
Yeah, of course. It's Dejat.
Dejat? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Okay. And I guess we should get started now, or should we wait until 1, or just be on the safe side?
I think we can start
Okay.
in a minute or two. I think everybody will be joining back again. They're taking a
Mhm.
quick break.
Right.
As you see, a few people are left and a few people are on hold. But we can
Okay.
start, and then we will have more time for questions if you.
Okay, that's a good point. Yes. So, okay. I'll get started in a few minutes then.
Great. While we have a minute, would it be okay if I just tested the sharing just to make sure y'all can see my screen?
Oh, yes, I'm absolutely okay with it. Yeah, there's nothing I have to share from my end. I'm just going to be talking, so I don't have to share a screen. So you should be able to share yours.
Yeah. How does that look? Should I make it?
There we go.
Yeah. Can you see it? Does it look okay?
It looks good to me, yeah.
Okay, great. If I just, okay, perfect. So yeah, we're all set. Do you mind if I just leave this up? Or Mohammed, would you rather me take this down for the
I
next
think
meeting?
this is perfect.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Okay, so Kira, if when I'm going through a few of the slides, you'd be able to go to the next one for me?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll just click
perfect.
or and again, just tell me if you want me to link to actually something. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
sure, sure.
Okay. Kara, sorry to interrupt again. Is there a way for you to make your presentation full screen though? Because from my screen anyway, I'm getting
Yeah,
also your tabs on top as well
probably.
as the actual presentation.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, this looks good because now the tabs are at least minimized, but I was
I
wondering if there's a
don't
full
quite know how to
screen.
get
Right to the
rid of
left of those three dots. Right next to
to
the
the
three
left right
dots
here.
over there. Yeah.
That says end show.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
no.
no, that would be.
Don't do
No.
that.
I can just exit
Okay.
out also some of these tabs, so at least it's less,
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Okay. Oh, so it just did it again. It keeps.
Yeah, it goes back to this. Okay, I'm glad you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing.
No, I definitely am. That is so odd. Okay, I'm gonna stop and reshare and
Oh,
see if
okay.
Yeah. I fixed it. Just give me one moment to get
Oh, sure.
reset.
Take your time. Yeah.
But yeah, I fixed it. It won't be a problem.
Okay. Okay. So if you're both ready, I guess I can get started. Is that
Sure.
is now a good time? Like I said, it's a little early, but then. Okay, thank everybody for coming again. So I'm going to introduce Ms. Dejot and Mr. Gans here with their presentation on making archival collections accessible using Collection Builder to create digital databases. So presenting this will be Ms. Kira Dejot is a third-year doctoral student in modern American history at Fordham University. She investigates American Jewish communities, anti-Semitism, and how the Holocaust as an event impacted these communities. Kira has an MA in Holocaust and Genocide Studies from Kean University and undergraduate degrees in history and secondary education from Salve Regina University. She recently published an article in Perspectives on History, the AHA's news magazine, on teaching the Holocaust from a person-centered approach. Mr. Daniel Gans is an undergrad at Kean University, majoring in psychology. This past summer, he interned at the Holocaust Education and Resource Center as an assistant researcher, where he contributed to archival studies as well as developing open access educational resources. So with that, I'm going to silence myself and let you take it from here.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's see if this works now. So hopefully, okay. Is it full screen and good? Maybe? Okay, I see some thumbs up. Amazing.
Looks good to me, yeah.
Awesome. Thank y'all. So thank you so much for having us. Dan and I are so excited to talk about this free educational resource called Collection Builder. And just to emphasize again, we're here representing the Holocaust Education and Resource Center. But we are going to be talking about a free open access tool that is not offered through the center. We just utilize it. So to get started, let's just talk first about what Collection Builder is. So Collection Builder is a free software that creates digital collections of images, audio, or text to exhibit online. It relies on static web technology, which means a file, like saved to your computer. So it can be hosted on most web browsers, including Safari, Google Chrome, Firefox, things like that. I will say I think it works best on Google Chrome, but you can host it anywhere. You can choose from a variety of flexible, interesting, and creative templates. And it really uses three primary concepts that we're going to get into later on. The first being metadata, which is your Google Sheet of all your data from your sources and information. A directory of assets, which means actual like PDF and images of what you want to display online. And then finally, some code, but you're going to download and make a copy of that, so you don't actually have to have any coding background. So in other words, Collection Builder takes your metadata, takes your Google Sheet, takes your objects like images, PDFs, things like that, and then builds a digital database for you. So just to give a model of like what this could look like before we dive deeper into it. So can y'all see this now? It should say Goldsmith Collection. Amazing. So Dan and I created this digital database this summer using an actual archival collection from the Holocaust Education and Resource Center. So Peter Goldsmith, who was 85 or 87 at the time, recorded his testimony in September for the Oral History Project at Kean. And this is a collection of firsthand accounts from Holocaust survivors, including images, letters, PDFs, things like that. And we were able to build this site and actually digitize all of these artifacts and documents. So now you don't have to physically come into the Holocaust Education and Resource Center, but you can see these online. You can get a brief description, and you can even see where these are located geographically on the interactive map that Collection Builder builds for you. So how does it work? Because this sounds complicated, which I wouldn't say it's not complicated at all, but it is pretty simple. So how it works is Collection Builder uses the static site to generate your site. So I'll let Dan, if you want to continue from here.
Yeah, sure. So just a little bit more about Collection Builder. It uses a static site generator called Jekyll, which sounds more complicated than it is, but basically the idea is that all you have to do is put information in, and it will generate the website on its own. So the idea being that you do not have to create the code or the programming for the website from scratch. You're basically using a preset like template for a website. All you're doing is putting in specific information that you're making for your website, and Collection Builder generates the digital collections or the exhibits based on the spreadsheet or the digital media. Each Collection Builder template exists as a repository, in other words, a collection of its unique code or objects. And what you do is you copy your metadata or your spreadsheet into the program, and Collection Builder iterates or rewrites the website using your specific metadata that you inserted. And you can access this website from the internet, obviously, and without needing to have a server or its own backup. These customized files, like Collection Builder builds, there could be maps, timelines. It also can produce a word cloud, which basically shows which items are more common than others in your collection. And it creates visualizations, geographical and otherwise. And it has reusable data formats that can be downloaded by other users. So that's just a little bit about some of the pros of using a collection builder as opposed to using a different kind of website or program.
Yeah. So let's talk about that a little bit more, like who's behind Collection Builder and why it was created in the first place. So Collection Builder is designed and maintained by librarians at the University of Idaho. And that's a huge draw for historians and librarians because this is a tool that was made by and for librarians and historians. These aren't people with incredible computer science backgrounds or anything like that. It also follows a libstatic approach, which means it's committed to using library specialized skills in metadata and classification. And again, along with that web static technology to make sure that your database can run on any platform. In the past, Collection Builder has received support from the University of Idaho Library and grants from the Institute for Museum and Library Services and the National Endowment for Humanities. It officially went live in 2019 and is now being used on hundreds of websites. And again, the big plus here is it's a free tool. So even if you're like, well, I don't know if this is going to work for what I need, there really is no harm in just trying and seeing what happens. Collection Builder was specifically built because of frustration with a couple of tools. I don't know if anyone's used Omeka or other digital database tools, but they are notoriously complicated. And usually you need someone with some kind of computer science background to at least help you get started, or you need to like really immerse yourself in this digital humanities space. And Collection Builder is intended to do the exact opposite. A historian, a librarian should be able to download all of this code, create their collection without much of an issue. And I went to like a specific training on Collection Builder, but I walked Dan through it at the beginning of the summer and had him download all the software, and it took what, like a half hour to do the software? It wasn't that long, right?
Yeah, not even.
Yeah. So super accessible, even if you don't have any kind of coding experience. But we keep talking about like metadata and all of these things, and metadata is going to be the most important. So let's go into just a brief technical overview so you can see, okay, like what would I need to get this website started? And I'll let Dan take this because he did all of the metadata for the Goldsmith collection?
Yeah, so the spreadsheet looks a little bit daunting at first, but it's really quite simple when you break it down column by column. So it's pretty much a set template of what things you need to put into this metadata spreadsheet in order for a collection builder to build your website. This is just kind of a typical example of what a spreadsheet might look like, but I would like to kind of walk you through the website that we built that Kira showed in the beginning. I can actually show you the exact metadata that we use to create the website. So we look at this first column there, that's the object ID. So that's the field that Collection Builder uses to identify each object. So it should be lowercase and should not use any kind of slashes. The objects without an object ID are going to be either not displayed or overwritten. So you want to be careful that you put these in correctly. The next column is the title, which is going to indicate what the object is, and it's not the description. That's a separate thing. It's just a quick way of showing what the item is. If we move over to the date, so the date is going to be important because we're going to want to, if you want to create a timeline, the more specific the date is, the better your timeline is going to look. For this specific collection, we weren't afforded a lot of information on a lot of the photos and other types of documents as per their date. So we were only able to put in a few specific dates. But if you look at other projects, you'll see that they have much more detailed dates and their timeline looks very, very detailed. The description is where when you click on an object, you'll see the full description of the object. So that's what you want to put in as per your display on the website. So as you see there, the description, the second part, that's the more detailed version. You can put in different parts of information. As we move further across here, so the location, latitude, longitude, that's all information that would be used if you were to create a map. And it
I'm sorry to jump in there really quick, Dan.
Yes.
A big
Go ahead.
negative, not to talk poorly about Omeka, right? But a big negative of Omeka is if you want to build a map, you need to learn how to use ArcGIS and then upload your GIS map into Omeka. What Collection Builder does is if you enter your longitude and latitude in your metadata, the map is built for you. So you don't have to do that as a separate step here.
Yes. Oh, yeah, exactly. And some of the other things here would be if we move across to the next slide, we'll see the display template. So these are pretty standard. You basically, for a JPEG, you would put in the object location exactly as it looks in the file. And then if you're going to want to produce multiple images for different parts of the website, you're going to want to make them different sizes. So as you can see, we created a small version of the images, and then we created a thumbnail. And so those will be used on your initial layout of the website. And then if someone clicks on a specific item, they'll be able to see a much larger photo. Mm-hmm. To create these photos, we had to download them and crop them a little bit, and then re-upload them into our repository. But it wasn't a big deal. You just need basic software on your computer. You don't need to install anything special. I just downloaded the images onto my computer. I used, Microsoft Photo Editor to crop the images, and then I upload them back into the repository. All of this information could be found on the website. I think it's linked in the beginning of this presentation, but we could show it again at some point. It basically gives you a step-by-step of the different things you need to put into your metadata.
Yeah, absolutely. And the great thing about metadata is, first off, the better job you do with it, the better your site is going to look. And also it serves as a really useful organization tool for organizing your collections, your research. So even if you're like, okay, I don't know if I ever want to build something out of this, it's a really helpful way to organize your sources. And then in the future, if you end up wanting to build something, you've already done the first step. Because Collection Builder makes it work, but you're actually doing all of the input, all of the data yourself. So some things that Collection Builder can do are visualizations. So again, once you upload your metadata, your objects, it auto-generates a browse page, and we'll show some more examples in a bit of like cool things it does. A word cloud, so your most frequently used subject fields, your collection materials, your map, and then your timeline. It also generates a browse page right on the front. So if I go back to our Goldsmith collection, it generates our top subjects, locations, and other things. This can all be personalized though. I don't believe we personalized them for this site because we wanted it to just be authentic of what was being reflected. But on my own personal projects, I have personalized them. Again, your map, your timeline can include multiple objects, and you can also customize your search features. So if you want to add a category for people to search by, you can absolutely do that as well. And then, of course, a big draw here is it's going to generate your specific item page. And you can make this incredibly detailed if you want to, depending on your needs, or a little more superficial if you just want to give a guide for scholars to see kind of what's out there. And then finally, there's also an opportunity to do a more narrative version of your site and a more narrative kind of display. So if I can show you all really quick, again, this is just my own personal project that I've used for research. Sorry, I don't know if I've opened it here. One moment. I'll get that open in a second, but I've created a narrative page on my own personal research that specifically focuses on one town I really wanted to highlight. So let's go into one of these examples, and then I'll pull that up in a second. Dan, do you want me to actually click on this?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is just, this is pretty much an example of what others have done with this website. This is Coins of the Cairo Geniza. And if you're someone that's doing research on something like this and you don't have the funding or the time to necessarily go to a place where they have these archives, obviously, this is a great resource for you to be able to see the actual images of these objects. And they did a great job, as I mentioned before, with timelines. The more specific you can be with dates, the better you can be, the better your website's going to be. And this website is a great example of how they created a really detailed timeline. As you can see on the bottom there, as you're scanning through the images, you're also going through the timeline. And they really lined it up nicely, so you have a good idea of where in history your sources are from. They also have the photographs there of the actual original text, so you can verify for yourself. And I found this website really cool.
And here you can see a bit of like how Creative Collection Builder can be, right? So what we showed you for the Goldsmith collection was a pretty standard version, right? There's not a ton of customizations or personalizations. But here, this creator took it upon themselves to reconfigure part of the site so that it generated a much more interactive timeline for them, because that's what they thought would appeal most to their readers and viewers. So also know this is just a starting point for your site. It doesn't need to stay like this, but you can still see some of kind of the basic collection builder tools here. But as you can see, they even customized this top page. So they added a glossary, and it looks like they removed the map because they didn't need it. So that's totally fine as well. You can add, you can remove whatever you'd like. And then also from here, if you have someone who's really interested, you can go ahead and open these up and actually download these images as well. So again, compared to other digital databases where you have to upload these other formats into the site generates these for you. So you're not actually leaving Collection Builder at any point. So let's wrap up. I would love to take questions and talk more about like individual projects. But I just want to thank you for your time. And also a great thing about Collection Builder is it has walkthroughs for really every step of the process online. So if you're interested, but you don't know where to start, you can easily click on any of these walkthroughs and it's going to tell you step by step how to get started, how to do your metadata, what software to download, how to do all of these steps. So it can seem a little bit daunting, but I want to stress that everyone is able to do this if they want to. I'm going to stop sharing so I can pull up that other project I was trying to tell y'all about, but I would love if you just have any questions while I do that.
I personally don't have any questions. This was really fascinating, though. Um, it seems pretty user-friendly.
Okay, one second. I was able to pull it up just because I think
Okay.
this is going to be helpful to see just another example because mine is a little more narrative than we needed to do. And I see the chat. Okay, so this is again for my own research. I was able to customize this and make it a little more interactive. I was able to customize what users are searching by in individual locations. And then, as you can see up here, Southbury, Connecticut is not an automatic tab it gives you, right? So I created this tab to tell the specific story of Southbury, Connecticut, and actually attach images to this web page. You can also adjust your about page, again, to be more narrative. And then here, again, I think this shows a little bit more the scope of the map. I use the map a lot. And then when you click on the individual dot, it'll spread out. And then you have also a brief description on each tab. So when Dan was talking about before, like the small, medium, big images, that's where this comes in handy, right? So we have our smallest image and our biggest image. Okay, thanks. I just wanted to show that really quick.
I see two questions in the chat from Sarah. I'm assuming that's Sarah Kuykendall. You should be able to see this, but I don't know if all the attendees will be able to see it or just the main panelists. So if you want to answer those and like read the question before you answer.
Sure. Sarah, I'm going to take your second question first because I think it's more general. So how can students access the Goldsmith collection? It's pretty easy, actually. So if you go to Google, right? And you have the tab and you have the URL to the Goldsmith collection like I do, all you're going to do is Google it and it comes right up. So again, this is hosted on the web. This is not something you need to download. It's accessible by like a Google search. Also, if you just Googled Goldsmith collection right now, it would come up too. And then Dan, do you want to answer the second one? Can you give an example of how an undergrad student could maybe use this for an assignment?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess the most common usage would be if you're working on some sort of history project, where obviously something like a timeline would be very useful, and as well as the access to your something like a primary source of information. So that would be a very useful way to just portray what information you're working on, and then give details about it piece by piece. You can also, if you're working on something related to like a family tree or a family history, that can also be a very useful way to use something like this. Anything really that has to do with primary sources, that's really where this website kind of shines because you get to see the objects you're talking about, and then you can write about them as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really great answer. And I also think there is a lot of opportunity for STEM students to use Collection Builder to show more like scientific examples. Let me pull one up really quick so I can show you what I'm talking about. Partially because of how useful the map tool is. Just one moment.
I will add that as someone who is not particularly tech savvy, and I do not have any kind of degree in computer science or anything of the like, I was a little bit intimidated when I started using it because I thought I would need that kind of experience. But what I found out is that really it's very, very straightforward. And as long as you know how to operate a basic computer, you can basically do it on your own.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the intensive I went to this summer was obviously incredibly helpful in learning about Collection Builder and how to, I guess, kind of best utilize it, but I would have felt comfortable utilizing it regardless. So here I can share my screen really quick. So this is again something else hosted through Collection Builder, okay? It's turning gray to green, the Green Deck Project Development Study. I've never looked at this before, but it looks like it was used to advocate for a project that someone was trying to maybe like sell or get money for. And it looks like they embedded quite a few videos into the site. The Green Deck was built over how this I guess like innovation would help. It looks like they added a tab called community engagement. So all the things they've done. They added a map So this is a super detailed map, which that's really interesting. And they also, it looks like they added an AI chatbot. I don't know how to do that, but apparently you can now do that with Collection Builder, which is very interesting. So I would also advise that, like, beyond just history and primary sources, it's just a great tool to show whatever project it is that you're working on and make it super interactive. Yeah. Thank you, Sarah, for your questions. Could you share a link in the chat to Collection Builder? Yes. Which part? Like, do you want the walkthroughs or to the sites we've actually been talking about? I can, yes, to all of it. Both, yes. Okay, amazing. I will send those in right now. So this first one is to the walkthroughs of like how to actually use Collection Builder. And then this is the link to the Holocaust Education and Resource Center's Goldsmith collection. Awesome. Any other questions?
So I have a couple of questions. So as you know, the metadata design often shapes discoverability, and we want to make sure that with open access, it is discoverable. So what are your recommendations for embedding inclusively culturally aware metadata in our collection builder projects?
Yeah. So I think the biggest thing to make it accessible is really focusing on the subjects column of your metadata. So again, I can pull this up really quick before we get into it. So when writing your metadata, of course, having accurate descriptions, titles, dates, everything like that is incredibly important. However, also including the most accurate and detailed subjects that you can is important as well. So just to pull up, this is my own metadata before, just because I think it's going to have a good variety of subjects. So when you're writing out your metadata, okay, this column right here, which is called subject, these are those key terms that are going to generate your word cloud, but these are also the terms that if someone is Googling source on Nazi youth camp, source on summer camp, source on Princeton, if you have those terms in your subject bars, they are going to come up in the Google searches, and therefore your collection builder site is going to come up in those Google searches. So my advice would be to pay really special attention to the subject line, because the word cloud is really, really helpful in terms of discoverability. I would say if you're working on this as like a student project, that might not be as important if you're just presenting it to a class. But if this is something you really want to make public and open access to everyone on the internet, this column is super important.
And I will add that the subjects can have more than one, as you can see. Yeah. So as long as you separate them with a semicolon, you can put in more than one subject for each object. So you can make your research even more discoverable.
Yeah, great question.
Got it. Thank you. And how can libraries and Learning Commons partner with community groups to curate digital collections that reflect shared histories?
Yeah, such a good question. I think something that's often missing with co-curated collections with communities and libraries is that accessibility piece. So it's so incredible, to make an archival collection that's detailed and has some really amazing information in it. But if people don't know that that collection exists, and if they have no way to access it, maybe because it's stored away in an archival room, it's delicate. People don't have the time to come to a university and physically look at a collection. There's many different issues. Collection Builder can be a really great alternative to make your archival collections widely available to that very community you're attempting to partner with and represent, right? Instead of just holding it in the library kind of behind closed doors, you're actually giving it back to the community and making it accessible in a way that's going to work for them.
That is very great. So now, just expanding on that, how do we like using this technology and also using AI-based transcriptions and AI-based platforms, how do we look at multilingual search? Because a lot of it, if you look at a lot of people around us, especially at Kane, they speak multiple languages. So how do we expand access to archival content by bringing it online, yes, but also expanding it to the communities that are multilingual?
Yeah, so I've never done this, so I can't speak too much on it. But Collection Builder supports any language that Google Translate supports. So you can actually add a feature that will translate your site into whatever language you select. Again, I have not done that, but I know people who have had, and it's pretty straightforward. Of course, then you need to think about what you're communicating in another language then to make sure that the translation is matching. But that is not a problem with Collection Builder at all. So there wouldn't actually be any AI needed here because that tool is built right into Collection Builder.
Thank you. So, as you showed, this is very user friendly and it is very simple once it is created. But how do we ensure that all of our students, especially undergraduate students, can benefit from that and easily import that into their Canvas shell? Our faculty can import that in Canvas shell and use it to teach our undergraduate students.
Sorry, Mohammed, do you mean like how can people import like these sites or like
Right.
include Collection Builder as a project?
Include these sites, but also include these projects as projects in the assignments or part of the lectures.
Yeah. So for the first part, including these sites into your Canvas would just be like linking to any other site on the internet. So all you would do is copy and paste the URL from the top, add it to your Canvas page, and then students could access to it. And a good way to find if there's a Collection Builder site out there that you could use is just to Google Collection Builder examples. And then right from here, you can see dozens and dozens of projects that might be useful to your students. So like Dan selected one today on those coins that he found really interesting, but maybe you're teaching about, I don't know, bread making. Sure, maybe you're teaching about bread making. So you could go ahead and click on this and link it right into your Canvas page. So now students have another way to access diverse information. Dan, how do you think that undergrads could actually utilize building collections themselves, though?
Yeah, so you can, if you're looking into doing something that's going to require using a primary source, so you can use the collection builder as part of your project to get information about. So let's say someone's instructing a class and they want their students to write an essay with primary sources. They can attach collection builder as a resource for students to go through and find primary sources pretty easily. And it's also divided up by subject. So if you're, like you said, if you're giving a lecture on bread making and you want your students to write an essay on involving primary sources of bread making, collection builder is a great option for people to use for their students and for people who are working on projects as students.
That's a really good example too, because I think as some growing like fears over AI like do emerge for a lot of teachers, instead of asking your students, okay, Google and find 5 sources, you could say, I want you to find 5 sources on this collection builder site. And that way, as the teacher, you've kind of already vetted that these are relevant, reliable, valid sources.
Got it. Thank you. Craig, there's a question from Dr. Navarez. Is it okay if I read it for you?
Yeah, sure.
So Dr. Navarez is asking, could you use Collection Builder with photos that one has taken for content analysis?
I need to ask a silly question. What is content analysis? What do you mean by that?
Dr. Navarez, I will add you in.
The answer is probably, but I want to be really clear first.
Oh, you are so sweet. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to take
No,
any
it's
of
okay.
your wonderful time with this great content. Content analysis is the development of codes to analyze qualitative data. So you could translate a description of the images to then analyze in terms of the themes that emerge.
Yeah. I would imagine yes. But I would also advise if you're seriously considering using Collection Builder as a tool in your class, whenever I have questions that go beyond just the building of the site, I actually, and I'll drop his email in the chat in just 1 second. I usually just email Evan, who is Collection Builder's founder. He loves to chat and loves to help people with their unique projects. So I think he would actually be really interested in that question. But unfortunately, I don't have the answer to it. But I'm going to get his email for you.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Of course.
All right. I think that's all the questions we have.
Great. Well, again, we really appreciate the opportunity to speak on this, and I definitely encourage everyone to check out the new Goldsmith collection that's been digitized through the Holocaust Education and Resource Center. Dan did a lot of really hard work on it, and it's just such a great tool to make this information a lot more accessible.
Okay, yeah. Thank you both. It's been really interesting. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much, everybody, for listening.
All right. Thank you both for coming in and presenting at this conference. This is an important topic, and overall, it is needed by our students and our faculty to really ensure that students have access to the resources that that are hidden behind closed doors. So I'm very happy that we were able to listen and hear from you guys. Thank you, Kara and Daniel. Now, our next session is at 2 p.m. And our presenter is here in the lobby. We'll bring them in, but I think 2 o'clock is a little bit further down. That's why I will not. I will have you guys wait for a little bit, take a little break, and I know it's lunchtime, so please grab your lunch while you're waiting for it. We'll play some videos for you while it is happening, while we are waiting. But please grab some lunch, and we'll start back again at 2 p.m. Thank you.
The best strategic plans aren't made in a vacuum. We brought together over 150 people from around the university, faculty, staff, students, and leaders, so that they could all be part of shaping the future of Kane. Our strategic plan is it's pathways thinking for our entire university to achieve specific goals.
So the strategic plan is really our goals for the next 5 years from 2025 to 2030. It was great to connect with other faculty, staff, and students across the university with whom we wouldn't normally have an opportunity to work.
I mean, my first day at the Strategic Planning Institute meetings, I was extremely nervous. My input was always asked for. There was never a conversation where my voice was skipped over or wasn't listened to. And that I think is really important, especially as one of the few students in the room. That definitely made me feel like I was meant to be in that room.
It was honestly great. Able to share who I am, what I do, where I'm from, kind of take everything in and look at it more so as a blessing to be able to have a voice, to be able to have the floor. So if I'm able to be, the voice for at least one piece of it, then I'm happy to do it.
Welcome, future magical beings of Kane University. Ever imagine merging science with sorcery? Introducing Kane University's College of Dark Arts. At the College of Dark Arts, we mix knowledge with magic. Imagine learning quantum mysticism or caring for exotic dragons and mythical creature care 101. Our cutting edge labs are magical realms for spell practice. Relax in our new leisure areas after class or whip up enchanted treats in our kitchens. And for the adventurous, join our newest varsity sport, Quidditch. Movers truly climb higher on broomsticks. Kane University's College of Dark Arts, where your magical journey begins with the enchantment of April Fool's Day. Here's to the magic that we believe already lies within each of our students.
So that was an April Fool's Day video that President had posted. It's an amazing video. I thought you guys will be entertained by that video while you're having your lunch.
The Center for Undergraduate Research and Fellowships, which is also known as CURF, is the home of research, innovation, and creativity. When we are able to match our students to the right research project, and then when they're able to connect with the right faculty mentor, magic happens.
Before coming in, I could have never imagined landing an internship with NASA. My very first fundamentals of computer science course at Kane University had people come in, do presentations about research and all the opportunities available at Kane University. There's so much to be discovered out there. And Kane has a lot of opportunities available that they open up to students.
I've always really liked the idea of studying genetics. It always fascinated me. I feel like one of the harder things to get through during undergraduate degrees, especially, is to actually get your hands on doing work. And working with CURF and Kane University, I actually had the opportunity to experience what it is to be a real scientist.
At the very beginning, I don't even understand what does research mean. The research experience I get at King, for example, the literature review, conduct critical thinking, and writing the paper is really helping me to phrase my AI and machine learning research at Mount Sinai.
There are many different types of research. You don't have to stick to a lab. You don't have to be a graduate student. You just need to get your hands dirty, throw yourself out there, look for the opportunity.
There's so many different areas that our students are interested about, and they are pursuing their passion. By the time they are ready to graduate, they're confident young individuals ready to embark upon this journey.
Hurricane University at our inaugural car show. The reason that we went with this approach of Rep Your Ride is it's based off of Dr. Repillette, and it kind of coincides with representing your vehicle. So what we do is represent your personality through your vehicle, be part of a great program, and have yourself a great day.
I'm here with my car club at Venom Outlaws. We are the largest car club in New Jersey. We have between 50 to 70 cars and more on the way today to try to give back. Rep your ride, no matter whether it's nice it could be or even if it's not.
This is the first time I ever heard of a college doing this. This is my first time ever coming to a car show anyways. And it's beautiful to see all the cars. And the way I rep my ride is keeping it clean, having it nice for everybody to see. And hopefully everybody's enjoying it as much as I do.
My car is named after the character War Machine because my father was in the military. He was a Marine, and they called him War Machine, and he got me into cars. Unfortunately, he passed in 2020, so I felt like the best way to honor him would be to rep my ride, let my ride rep him, and everything that he stood for as a man in the Marines.
I want to thank everyone for coming out today, this inaugural show. I want to thank our sponsors for really believing in the concept that as a community, we can uplift our community, and as an anchor institution, how can we support individuals? And they have came through with over $100,000 in donations to support our students through scholarships. And Kane University community, you guys came out, you showed up, and you showed out for our students. So this award is not just mine, it's all of us. So thank you and God bless, and have a great summer.
All right. So a couple of videos for you guys that were great. But I brought Dr. Garofalo to have a difficult conversations while we wait. We want to talk to each other, Dr. Garofalo and I, to discuss what we do at Learning Commons and what I do, what she does. And we did a toss and I win, and I will ask Dr. Garofalo the first question.
Yep.
So, Dr. Garofalo, tell us a little bit about what you do and how do you support Kane University?
Sure. So I am the Director of Learning Support Services here at Kane University. And over the last 2.5 years, we've really built out the existing programs here to help support our students by looking at data to inform the programming that we have developed. So we really started looking at those challenging courses, traditionally challenging courses. We call them DFWs here, especially in those first 45 credits of a student's journey. And we sought to, chat with faculty, get some feedback from faculty to understand their experiences in the classrooms, especially teaching some of those courses. And, we ask students through surveys, intake surveys, et cetera, to understand their experiences. So by taking all pieces of the pie, looking at the data and trying to determine, where are there equity gaps in what courses, what areas are students sharing with us in terms of qualitative data that they really need support in. We've really found that students struggle in some of the soft skills that folks need to be successful in college in terms of time management and understanding how to study for different levels of rigorous courses. And we have worked to hire as many peer tutors who are academically excellent to help support the students here on their journeys. So that's what we do. And I can say that with incredible partners across campus and collaboration through different colleges, we're seeing such an increase in usage of our services, especially with those first-time full-time freshmen. This fall, 66% of the students who are coming through our doors are freshmen. Last year, it was 44%, and the year before, it was 36%. So we really are trying to get students in early, asking for help, normalizing it, right? Asking for help to be successful in their academic courses.
All right, very good. So it's time for you to ask me the difficult question.
Okay. Dr. Hassan, so in the realm of OER, I know we've had some incredible presentations over the last, 3.5 hours. What are some areas that you hope to expand into to support Kane University across all campuses, including our integration with NJCU coming up?
All right, that is an amazing question. As we are expanding our reach to different parts of the world, it is important that we are also opening the doors for all students and making education more accessible. That also include how we use this research that we do at an R2 university, how it becomes supportive for the community that is around us. And that is the vision of the president, to be an anchor institution that really supporting the community in every aspect, that is building the community. And as we say, Cougar climbs higher together, we are making and we are going to build this community stronger. When we say open access and when we talk about open access at Kane University, we're really focusing on supporting every aspect of learning through open access. As earlier was talked about by Dr. Cook, that students, while we are enhancing and bringing more digital resources to students, the digital divide is increasing. So what we at Kane University did is we started providing students laptops with 5G. We did a research or did a survey where we found out that students are unable to access these resources at their homes. When they go home, they don't have access to it, or they have a cell phone, they don't have a computer where or the internet that they get is from their cell phone, not from anywhere else. Therefore, we started to provide these computers, and these computers are becoming a big hit. So all of our computers that we are providing students for our short-term learner is our 5G. We have also gotten iPads that are 5G. So we are doing in different ways. We are trying to expand these resources to our students, not just by saying, "Oh, you have a digital book." We are looking at it. Our IT with Greg Bellotti and his team, under the leadership of Dr. Repollet, we're really looking at all aspects to make sure that, yes, we are enhancing our digital resources, but we are also providing laptops and other technology devices, but also we are keeping the security tight. As we are doing more research, we want to make sure that it is secure, and while it is secure, it is also being spread out to different parts. All right, so I think we still have a time. We have our presenter here with us, and let me try. And I looked at it different places. And how to pronounce your name. Let me try it, and let me, don't kill me. Constantina Papayorio.
Yes, that was so close.
Okay, all right, very good. So tell us the how do I pronounce it right?
It's Constantina Papageorgiou.
Papayorio. Okay,
Yeah,
I was close. I was close.
You were extremely close. Amazing.
All right, very good. So, while we are waiting for your real for your full or 45 minutes of presentation, how about we ask you the difficult question? We got you early, so we get to ask you a question. So
Okay.
tell us a little about you and why are you interested in presenting this at our open access conference?
Okay, thank you so much for this. Actually, I'm a doctor. I'm a medical doctor. I'm currently doing my residency in anesthesia. But all my student years, I was more involved in education, and that was something that I realized from the first moment I'm truly passionate about, and I find my sparkle. So I got involved with open education, and I was trying to bring it closer to the health professions field, which is a bit kind of more closed field. Let's say I will also share in the presentation. And I'm here today to present you the first project that our recently established community did, which is an open educational resource. It's a guide for health professions educators, and yeah, I hope we have a nice opportunity to discuss. And I also want your input and your ideas and to learn from you as well. So this is what brings me here.
That is awesome. That is awesome. All right, Mary, you have a question for Constantina?
Constantina, I do have a question. So in terms of open access resources for medical students, are you finding that that is challenging or, you said that you were much more concerned with education as a discipline prior to your studying the medical field. I guess my question is, how does medicine stack up in terms of open educational resources for medical students?
Yeah, medicine is quite challenging. We also focus a lot on research, which is quite limited, especially the open access articles. So we're struggling a bit, and there is not like a specific hub where we can have which is focused only on health professionals' education resources. From my personal research as well, and from my team's research, there are scattered materials around, but you have to search a lot to find it. And that makes it hard. And this is why we're making all this effort. So it is challenging. And also from the educator's side, because health professions have a mix of teaching methods. We also have the clinical part, we have the theory part. So engaging with open education is also a bit demanding because you have to adapt to so many different formats. And this is again why we believe we should have a more focused movement and effort on health professions.
Very good. Thank you. And you get to ask a difficult question to us. This is the pre-work, this is the pre-presentation. So this is the time when we ask difficult questions. So you ask us a question, put us on spot, then we are ready for you.
Oh my God, I wasn't prepared for that.
That's okay. You don't have to ask. You don't have to ask. It is almost the time, so we can actually introduce you and we can start. So you will have a little bit more time. And I know we will have more questions for you because this is a very hot topic everywhere because it is very easy to get resources in general education and other, but in medical field, it's definitely very tough to find open access. And I'm sure a lot of our faculty will be looking, especially in our one of the colleges that we have. All right, so I will start the introduction, and today I will be your moderator, and I am Dr. Muhammad Hassan. I'm the Associate Vice President and Chief Librarian at Kenyon University. We currently have quite a few participants in our lobby, so I would like to have the attention from them so that I can introduce our presenter today. Our presenter is Konstantina Papa. Okay, let me try it again. Papa Yuriel. Konstantina Papa Yuriel. Okay. She is a medical doctor from Greece and currently an anesthesia resident, aspiring emergency physician. Open education with years of background experience in capacity building and learning design as a member of International Federation of Medical Student Association. Today, she is presenting Open Health Professions Education Collective, a recently established global community aiming to promote collective movement where knowledge is shared openly, learners and educators co-create, and health professions educations become more accessible across borders. So without any further ado, Konstantina, to you.
Okay, let me try to share. I hope. Give me one moment. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I hope we had this room for more interaction maybe, but I know we will have time and space later on so I can learn more about who is participating with us today, where are you joining us from, your role in education.
You can
If you-
definitely, you can ask that question, and when they post it in, I will let you know and kind of do a little survey for you. So whatever question you want to ask, please do ask. Or actually, these 3 questions are there for you. So if anybody wants to answer those questions, please raise your hand, and I will open the mic for you, to you.
Yeah, as you were taking your lunch, if you just want to share so that we can get to meet each other and feel more comfortable. And later on, I can proceed.
Yeah, please raise your hand. and I will open the mic for you. Okay. I have one hand. Mary, go ahead, please.
I'm just wondering if you wouldn't mind repeating the question. I'm not sure that everybody understood it.
Okay, of course. I just have some questions on the slide. They are just super introductory so that we feel more comfortable with each other and we share where we all see this webinar today. So you can share where are you joining us from, if you have a role in education and what is it, and just something that can make your day better really quick.
Go ahead, please.
I'll start. I'm joining us today from Kane University, Union, New Jersey, in USA. I am the Director of Learning Support Services here at Kane University. I came to Kane after several years as a K-12 educator, and I can tell you that seeing any animal, but mostly dogs, will make my day much better. I prefer dogs to pretty much anything living. So that's what makes my day better.
Thank you so much. I hope your day felt like this today.
It did.
Nice. Talk more. Okay, I'm giving some minutes and then we can proceed. For me, it is always the sun, and I'm happy to live in Greece because we have a lot of sun. So today was a sunny day, and I was thinking, okay, this can quickly make my day a bit brighter and better.
That is very good. So now we have a connection in Greece, so we can actually go visit Greece now.
Please do. Okay, I think we will have a lot of space after to interact more. So, hello again. Thank you so much for giving me the space to be here. This is the title of my session, and I will give you more hints as we go on. So, thank you so much for the introduction as well. I think everything about who I am has been already said. I'm just sharing here again. And I'm showing you where I am on the map right now. I'm in the north of Greece in this little pin. And I imagine all of you being around the world with so many colorful pins around. So, yes, so happy to connect with you today. Yes, my name is a typical long, hard to pronounce. It's called Konstantina Papageorgiou. But I am here today actually representing my team, which is called Open Health Professions Education Collective. And to tell you a bit more about that, we are a recently established community of mainly health educators, learners, and advocates, and we are working towards openness in health professions educations. Our values are open access, of course, learner autonomy, and global collaboration. So we believe in a movement where knowledge is co-created and everything that we are doing is openly shared. This is the main thing that we vision about. So, as you can imagine, we're working on co-creating open educational resources, on promoting open pedagogy, and especially the Creative Commons licensing, and making everything more accessible for learners. So, starting with what if, to get you closer to what we believe in, I will just give you a quick example because we're also members of so many places around the world. This is our what if. So, try to imagine what if a medical student from Greece, let's say, a nursing student from Canada, and a pharmacy student from Japan, as their course project, they didn't have to give like a test or a specific assignment, but they just had to co-create together an openly licensed resource that was aiming to contribute to the health community. They didn't have to buy an expensive book. They just had to co-create all together to offer something to the community. So this is something close to what we believe in. And I think it can be summarized in an open, shareable, and saved knowledge by the people who use it. So this is our collective. As we're talking about open educational resources today, I'm here to present you our guide. This is our more recent project and I think the biggest one we had so far, which is a guide for health educators on how to apply open pedagogy in their education. So for the next minutes, I will talk you about the process of creating this guide. We will take a dive into the content, and I hope we can have some space for discussion and interaction afterwards. So how did this all start? As I shared a bit in the beginning, we started from our student years actively in NGOs, and we're aiming mainly in capacity building and learning design. And when we discovered open education, we actually discovered it through the Open Education Conference many years ago that we participated as delegates. We thought, okay, this is amazing. This summarizes everything that we believe in because we really liked co-creation and offering to the community. But we realized that that was something that we didn't know of in medical education or health professions education in general. So as everything in medicine and in health professions, we started with a research because it is a community that actually is hard to convince. So we tried to conduct a review, a literature review on how open pedagogy and putting everything of this into practice can help with learning and motivation in health professions. So we tried to list everything that was out there without specific, I can say, definitions. We were trying to include open learning design, open pedagogy, all the definitions that we had so far, and focus on the impact on learning outcomes, understanding, and engagement. We just wanted to include only openly accessed articles and only the ones that had as a collective resource something that was openly licensed. So you can see here that we started with a great and impressive number of results. And with all the screening and then the criteria that we had set, we ended up with something quite smaller. I'm not sure if you can guess the number. You can take some seconds. I'm giving you some seconds. So the number that we ended up with was 6. We only found 6 initiatives, 6 case reports in the literature in health professions educations that was actually including open pedagogy in their education style. Of course, we had as a criteria to have also an assessment, and that was a criteria that excluded many of the other initiatives. But in order to assess learning and motivation, we needed a thorough assessment. So from these case reports, we had some positive learning outcomes that actually open pedagogy in health professions can help with knowledge acquisition. It helps with critical thinking. As we imagined, it can increase the interest and the motivation for learning, and also this sense of autonomy and confidence for learners. And as it comes with many open educational projects, it comes with some challenges as that it needs a solid background in order to do it. So sometimes students think that it needs a lot of effort, and not everyone likes co-creation and working in groups, so this is considered one of the negatives. And something that was repeatedly mentioned was the need for clear guidelines. So gathering also the recommendations from all the articles, we focused on 3 specific points that we didn't have specific guidelines or directions, we didn't have enough representation, and we were missing a lot of evaluation frameworks. So after all this research and after some workshops that we also did in health professions educators and learners, we tried to summarize the needs, and they were all about awareness. We saw that the health professions community is not so aware about the open education movement and everything that it consists of, like the Creative Commons, open pedagogy, the different practices, the open practices, and of course the assessment frameworks. And we saw this great lack of specific portals and initiatives focused only on open pedagogy in HPE and all the specific feature that it has, because as I mentioned previously, it's a field that has a variety of teaching methods, a variety of materials. We have clinical and theory, and we also have the GDPR of patients because we have a lot of patient data. And mainly we were looking for standardized things that we can follow. So gathering all of this together, and as we wanted to start bringing this closer to the health community, we decided that the way forward was to create something concrete, collective, and systematic to try to define everything in health community. And this is how we came up with a guide, with creating a manual for everyone that it can have specific definitions and directions that we can follow. So what the process and the path that we followed so far was that we started with a concept note. We had this idea, although we knew that maybe we lacked the background to do something bigger. So we started reaching out to experts and mentors. What helped us was that we had a great network from both our organizations that we were active, but also from open networks that we were trying to engage the latest years. So we found both health educators, we found students, we found learners, PhD graduates, and we formed an international and interprofessional team that was committed to work on these projects. And we tried collaboratively to do everything all together, from the drafting to creating to reviewing to publishing. We also had an external call for reviewers, both peer reviewing, and we finalized everything together. This is a picture of the team. This picture actually was taken the moment that we said, okay, guys, we are publishing this. We are missing one key member here. We were 9 in total. You can see that we are from different countries, and all of us are smiling, although it was a challenging process, but I think we all enjoyed it. As I said, we tried to follow collaborative authorship. That also came with some challenges. That was mainly because this team was formed on that period. These people had never worked before to get all together, and it was something totally new. Even though my work partner and I had this first idea of how we wanted this guide to be, we said from the beginning, we shared that we want this to be a collaborative process, not with specific leadership, but with shared leadership. And that was a bit challenging at some moments because we realized that for something new and something that is yet to be defined and we are defining it all together, there were many moments that our team members needed this guidance, this need to find what is right and what is wrong. Although we were trying to promote that, the decision is taken from all of us. We are now doing this step of defining something new. So we decide how it goes on and how it flows. So in order to do this, we had to learn each other, to learn to trust, to learn to believe in a shared purpose and a shared goal, and we grew all together. So in this process, we also used some tools that are collaborative tools. Maybe a lot of you have used them in the past, but it was something that really helped with the process of collaborating all the time in different time zones. Also, the guide I will show you after, all the pictures that were created were from us because one of our team members designs. So all the pictures and illustrations are also open educational resources, and they are made from us. Regarding the publication platform, as I said, there's not a specific hub to publish this, but we chose Merlot because it is a platform that's okay. I will show you later on. It is a platform that provides you this opportunity to also have feedback with your reviewers, with the learners, read the guide with everyone who uses it, and also someone can make and remix your OER, and you can see an updated version next to your resource. So this is something that we liked. And there is like a specific section that is devoted on health sciences. So we thought that this could be valuable. So taking a look further into our guide, it consists of these 4 chapters. The first one, it is introductory. We are introducing, as we said, this need of awareness. We're trying to introduce everything into the health professions education context. So how open education works, how open pedagogy works, what could be considered as an OER, for example, in health professions. The second one was focused on OERs, like how to find them, how to evaluate them, how to use them in your learning design path. We even have a database of all the existing initiatives, all the existing open libraries that you can find, open educational resources for health education. The third one was mainly focused on the co-creation process, on renewable assignments. As I said before, there are some specific things connected with health education like GDPR. We also included the part about AI. And since we're talking about co-creating with your students, we also need to talk about how to foster this collaborative authoring culture with everyone. So we had a part specifically for that. And on the final chapter, it is how to convince your faculty, because you're doing everything and maybe you believe in something, but you need to be able to engage your faculty into that. So this is a chapter dedicated on this. If you scan this QR code, you will be able to find the resource. I also have it at the end, so it is totally okay if you don't have time now to scan it. This QR code will take you to Merlot. It would look a bit like this, I think. If we have time after, we can also go through live and show you how it looks. So this is a preview, and if you click this button that says go to material, there are two options. There is the PDF one that you can use, but there is also the one that is editable. So you can just take it, you can make your edits, and you can upload a new version if you want to, as an OER, if you want to adapt it in any way. So from this, that was our initiating point of starting a community around the topic. As after this, we realized that there are still so many needs around the topic of open pedagogy in health education. So all together, we said that this is the start of making a specific group working on this, and this is how we started OpenHPE, which is the collective that I'm representing here today. This is a screenshot of our website, so you can find everything. I'm also leaving you here this QR code. This is the more useful one. You will find everything that we have created so far, and also that the upcoming projects, because we have a lot of ideas for what is coming. We have already started some of those, including research on the topic, because as we said, it is something with so much space to grow more, and we really want to grow more with the people around us. So yes, you can also find our email there, and we are open to any kind of collaboration, to any idea you may have or any input, or if you have done something similar in your field, I would be more than happy to learn from you. So you can find all our contact details in this QR code. I can also share the link after in the chat. So that was from my side. I have so many questions from you. I even included some questions here that we can discuss. But if you have some questions first, I would be more than happy to answer them. I just wanted to close with this, which is that if we talk about education, the first thing that we're talking about is sharing, and this is what open education believes in, and this is what we want to see in health professions as well. So thank you so much for your time. I'm just here to talk to you and interact with you, and just please ask whatever you want.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Any questions? Okay. While we wait for more questions, so how can openness transform the power of dynamics between faculty and students in health program that are traditionally hierarchical?
Okay, thank you so much for your question. I think this is something that we're trying to break even more in health professions education, and this is what what openness helps with, because it brings learners closer to educators, and we're getting higher in this scale of co-creation. And I think believing that your students can create your educational materials and working with them can break this barrier of feeling higher than them. So this is why we want to bring it in our field, because there are so many limits in what students can offer in health professions education, and not only in their faculty, but also in the whole health community. So with openness, even if you adapt this teaching style in this pedagogy, you can put your students contribute to the global community, and this is something that we're missing. Even sometimes our supervisors may say, okay, this is an interesting case, make it a case report, and it could be like a case report in in a restricted journal that will not be seen by a high majority of the world, while you can just make it into an assignment or into an OER and share it with everyone. So for me, it brings you closer with the faculty, but also closer with the global community. And this is when you realize that the only way forward is if we collaborate all together, especially in health.
Very good. Thank you so much. And just another follow-up, as you know that many of these health professionals rely on a very costly textbooks, and there are many restricted case studies that are out there. So what are some effective ways to develop open yet ethically responsible clinical learning resources? And especially based on your experience and your collaborative effort. And I saw that there are people from Lebanon, Iraq, and different parts of the world. So how do you bring it to where the laws are different? So how does it make it ethically responsible?
Okay, yes, this is something that can be a challenge, especially with patient data. In our guide, we include a way of taking away the person. I mean, the hard part is the patient data. You need consent of your patients, so you need to inform them about what you're gonna do. You need the whole process of, we call it de-identification. So you have to make cases providing some key characteristic of your patients, but withdrawing all the personal details that can make them identified. So if you just follow this and if you take consent from your faculty as well, it's not hard to share. Maybe the harder part could be doing something collaboratively and clinically all together, but it's not a harder process than when you want to publish it in a journal that is not openly accessed. So you just need consent from the right people, I think, and your willingness to share.
That makes sense. So, what are the practical first steps can faculty take or department take to embed open pedagogy in courses with heavy accreditation or licensing requirements? And as you know, that in US, all of these, especially health courses, they have to be accredited by certain agencies. So, what are the first steps that a faculty or department can take to achieve what you achieved?
Um, okay, there are many steps, but I think if you have, that depends on the university, but having an openly accessed platform in your faculty can help a lot, because it gives you the space to provide all the educational resources within your students. And even if you open it even more, everyone can have access to it. So then all the educators can learn how to work with it. It's not that hard. For example, in my city, the university here has an open platform that is accessible for everyone, and they even have a tutorial on how to develop an OER, how to develop it with your students. So I think this is the most practical first step that you can take. And you can include in your practice resources that are accredited from other open universities or from health professions that provide this with an open license. So there are practical ways to start if you want. And you can also read the guide, because we have everything there step by step.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go through that guide. It might
Okay.
help if you can help us, if you can guide through it for a minute. But I have another question for you here.
Yes, of
Finding
course.
finding balance between OER and the sensitivity of health sector regarding in-person communication with peers, faculty, and patients. How do you find this balance is advocating for OER in education in health sector to use by students? And this is by Naja Wardot.
Uh, when can you specify the sensitivity part?
Sure. So finding balance between OER and the sensitivity of health sector regarding in-person communication with peers, faculty, and patients. How do you find this balance in advocating for OER in education, in health sector to use by students?
I think maybe it's a summary of what we have already mentioned, because there's this sensitivity to patient data. But if you just go back to the core of education, to the core of health as well, which is about sharing and making health information, health literacy more accessible both to patients, to learners, to future doctors. Everything can be combined together because it's for the benefit of learners and patients. So I think the harder part is the faculty to be convinced. But if you follow the steps to create OERs and convince the faculty that this can actually have a benefit for the students, and also not for their learning, but also for their behavior and the health educators of the future, because we want health educators that want to share and want to contribute to the community. So I think this is the way to find the balance. Of course, it needs effort as every new initiative, but it's not that hard. You just have to believe in its values, I think, and try to share these values with the faculty as well.
Very good. Thank you. Naja, does that answer your question?
Yes, if you have something more, please specify, and I'm not sure if I answered everything.
All right, so we'll wait for Naja if the what she says. All right, thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay, so I think going through the guide might help us because I loaded it on my cell phone and it works really well and there's a lot of pages. And quickly looking at it, I'm excited and I want to read more. And Merlot is and for everyone, Merlot is not the wine Merlot. It is like educational content Merlot. So I don't want everyone to get really happy about that I'm sharing that Merlot with them. So please go through that. And I see that there's a lot happening here. And there's a lot of good content in this guide. So if you want to go over a few, especially where we are talking about on page number 18, we are talking about the formats of OER for HP. I think that
Okay.
will be very important because as our students, especially in health profession, they would like to be more hands-on. That would really help there. And also on page 23, where it talks about OER repository, I think that will benefit everyone to discuss. These are and then the accessibility and inclusivity part on page 27. It will be great. I mean, I just looked at a few things that really got my eye, but please, if you could explain those to us.
Yes, of course. So you can see my screen now, right? You can
Yes.
see the guide. Okay, amazing. Yeah. So the first chapter is more introductory, as we said, that we wanted to define. So now if you search what is open pedagogy in health professionals education, it refers to the guide. So we officially have a definition now, and we can make more research that specifically has co-creation and an openly licensed project as a result. So I'm just going slowly. This is the definition of the practices, because especially about open pedagogy practices, we have seen, and in health professions as well, so many different examples that are close, but are not exactly what we mean by open pedagogy. There are many co-designing resources, there are co-creation, peer teaching, participatory design in health professions, but for example, most of this don't have an openly licensed result at the end, or they are not openly assessed, let's say. So we're trying to give specific definitions here of what we mean. And this is a brief introduction about how to engage with open pedagogy as an educator, like what qualities you need to have. And as we go to the next chapters, we become more practical. For example, I'm sure that the first question that comes to mind is, okay, but what resource are you talking about? What could be an OER for me as a health educator? So this is a table that we have made that has, for every different format of what could an open education resource look like, a specific example. So these are existing initiatives that are health initiatives that are OERs. Maybe they didn't appear as case studies in our research because maybe they lacked assessment or different other features, but they exist out there, like from textbooks to journals to videos, But in this way, we also provide different repositories that you can find these OERs as a health educator, images, clinical simulations. There are many websites that have the space for someone to run a clinical simulation and even to adapt it. Online courses, lesson plans, and specific outlines for some specific topics. There are case studies that you can adapt.
Can you show
There,
can you show us an example and talk a little bit about the licensing, please?
yeah, of course, and also okay. the the licensing may differ a bit from example to example. This is why for this specific one, we also explain the licensing in the final column so that you can imagine how you can use it. Okay, so let me find something that is quite easy. Maybe an image or
This is a perfect example where it is actually given an exercise and answers that can be actually adapted and brought to our Canvas shelf as a questionnaire and assignment.
Exactly. This is for energy metabolism, for example, exercising. We're talking about the whole health professions education field, so you can find different one. It gives a specific answer, it explains, and it tells you that this is CC by 4. I think that it gives you the right to adapt everything in the way that you want it. So it's like for a specific topic, concept review exercising, specific questions that you can use the answers that are provided, and you can just adapt it to your learning course or whatever you're doing. We even have quizzes, we have renewable assignments. This is something that we analyze a lot in chapter 3. Infographics, for example, it depends on what you want. We just wanted to give to educators this clear image that an open education resource could be anything in format. It maybe even the ones that we mentioned are limiting. It could be everything you want. The thing is how to use it, and the licenses provide you with a specific spectrum of usages, and most of them are quite open. You can adapt them. You can make them into a different format, like even a book. You can take a book and you can then create it into a podcast, or you can make a video, or you can use a part of the book, for example, as pre-reading material for students to create something out of this. There are many examples, and most of them are open. So yes, this is one of the most practical tables. And later on, I think you can find the databases. I have it open actually here. So this is the Finding HP Focused OER database that we have inside the guide. From there are many different tabs, from library guides that we find in universities, from specific HP repositories. As you can see, these are quite limiting. The OER repositories, because even in the general OER repositories, there are some OERs about HPE. Maybe there are not that many, or they are mainly pictures and infographics and some slides, but you can also find some in OER repositories. These are open journals. We try to include the ones that are totally open. There are some that could have a bit of a limit, but we mention it. It's hard to find health journals that are open in all ways, but I think this list can help you. And we have another tab, what we call an eye for the open, because something that is open can not only be included in a repository. For example, this is also focused on each specialty. One of my favorite ones is called Radiopedia, which is for radiologists. they work a lot with images. So this side you can search for a specific topic, and they have uploaded the whole examination that they did, and they have discussion after. So you can just read from examples around the world, and it's amazing. There are many cases, many articles. They even have quizzes every day. So it's a perfect example of how openness can work. There are similar initiatives that we have included in other fields as well. In pediatrics, I think there is a great one with case examples and yes, give me one moment. So if you have an eye for an open, there can be so many things that you can find. Open pediatrics, yes. They are great. They also have a lot of content from showing videos of how to examine a child to podcasts to simulations. So this is another amazing open HP initiative. But the thing is that they're not all gathered in a specific place, and this is what we're trying to do with our guide. Yes, so we continue in chapter 2. Another part of open educators are how to evaluate and select the right OER for your context. So we have included checklists that you can follow that can help you. As I told you, all these illustrations are made from the team. So yeah, you can find the checklist inside to help you assess what is best for your case. And with examples, also on depending on the teaching method that you can use. As we said before, a lecture could be maybe a presentation that you find online that is an OER, could be from supplementary material to something to visual aid, to using it as a flipped classroom, to making students create it in another format. So here we're just giving examples of how you can, with an open mindset, change and adapt all the ways. But yeah, you just need to have an open mindset and be creative. And of course, as we believe in learners co-creation and learner agency, students can be included in this process. Like even if you want to practice openness and maybe you're not still into that, you can engage your students and ask them, how do you believe this can be turned into something that we make all together and we contribute to the health community? So yes, and also chapter number 3 is quite practical on co-creating with students. In the beginning, we talk about existing initiatives. There are some that we also included in our database before. And then we go step by step on how to co-create an OER with your students, what we call, and especially focusing on renewable assignments. So something that later on will be used by other students as an OER. Yes, this is the renewable assignments with many examples, because we were also new to the topic and we're trying to research a lot from other fields. So
Do you want to talk a little bit about renewable assignments? I'm sure people will benefit from it.
Yes, of course. So in brief, instead of doing a disposable assignment, so putting your students to create something that will just be maybe assessed and this is the end, renewable assignments is a project that you're giving to your students that will then be openly licensed so that they can share it with the community. And if you want to take it one step further, and especially if you have an openly accessed platform in your faculty, the next generation of students can adapt an assignment that was previously made from other students. So if I, for example, want to make a health infographic about a virus infection, maybe the next generation of students, like the next year, they can use this infographic and they can update it, for example, with the new guidelines of this specific infection. So the thing is to use something and then contribute it to the community. Either just publish it on an open access platform, or you can also use something that your own students made the previous year and they can work more on that. If you have as a final goal to contribute the knowledge to the public domain, that makes it a renewable assignment, not just something that I will present and this is the end.
Got it.
And here you can find then more specific instructions. It's a concept that is quite developed in other fields as well, but here we're just making it more clear on how it can work in the health professions context. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'm just taking you a journey through the guide.
No,
I know it's long.
No, this is a great journey. Please, we have enough time, but I think I am definitely benefiting from it, and I'm sure our attendees are too.
And of course, in renewable assignments, you can also use something that was made from someone else that exists online, and you can make it into another format and again, make it into something else that will be published online. You can like an assignment could be even to create assessment questions for another course or whatever includes co-creation and as a result something that is openly licensed. Yeah, this is the part that gets way practical. Here we also talk about AI because it's coming a lot in our field as well, but and of course in open education. So there are many tools that we can use and can also make open education more practical and easier for us. Yes. And an important part here is the licensing because we talk about this intersection between Creative Commons and GDPR and how we take the consent from our patients. I think I like this graphic. I will tell you in a bit. That shows how from the identification part and how with informed consent you ensure the data of your patients. This is the illustration that can help with the information. This is one of the most challenging parts in OERs for health. So yes, you can find many practical checklists as well. It's a manual, it's a guide, so it guides you through the processes. And the final one, this is a special chapter because it was mainly drafted by one of our team members that is an educator that just retired from his whole journey on education. So he just wrote the most practical tips on how to convince your faculty about something new. So it's a quite special chapter for us, the final one. And again, here you can find amazing tips on how to find this balance that we were discussing before and overcome everything regarding the challenges. Yes, I'm sure this needs some time because it's long, especially this last one, but I hope it can be helpful as guidance if you want to start something.
Yep, no, that is very good. Leanne is asking if they could have links or QR codes be shared again.
Of course. Just let me. I have this link 3. I don't know if you know it. I thought it was practical. Can you see it? Can you see the QR code?
Yes.
Okay. This is this link 3 that takes you, but I can also give me one moment and I can also share everything here so that you can have all the links. And in the link 3, you can also find our email and our website as well. so that you can contact us because we're also open to all ideas, everything. Okay, I'm sharing the links.
Thank
and
you.
the link as well. The link tree that I'm sharing has everything that you need, how to contact us. We also have a newsletter that we're sending bi-monthly with all our new initiatives, and yeah, you can subscribe to the newsletter. You can send us all your ideas. We're currently making a new research. We're making a new OER, but it's on an HP curriculum, open HP curriculum. So, and if you are a health professions educator, please contact us. If you believe in this, we need more and more. So yeah, every input and feedback is welcome.
That is very good. I'm very happy to hear this. There is so much more, and I was the reason when we saw this proposal coming through, it was automatically a a, a light that I really thought that is important for us. That's a bulb that came it was lit where I knew that it is important for all of us to know. It is an important topic. Medical science is a difficult topic where we don't see a lot of open access, and even if we see it, they are very old. The research is old. So now having to have the real professionals work, the professionals who are in the field right now, working and creating open access is really a great thing and a blessing. So thank you so much. And we're really happy to have you. So we'll open up to questions if you have, we have few minutes left. So please ask any questions if you have any. Even if it's not directly related to health,
Of
please
course.
do ask.
And also, if you have any suggestions, like I also had some questions for you. If you had done something similar, or how did you adapt it to your field, or maybe in the process that we followed, if you would have done something different, if you were ever thinking of doing something like this in your field specifically. I know that we come from a diversity of backgrounds, right? Yes.
Yes. So right now, the registered people that I see, they are at least from 14 different countries.
Wow. I just imagine you everywhere around the world.
I know it is beautiful. All right, I don't see any questions coming in, but if there are questions, I will let you know, and we have your email address, and we will forward them to you.
Yeah, I also send you here the links if you can forward them. I think I'm sending to the webinar chat.
Absolutely, I will. Okay. All right, there's an email and some email and links that I have, and I will forward that to you guys. Actually, you should be able to see it too. But if you have any questions, do let us know. And thank you for joining us, and thank you for sharing your experience and this guide with us. Well, we are hoping that all of us will be able to join and see that that guide. There you go.
Yes.
If you wanna take a picture of this link tree, please do. Keep it with you, share it with your friends, share it with your colleagues.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I know it's evening after lunch. So again, thank you so much for joining us as a presenter. We hope that you join us in future, and we'd love to continue our conversation and get you in contact with our health department, not health
Please.
department, but
Thank
the
you so much.
college, so that we can develop something together.
Thank you so much
All
for
right. Thank
this
you, doctor.
opportunity. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy the rest of the days.
Thanks. All right. I hope you guys enjoyed the session. It was very informative. It is definitely a big one for me because I got a lot of ideas from that session. Now, our next session starts at 3 o'clock. Um, we will give you a little break because I know some of you did not get a break since morning. So we'll give you about 10 minutes break. We'll meet back up in 10 minutes. We'll put some videos, some presentation here so that you can enjoy if you're here. Otherwise, we'll see you at 10:50, 10:55. Or not 10. What am I talking about? I'm going in another time zone. 2:50, 2:55.
Coastal research is a very critical field of study. We have overdevelopment, which is really extreme in New Jersey, but we're also facing climate change and sea level rise that's increasing storm damage. Just a few years ago, Hurricane Ida brought with it 10 inches of rain in one day. Down the street from Kean University, 4 people lost their lives to flooding. We can't let this continue to be a threat to our state, to our community, to our ecosystems. We have 130 miles of shoreline and 1,700 miles along our bays, our estuaries, our rivers. So we are one of the most flood-prone states in the country. Here at Kean University, we've created a team dedicated to coastal research. Dr. Jin Cheng, our coastal geologist, looks at the effects of storms on erosion along the shoreline. Dr. Shuting Liu studies water quality. As a restoration ecologist, I work with local communities on understanding the role of green space, making communities more resilient. And then we have Dr. Galia Chokri, bringing in the cultural element.
We need to be able to think in a more interdisciplinary, intersectoral, collaborative manner, deal with threats of climate change. I focus more on social equity impacts and how the ways that we are making cities more resilient to climate change can inadvertently impact the people that are living there by making them more vulnerable. We want to make sure that our coastal environments remain places for all people to enjoy.
I'm interested in how a lot of the human activity are impacting our coastal environment, and especially how coastal environment changes are linked to climate change.
We need guidelines from the scientific data to design the optimum shore protection measures to serve our community.
Being a researcher is not separate from being an active citizen, and it's our job to figure out how can we mitigate storm damage and how can we work with the local politicians to make sure that those ideas are put into action. This is a world that's always changing, and Kean is ready to change with it.
I was born in the Philippines. I came here when I was 2 years old. Ever since
It's time to meet Maria. She's an English major who moved to the United States from Bolivia as a child. Maria faced deep insecurities about being the first person in her family to go to college. In Kean's programs for first-generation college students, she connected with faculty and alumni mentors who helped her find her path. Ready for you, Maria.
Thanks, Alex. Hi, everyone. Coming from Bolivia at just 6 years old with my family, I knew that the biggest challenge for me was going to be learning a new language. When I began my college search as an English aspiring major, Kean University became my top choice. As a first generation student, the pressure to make your family proud is immense. That is why I need a university that will not only help me achieve my goals, but would force the best version of Maria to come out. I can honestly tell you that one of my biggest insecurity was whether I was even good enough for college because of my English. As a bilingual student, your mind would often think in Spanglish mode, and when you're with a friend, that is perfectly fine, but professional speaking, no bueno. Paying professors were key in helping me understand how to use those skills to my advantage. My professors would meet with me, give me advice, and help me become both a better student and a person. Kane University has amazing programs, especially in those moments where you are your own worst critic. The first gen mentorship programs allow students like me connect with alumni mentors that have been through similar situations, but help you guide you in your own path. And every year, Kane celebrates National First Generation Day. The university is even recognized as a first-gen forward institution by the Center for First Generation Student Success. Obtaining my bachelor's degree from Kane University has helped me in more ways than I could have hoped. I no longer feel judged by the world for who I am or where I come from, but because of all the knowledge I have gained through these years at Kane University, I feel prepared for whatever comes next. Thanks, Alex. Back to you.
Your story is so inspiring, Maria. It took a lot of courage to overcome your fears and pursue a college education. It's fortunate that you got support as a first-generation student at Kane to go for your college degree and make your family proud. Now you're ready to take on the world.
This exhibit is a collection of work from about the last 4 or 5 years. And I think my language of expression for all of these paintings, and usually what I make, comes from being a kid in Brooklyn and looking underwater at pilings and docks and things like that, where I, for the first time, noticed that nature could be beautiful and riotous and simultaneous. And I've been trying to make that really since I was a little kid. The thing about these cut paper pieces is that it's a single piece of paper. Nothing is collaged on this. This is just cut and moved around and formed, and then it's just manipulated. The inspiration really always comes from nature. It always comes from natural forms. And in this show, the In a Drop of Water really has to do with two things. One, the way that water holds form. When something moves, it's felt much more intensely by the thing next to it. And I've always been interested in how things can move, but also be tied to each other. The droplet pieces, I thought of these as being little mini abstract paintings. They're also sculptures, and they're also microscopic animals. A lot of stuff has multiple uses, and then it finally settles in its final place. And that's important to me because I don't like to throw things away. I don't like to waste things. A lot of times I want people to feel joy. I want them to feel engaged. Watching people, I see people get energized and people start to move frenetically around the work. And I know the work has that feeling, but I know it's also, if you stop, the work has lots of ways in where it's more peaceful. And it's cool because then I've seen a lot of people come here and they're engaged. They're excited about it.
Kane Theater prides itself on the endless opportunities available to students to gain hands-on experiences in the laboratories of our main stage productions. While our audiences see the people that are on the stage, the students behind the scenes are able to learn jobs that will serve them well for the rest of their careers.
Anytime I've gone to see a show, I've always looked at the set and always been particular about how did they do that? What did they do? And then my sophomore year, I got the opportunity to be the assistant scenic designer on the production of The Seagull. And it just kind of sparked an interest and allowed me to be creative artistically. Initially, I came here to Kane wanting to act. Then I just kind of got really into it, the whole process of making costumes, and just became like so passionate about it. They Promised Her the Moon is this untold story about the Mercury 13 program and these amazing women who were trailblazers in their own right. In display, we see Jerry's journey through what she wears, starting her out in the flight suit to bolder colors and different silhouettes. There's just such a necessary attention to detail, and trying to perfectly recreate certain things with like what military regalia should look like. Blending memory and reality was definitely like a challenge. The play is in the rounds, so it's a new medium for me because everything kind of moves in and out of one scene to the next. And using that center platform as the center isolation tank kind of keeps her confined in that sense so that when the memories come into the space, she has that ability to kind of step down off the platform and move with them or move along with them. Kane has really prepared me on just feeling more sure in myself, knowing what to do and how to confidently handle myself, and also knowing that I can reach for the stars.
All right. We have about 6 minutes left, and the speakers should be here soon. And once they are, we will start promptly.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, Adara. Welcome.
Hello, how you doing?
Great. How are you?
Good, thank you. Oh, good. Okay, the background is not my office. I was like, I have some new designer decoration
Yes.
spots on my ceiling, and I was like, oh gosh,
Letting a lot of natural light.
there is yes, so much natural. How's today going so far?
Great, great, great. We've had
Excellent.
some really insightful discussions, so
Nice. Okay.
we're excited for your presentation. Sarah will be joining, so
Yes.
we will give it a minute.
Yeah,
And
she's probably the King Uni. Oh no, she's not King University. Sarah's not feeling very well, so she may not be coming on.
Okay.
We'll see if she can, but otherwise,
Okay, so you let me know if you want to give it another few minutes. We have like 4 minutes to 3 o'clock, so.
oh, it doesn't matter. It's whatever you want.
Okay, I added you as a panelist, so
Perfect.
we can just give it another 2 minutes if you want to.
Okay, sounds great.
Perfect.
What will I be seeing on the screen?
So you, if you have a slideshow, you can
I
just,
do?
I added you as a panelist, so you
Okay,
have the ability
great.
to share your screen.
Let me just pull that one up. I have about 5 and I don't want to pull the wrong one. Okay, great. So when we're ready, I can just put it
Yep.
to
Perfect. So we'll give it another 2 minutes, see if Sarah joins, and if not, we'll just, we'll begin.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Adara, it's 3 o'clock. Did you want to get started or do you want to give Sarah another minute?
Nope, let's get started.
Okay, perfect. All right, so hello, everybody. And I hope you've been enjoying the conference thus far. If you've hung out with us today, we're at our second to last session. I'm actually thrilled to be moderating the session and to be introducing one of my colleagues here at Kean University, Dr. Adara Goldberg. So Dr. Adara Goldberg is the Executive Director of the Holocaust Education and Resource Center and Human Rights Institute in Union, New Jersey. She earned her PhD in Holocaust history from Clark University and has had fellowships at Hebrew University and Stockton University. Dr. Goldberg is the award-winning author of Holocaust Survivors in Canada, Exclusion, Inclusion, Transformation, and has contributed to multiple publications on Holocaust history, post-war rehabilitation, and collective memory. She also serves as a historian for the Canadian National Holocaust Monument Exhibit Renewal Project. And at Kean University, she teaches courses on the Holocaust, genocide, and modern humanity. So without further ado, Adara.
Great, thank you so much. And I'm just going to share my screen now. Perfect. Great. So again, Elia, thank you so much for that kind introduction. I'm really excited to be here for today's program, speaking about the work of the Holocaust Education Resource Center and how we advance open access learning through equitable practices. So the first thing to note is our center was founded in 1982 by Holocaust survivors who rebuilt their lives in and around Elizabeth, New Jersey. And they made a conscientious decision to found the center at Kean University. They could have gone to the private universities that they worked with or other larger Holocaust museums, but they wanted to be rooted in a place that prioritized access and equity, and that made sure that students and educators, no matter what their background was, their heritage, their socioeconomic status, had access to Holocaust education materials. 1994 was a landmark year for us at the center. This was the year that New Jersey made the decision to formally mandate Holocaust education, and the law was signed into effect right here at our center. And that is a piece that is part of our online collection. Our community roots run deep. We have 3 of the Schindler Juden. That means individuals who were rescued by Oskar Schindler during the Holocaust, who founded our center. That is the reason part of what we teach students is all about Schindler, his heroic work, and also the complexity of human behavior. So we really try to draw on our roots to speak to the present. Probably the most important thing that we do is we think about how we can take the history and the memory of those who came before us to transform trauma into teaching. The stories that we tell on a daily basis were built not just along connections, but also physical collections. And we believe that we have a moral imperative to teach these stories and to think about how we transform these from stories on a shelf, stories on a video camera, to stories that can transform lives. Our mission is to educate for remembrance, respect, and empowerment, to think about the past, consider the present, and transform the future. We fulfill our mission through 3 pillars. We look at collections and archives, commemorative programs, and teacher trainings. And so something that we ask when we work with different groups is how they use materials. And I'm always curious when I speak to educators to see, are they using textbooks in the classroom? And by and large, the answer is no. There has been a gradual move away from hard textbooks for a variety of reasons. The first is that it's very expensive to purchase materials for the classroom. The second is materials get outdated very quickly. So if a school invests in a classroom book set of 30 books, and then 5 years later, they are deemed to be obsolete, there's new information that we've discovered, they need to replace those. But there's also something to be said about this generation being different, and especially the generation of learners. They want things fast. They want to know that they can type in a search word into Google and come up with a source. And while there's one piece of me that would love to say, I want you to all slow down and take time and think and read, I am also cognizant of the reality, and I accept that it's our job to move with the students and to transform with the teachers to make sure that we are keeping our work innovative and fresh. At the Holocaust Education and Resource Center, we have open education resource principles. The first is that we believe that Holocaust history and education needs to be available. And so we focus on freely available archival content that's either in our own repository at the center, and I'll share more about our specific collections shortly, but also public repositories that we work with. So that includes organizations like the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, Facing History and Ourselves, and the Jewish Foundation for the Righteous. We focus on collaborative curriculum development that can be shared amongst educators. Since the founding of our center, we have hosted something called a post-baccalaureate certificate in teaching the Holocaust and prejudice reduction. And this is a tuition waived graduate program for folks working in the K-12 education environment. At the end of every session, the end of every semester, teachers produce unit plans. Part of the reason is this is a very practical assignment in lieu of a research paper for a classroom teacher. But it's also a building tool and a building block for us because every time they create a unit plan on whatever the topic is, it could be for a gym class, it could be for science, for math, for social studies, we then become the co-owners of that material. So we are able to share this. We believe that lesson plans all need to be adaptable and rooted in oral histories and documents. We do not create material just for the sake of doing it. Everything has intent behind it. And as I said, we partner with libraries and digital learning platforms to ensure that we are utilizing best practices in our work and we are constantly learning and updating. So each component of what we do, whether it's oral history that we're looking at, literature, archival work, serves as a living, breathing entity. This is interdisciplinary. This goes beyond any one subject matter. And we encourage educators, students in the community to think and remix the work that we've done, the materials that we have to create a living, breathing ecosystem where we can use creativity to overcome all the obstacles in our place that are just realities in the world that we live in, especially around access, to make sure that we are doing meaningful work with our students. So our center, as I mentioned, we operate under 3 pillars. The first is collections. We are the very proud hosts of 3 significant collections. The first is our oral history project. We have a collection of approximately 210 original oral histories that were collected at Kane University from the late 1970s, before the center even existed, through the 1990s. We had one that I'll tell you about momentarily that came in 2021. All of these testimonies include conversations with Holocaust survivors, rescuers, as well as American liberators. Most of them think about, the Holocaust in an individual context. So how that one person or their family experienced pre-war life during the Holocaust, or in the case of liberators, the Second World War, and life afterwards. And we are insistent that these oral histories are not flat. So they were recorded as documentation. The goal was to not lose this history with the passage of time. But what we do today is we ensure that when students come through our space, they are introduced to these voices, to these images. They're shown pictures of these people when they were children, at other points in life, to really think about what it means to hear from a person, as opposed to reading a textbook summary. This is also why more and more classrooms are moving towards utilizing resources that are more dynamic and personable for students. The second piece is our Peter Goldsmith collection. This is, a particular collection that came out of a recent project here at the center. And I'll tell you more about that in a moment, but just to say this is the collection from a Holocaust survivor from New Jersey and his family. And then we have the Josiah E. Du Bois Jr. collection. And we'll speak more about the specifics of those and how we're utilizing them as open education resource tools momentarily. But just to share a little bit more about our literature collection, because this is something that we are constantly trying to evolve and grow to make more accessible. We currently have the largest collection of print materials on the Holocaust in the state of New Jersey, and that includes 8,000 volumes and 35 classroom book sets. At the moment, these are all physical sources. So we're really lucky that as a center that is located within the same building and the same library system as the Nancy Thompson Learning Commons, that we are able to benefit from some ebooks. But most of our textbooks and our memoirs at this point are still hard sources. So I do not in any way recommend that we move away from those and that we disband those, but rather that we use them in tandem. So one of the things that we currently do is we provide these classroom book sets of 30 books, any one of the 35 texts, and we make these available to schools at no charge. So we couple these books that we loan out to a school for a month at a time or whatever period they need it for. And then we provide them with lesson plans, with digital lesson plans that connect to our oral history project, that connect to the Peter Goldsmith collection, that connect to the Du Bois collection. So we are finding ways of bridging these different types of materials because we do not want to get rid of these sources. We want to make them accessible and available, but to also remember where they came from. And there is something really important for students to learn about original testimonies. So this is just an example. If you were to go to the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum website and you were to search Kane University or the Holocaust Resource Center, what you would do is you would come up with a list of more than 200 testimonies. These testimonies, as I said, provide historical context for not only the Holocaust experience, but insight into what life was like for Jewish people and non-Jews long before the Holocaust and much later. So they provide important pinpoints for us to think about, what life was like in a particular concentration camp, or what it meant to be a refugee after the Second World War and need to find a new home. So these are really valuable resources, and we are grateful that about 10 years ago, the center worked with the National Museum to ensure that every testimony is not only digitized, but they have all been fully accessioned. We have transcripts for every single testimony that are available digitally. And students and the community are also able to access these in our physical space at the university or to get copies of them made. So we understand that while we are trying to move towards greater accessibility of resources, there are some people for whom that hard copy of that DVD or that 8-track, as we have in our closet, are equally valuable. And so these are things that we encourage people, to check out. Looking next to the Goldsmith collection, as I mentioned, although most of our collection, our testimonies were collected from the late 1970s through the 1990s, there is an exception to this rule. The collecting of testimony did not end because there was an institutional decision to end it, but rather the passage of time meant that there were fewer and fewer survivors who were interested and able to provide testimony. Ironically, for all of the things that we lost during COVID and all of the hardships we experienced, there were some silver linings. And one of them, the silver linings, was that we made the shift from all in-person programming at the university to virtual programming. And we were hosting in December of 2020. So really still in the heyday of the pandemic. We were hosting a program with a scholar named Marian Kaplan, and she was speaking about wartime refugees. So I'm referring, when I say that, to Jewish people who had managed to leave Nazi-occupied Europe, but had not found a permanent site of resettlement. So folks who were left in limbo for a number of years. And I remember I was laying on the floor of my house. I was home on parental leave at the time, but I still wanted to join the session. And I came on, and there was this lovely gentleman, this very dapper man, who said, "Can you please stay on after the call?" So, of course, I'm happy to do that. Well, Peter Goldsmith, who you see in the image right here, and his lovely wife, Faith, were on because of their daughter. So I knew of Peter Goldsmith because of his daughter, who was a colleague of ours at the university. But that's the context I knew him in. I did not know anything about his life. I didn't know where he came from, where he grew up, what he did. And he came on the call and he said, "So, I think I might be a Holocaust survivor." And my response is, "Okay, great. Tell me all about it." My area of expertise is displacement. So I'm always curious when people talk about where they fit in on the spectrum of when you move from one place to the other. Did you consider yourself a refugee, a survivor? And every individual is different. But he said that for the first time in his life, he thought of himself as a Holocaust survivor. And as he shared a very brief snippet of his story with us, our response was not, "We think you're a Holocaust survivor," but "You are a Holocaust survivor." Peter came from a place called Gdansk, which was then Danzig. It was the free city of Danzig, and it was a port city that at different moments in time had belonged to Germany or Poland. But he was born during the interwar period, at a time when this was a free, flourishing, independent site. His family had lived there for decades. And Peter, as a young Jewish boy, does not remember that much about the persecution that Jews experienced in his city. But he does have very specific recall about a particular tram he was on with his grandfather where he was pushed off. His richer memories are around his family life, their belief system. And we made a decision, despite the fact that, Peter was experiencing declining health and end stages of dementia, that we were going to try to work with him to record his testimony. And this was a project that engaged, various departments at the university. We did a whole setup for him, and it was professionally recorded. And with that testimony, we learned a lot of things. We learned that not only was Peter a masterful storyteller, but he had a collection of materials from his parents, himself, his grandparents, and his sister, all of whom managed to escape in 1938. That collection has since been donated to our center. We have digitized all of those materials. We have begun to prepare these in Collection Builder, as many of you might have seen in an earlier presentation. And we are developing a traveling trunk. So we are really trying to make this collection multidimensional. We have a recording of the testimony, which anyone can access on our site. We have these digitized materials that all have historical context, and a traveling trunk that will have physical replicas that we'll be using a 3D printer to create pieces that speak to moments in Peter and his family's story. And we've also created lesson plans that address themes in the New Jersey state mandate, including civic education, Holocaust, and legal studies. So that is one of the other collections. And the Josiah E. Du Bois collection is a fascinating history. As I mentioned, we have something called our post-baccalaureate certificate, where we work with educators across the state on Holocaust and prejudice reduction. In the fall of 2021, we received a phone call from a gentleman. He introduced himself as a retired teacher who was once the president of our education consortium. He said, "You don't know me, but I have materials you might be interested in. They're boxes. I think they're important. Would you like them? And us being a center that is really committed to primary source education thought, sure, let's learn more. And it turns out that this wasn't just a random stack of papers. Josiah Du Bois Jr. was a lawyer from Camden, New Jersey. During the Second World War, he served as part of the Treasury Department for the Secretary of State. He and a few colleagues caught wind of the fact that the United States government was withholding critical information about the progress of the Second World War and not providing the necessary aid to try to support the escape and maintenance of European Jews who were trapped under Nazism. And he was a whistleblower. He approached Henry Morgenthau and he said, I will go to the public with this information about American inaction if President Roosevelt does not do something about it. And through his courage and moral fortitude, the president established the War Refugee Board in the final year of the war and helped to facilitate the rescue of tens of thousands of Jewish people in those last months of the war. Du Bois did not want to serve in government any longer. He left DC and he returned to New Jersey and was swiftly called back to serve as general counsel of the War Refugee Board and as one of the chief prosecutors of one of the Nuremberg trials. So he served as the American prosecutor for the IG Farben war trials at Nuremberg. And he was responsible for attempting to bring some of the most senior war criminals to justice. Eventually, after several months of back and forth, our center became the legal guardians of this collection that had been stored in buckets in a storage unit in Mahwah for 20 years. The papers that we receive included his personal papers, included his records from the criminal tribunals, his reflections, letters that he was writing back and forth between himself in Germany and family and friends in New Jersey, really distraught at the state of the world, distraught at the lack of justice that could ever be achieved, at this moment in time, and personal papers related to the War Refugee Board. We reached out to our colleague at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum and learned that there had been a search, a decades-long search for this collection. We have one half of this collection, and the other half currently lives at the museum in DC. But this is a rich repository that we are currently in the process of digitizing. This is a collection. It's one of a kind. It has a New Jersey link, but it also tells us so much about the legal system. It helps students and the public think about the concept of justice. What does transitional justice mean after atrocity? And we have been working very hard, as I'll tell you momentarily, to bring students into the digitizing and creation process of this collection, because currently it only is available for in-person research. We hope that will be changed in the coming months. Everything we do at the center is in alignment with university strategic goals. And so when we think about our work, we are thinking about it through the lens of advancing equity. We are thinking about it as promoting lifelong learning. While we primarily serve students and educators, we also serve the larger community. And we are a site that researchers come to when they are investigating Holocaust history. They are thinking about not only the Holocaust, but other genocide events. And when they're thinking about the meaning of ethics in war. What does it mean to be an upstander? What does it mean to be a change maker? And the more accessible our learning materials are, the more likely schools, students, the community writ large will be to use these pieces for their own edification. We also think about fostering global citizenship and empathy. A question often comes up as to what the role of Holocaust education is today. And I like to think of it quite simply. The role of Holocaust education is to teach about the history of the Holocaust. The byproducts of teaching about the Holocaust are that students and people will have a better understanding of what human rights mean. What does it mean to be a just person, to be a global citizen, and to think about what the dangers of prejudice and discrimination are? Again, Holocaust education can only teach the history of the Holocaust, but we rely on critical thinking skills to be able to make those natural extensions. And then, of course, we are a history center. As a historian, I uphold the truth, and that means that I have integrity. Everything that we put out to the community has been authenticated and vetted by experts in the field. We are ethically sourcing and holding materials. And that means making very important decisions about what materials go public and what do not. And sometimes we do receive inquiries about materials in our collection, and people want us to put up a testimony online to share personal papers. And we have to make that very difficult decision that as a steward of collective memory and public trust, we also need to uphold our commitment to privacy and to ensuring that materials are used responsibly and ethically. And I think that's something that we really need to keep in mind as we move further and further into a digital world. As I mentioned, our work is active, it's involving, it's perpetually growing. And one of the things that we really focus on is engaging students in our work. So we are not creating projects just for the students. We are creating them with the students. So when I think about open education resources and our center, the first thing that comes to mind is research internships. This summer, we began hosting history students as 4-credit interns. We have long had students that have come in that have spent some time peeking around in the collections, digitize some material. But we are making a concerted effort to now engage more students in an intentional process of gathering, verifying, and curating primary and secondary source materials that enhance our own collections and our potential to reach audiences. Students help to digitize survivor testimonies, and artifacts to make them more accessible. We speak with our students, we survey them on how they receive their knowledge. Where is it coming from? If it's social media, where do we need to be in that world? And they help us with this. We think about our collection building. We could not have the collections that we do right now without students and student volunteers. Our Du Bois collection was accessioned. There were 11 storage boxes, gigantic tubs that you would keep your holiday decorations in your garage. There were tubs of completely disorganized materials thrown together without folders. The process of two full staff members going through this independently would have taken years. And so we brought in an army of learners to go through to organize the materials, to create accession cards, to create descriptions, to make sure that anybody coming into the space can find what they're looking for. We also rely on our students to make these recommendations about supplementary materials. They are the first to tell us if there is a website, if there is a podcast, if there is, a social media guru who is interested in this topic. How can we make these connections so that we can help students and others navigate materials in a way that speaks to their particular interests and needs, which may look different from our own? And this brings us to the social media piece. We are not creating OER to have it sit in our office on our computers. We want to raise awareness of Holocaust history. We want to make sure that our educational offerings are accessible to anybody, anywhere. And so one of the things that we currently do is something called Testimony Tuesdays. And every Tuesday on our website, on our social media platforms, you will see one individual testimony highlighted. This is one way to engage and interact with our materials. We also have our On This Day in History initiative. So different ways to reach people quickly on their phones and to allow them to open up a universe to new knowledge that they may otherwise never seek out. One thing that I would be remiss to not touch upon is the impact of grant funding on what we do. We could not do this work relying solely on your staff. We turn to external funders. We look for grant support to help us broaden access to our existing Holocaust materials. The more that we digitize, the more we can get out there. And so we have received historically a number of grants that have enabled us to be able to move our materials to the wider community and to help us build new collections. So for instance, when I think back to 2022, that was the eve of our 40th anniversary. And this is when the Du Bois collection was really beginning to flourish. We applied for a Union County history grant that enabled us to hire student researchers to come in to develop timelines and to really create a highlight section. So it doesn't necessarily do everything, but it's a way for us to be able to preserve the legacy of our founders and to move forward with our mission to ensure that we can continue to do this work no matter where we are. COVID taught us this. As much as we want people to come to our physical space and we want them to visit us, to interact with our physical on-site collections and exhibitions, we are a commuter campus. We are also a global community. And what a shame it would be if we couldn't share these materials with everybody who wishes to interact with them. And we are not together in a room right now, but the questions that I recommend that we think about in relation to the work of the HERC and open education resources are as followed. What does openness mean when we are teaching difficult or painful topics? Openness has one meaning. Openness could mean, being able to go to a website, to click on a link and be able to listen to a testimony. But we also need to consider what the limitations are to this. Open for Holocaust history may mean providing that lens. It may be that there are materials that should never be put online, or at least put online without safeguards, that are confidential materials. I think about the Du Bois collection, where there are his legal papers in there. And while they are technically part of the public knowledge at this point, and there's nothing in them that is necessarily confidential, we need to ensure that when we put materials out there, it enhances our learning and our experience and does not detract from it by unintentionally causing harm. I want us to think about the legal and ethical considerations of sharing testimony created before the digital era. So as a rule, I will not put anything online or out there really to the public unless I know its origin story and unless we have very complete records around it. And there are a few reasons for that. The first is legal. If I do not have a release form from an individual who participated in a testimony, we can keep that testimony in our physical collection, we can digitize it, but we do not make it available online because we do not know what that person's intentions were and what they were comfortable with. It is entirely possible to record a testimony as a document for a family, perhaps, or for research, but not feel comfortable wanting it shared with the world. So there's a legal piece, and that actually does create some dilemmas for us. I have materials in my possession, in my personal possession, that are fascinating, archival pieces that speak to the history of the Holocaust, but I cannot confirm where they were created. And there is not a clean paper trail of how they arrived from the original owner during the Second World War to myself 80 years later. And as a result, these are materials that I may teach with to an individual in-person class. I may share these materials to them, but I would not make them open resources. There's also an ethical consideration that, all centers and any place that collects testimony or materials that were given before the digital era, and that people agreed to have their testimony documented and used, very broadly speaking, for educational purposes. Nowhere on those original forms does it say that these will be shared on a website one day or digitized for the greater community, because those options did not exist at the time. And so something that I do is I work really carefully with families, and I consult with other colleagues at different museums and archival repositories to discuss what should go up and if there are things that we should make a decision not to share. And this is something that requires, I think, a very strong moral compass to know that there's often materials that you'd love to be able to put out to the public, but it's not the right thing to do without explicit permission. And there's also the question about who owns Holocaust history. I am a historian, I am a scholar, I am an educator. I am not a Holocaust survivor. And so I have to think very carefully when material is put out from our institution that it reflects our values, but also makes it very clear that this is not my story to tell. It is the story of the survivor, of the rescuer, of the liberator, of the eyewitness. And to understand my role is one of a mediator and a facilitator who can only teach with what we have. And is happy to always engage in conversation, but to understand that it is not my job to try to be the eyewitness. But I hope that through our work, what we are able to do is to facilitate dialogue around difficult topics, to be able to humanize the experience of the Holocaust. Many students come into us and they say, all they know about the Holocaust is that Adolf Hitler murdered the Jews. And while they are not wrong, there is so much more. The history of the Holocaust is complex and it's rich and it is layered and it is nuanced and multifaceted. And our goal is to really take these resources that we've been entrusted with and provide an opportunity for others to think about their deeper meaning and to really grapple with what this history means to us today and how it can meaningfully and, most importantly, morally shape the way that we behave and treat one another in the future. So thank you so much for allowing us to share a little bit about the way that we utilize and engage with open education resources in our center. So thank you.
Adara, thank you so much. I have to just say, for working with you at the university and being part of the Learning Commons team, I know you probably work very closely with our librarians to catalog materials and such for your center. However, this has been incredibly insightful for me to learn about what we have here at the university and what we share out globally and give greater access to this education. I first want to open it up to questions. If anybody wants to put any in the chat, feel free to. I actually have a question or two, but I'll give it a minute if anybody else would like to share anything. Any comment, any question you have for Adara?
Oh, thank you, Sarah. This is yeah.
Great job, Adara.
Sarah is our Director of Education and Outreach here at the center. So.
Questions, comments, thoughts? Okay. So I have a question for you.
Great.
So the piece you talked quite a bit about is oral history as part of the different collection we have here at the university. The fact that you mentioned with the passage of time, we're losing this, right? And so there was a push to get a lot of the testimony from survivors. And recently we've acquired, a new piece of that with Peter Goldsmith. However, is there, maybe not just for the university, but maybe globally, is there a greater push or an initiative because with the passage of time, we're losing the opportunity to hear these stories from survivors and their families? Is there a greater push to get more of that? Because again, with this passage of time, we're really kind of seeing, unfortunately, the last few remaining survivors that are willing, able at this time to even share their story. So is there a greater push?
So the short answer is absolutely. And the longer answer is there's been a greater push really for the last 20 years. So centers like our own, I'd say especially in North America, but globally, have come together, and within the community, there were these oral history collections that were built. And so these were very localized. But with the distribution and the release of Schindler's List in 1995, Steven Spielberg was particularly moved working with survivors, bringing them to the site to be able to authenticate the history and be sure that they were presenting the story of Oskar Schindler and the Schindler Juden as accurately as possible. He felt moved and he created something called the Shoah Foundation. And this is hosted and lives at the University of Southern California. And that has become a repository of approximately 52,000 Holocaust survivor testimonies that were recorded through them, as well as regional collections. So, in the work that I do, I used to work with Canadian Holocaust sites. They were able to then bring those in, ensure that they were digitized not only locally or nationally, but globally. In the last few years, though, there has been, they really call it like a last ditch effort to collect stories. And there are groups, from there, and then groups like ourselves who, anytime we hear of somebody who has not given testimony, our first question is, would you like to? And so from my end, I can say that as a university, we are supportive and invested in recording any testimonies that, might come to us.
And you made a good point when you mentioned back in the day when a lot of testimony was originally recorded. You said even the forms when they had given their consent didn't include, we weren't in the age of being able to digitize or put things up on a website or live stream them or do whatever, share them on social media. So you brought up a really good point, like the ethical considerations of that. What pieces of the story, would we be able to share on more of a global stage with the world, like working with families if you need to be able to, provide some sort of consent for pieces of their story. So I think that's even working with the groups that you had previously recorded some testimony, just being able to have them accessible digitally. I think that's quite a project.
It's quite a project, but I think, we follow best practices. So we work in close collaboration with the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, for instance. And they made a decision many years ago to include and feature testimonies in their collection digitally. And so we really follow their lead. And we understand that any decision they made has been carefully considered with all legal considerations in mind, as well as ethical.
Right. It's fascinating. I have a little bit of a nuanced question for you. So I don't know if you really touched upon this maybe in the beginning, but I, thinking back, to my K-12 education, I actually in my high school, as part of one of our electives for our history classes, we had to take, generally what every student had to take, but we actually had a Holocaust and genocide class, like an actual class we took for the year. And I thought, do you do any work in K-12 to
We
teach
sure do.
schools or credential them in a way to be able to teach information about the Holocaust and just genocides and just in general?
So our office oversees and coordinates the largest dual credit Holocaust and genocide elective program in the state of New Jersey. We currently work with 50 New Jersey high schools to offer this elective, whereby the students are working with a curriculum that we support the development of, and they're earning college credits while in high school.
Incredible.
And so every year we have roughly 500 students who make the decision to receive Kane credits for this. And as a result, they get this at, a highly discounted rate. And in exchange for the schools making this commitment to teaching about the Holocaust and genocide, we provide them with additional support. So we bring in guest speakers, we provide lectures from our end, resources from the collection. We will go and model these things because we want these students to have a really enriching education. And I'm glad that you went to a school that offered it.
I did. I took the class.
Did
It's a weird comment to say I really did love, for the topic. It's weird to say I really learned a lot from that class. I'm not gonna say I loved that class. I did. The way that it was taught but it would just, it was one of the classes I actually really do remember from high school. So
Yeah,
it was
and
pretty
it's
incredible.
funny,
I
you
didn't
know,
receive college credit personally for it, but it was one of my history electives.
that was introduced in 2011 here. And when
Okay.
the program began, there were 10 schools.
Okay.
And today we have 50 participating
Wow.
schools.
Incredible.
So it's something we're really proud of. And these are also students who are earning cane credits.
Yeah, that is
And we
incredible.
hope that when they make a decision about where they're going for their undergraduate education,
Yeah.
that they see Kane as a place that is really, you know, inclusive and strives to make education not only, you know, effective and accurate, but meaningful and interesting.
Yeah.
You know, we hear all the time people are like, I love the Holocaust. Is that a weird thing to say? I'm like, I understand.
Yeah, I didn't quite know how to say it with that. I mean, it's a weird thing to say, but it was I really learned a lot. It was a really impactful class.
Yeah. And that's how I feel every day is I start the day and I think about a person. I think about the people who've inspired me and whose stories have pushed me to grow, you know, as a teacher, as a scholar, and to make sure that, you know, I can end the day feeling like I may have made a difference in the life of one person. And that is pretty much the best feeling you can ask for
Yeah.
from your job.
Yeah. 100%. Not everybody can say that.
No.
I have, sorry, another question, but you had mentioned also briefly at the beginning about this generation and wanting, you know, yes, keeping print is obviously an important part of our collection, but a lot of students, especially this generation, want things now and they want to be able to type something in and they want to be able to get answers right at their fingertips. So how do you think that AI is changing or impacting the way that people have access to this information, and also like the accuracy of the information? I think is just like also a question kind of tied into, woven into the fabric of AI in general, right? How do you make sure that, of course, the information is accessible if people are using AI, but also that it's accurate?
So maybe the most important thing to say is I accept that AI is here and it's here to stay. And so I learned many years back not to fight it, but to work with it. So there are a number of Holocaust education initiatives that have grown out of AI. So I think about a lot of people have seen like the holograms, whereby there is a Holocaust survivor who has been interviewed for upwards of 200 hours and asked a series of very in-depth questions. And then there is, we call it the hologram. It's not really the name, it's dimensions and testimony. But a group of students in particular sites, you know, museum sites and schools can sit with the individual and be able to have a conversation where they ask a question. They might say, can you tell us what life was like before the war? And the system will respond with a statement from the individual. And I have feelings about this as a historian, but as a teacher, I understand that for students, it is critically important that they feel a connection to history. And that when they read a memoir or they even maybe hear sort of a testimony, but there's no interactivity, they're so accustomed to that. And that makes it ironically more human for them. I think the important piece, though, is when we use AI, that we use it responsibly. And that means we do not simply put students in front of, you know, sort of a digital version of a person's story and tell them to watch it. And that's how they're going to learn. But rather, we sit with them and we speak about that person as an individual. We provide a life history where that interactivity can supplement and make the experience more interactive, but where they're not reliant on that to teach them the history of the Holocaust. It's also important to remember a Holocaust survivor is not a historian. Some may also be professional historians, but that's not their job. You know, their job, they can only tell their story. They can only share their experience. So I think it comes down to teachers in this case, utilizing people like me and Sarah, bringing us into their classroom, whether that's in person or virtually, and pairing what they're teaching that may be a virtual exhibition. There's incredible resources out there where we can go and see the Anne Frank House today and we can have a virtual live tour of the space. I think that's incredible. And what a way of bringing history and sites to people who may never have an opportunity to visit there. But it does need to be supplemented by history, because otherwise we run the risk of people just, Googling, and what they learn about the Holocaust is from the AI summary
Right.
that pops up at the beginning.
Right.
So part of this is teaching media literacy skills to students, because those are skills that are going to benefit them in every facet of their life, no matter what they do.
Right.
Or
No matter what
industry
topic
they
they're
work in.
learning about. Absolutely.
Great.
Well, thank you, Adara. Sorry, I had quite a few questions.
No, they were great questions. And we invite people to really check us out. Check out our sources through our website, check out our social media where you can see a number of these items displayed and featured each week, and come to our site. Because again, let's supplement.
Right.
The digital is incredible, but if we are lucky enough to be on a campus where we also have access to space and to those tangible pieces, please take advantage of that and come and visit us. We are having a program on December 2nd, our annual scholar lecture, and this year's theme is Saving Our Survivors, and it speaks about the different media that were created in trying to raise awareness of the survivors' plight. And so that includes a lot of digitized materials, including radio broadcasts, the newspapers, very, very early television features. So that is something that I encourage you to come out and to see and hear. And that will also be live streamed for anyone that registers. So again, trying to broaden our reach beyond our physical space.
I would just found it on the website here if you'd like me to put it in the chat.
Please do. That would be wonderful. Thank you. It's free and open to the public.
Sure. And there was panelists, everyone. Okay, just had to switch this here. There was one other thing I just wanted to share. I know we just have a couple of minutes left, but there was a video I think that was played. I think this was maybe last year during the president's opening day address,
Yes.
about the travel learn. And I know that that's something really that's such a big initiative here at the university, is trying to expand education through immersive experiences and cultural experiences. And so I think
did we? There's a question and answer. Did we answer that?
Oh, wait.
It says we had a Holocaust survivor on campus last year, Tova Friedman. How can we at our institution collaborate and maybe even share this oral history with you so that we are able to share this history more widely? Are there any restriction to sharing lectures, talks among institutions?
Okay, so we know Tova. Tova's wonderful. And yes, we love Tova. I would say, well, the first thing is for future programs like this, if you are a student, if you are a faculty member, staff, reach out to us if you're planning programs like this so that we can help you bring it to a larger audience. In terms of restrictions, if you recorded a program privately with Tova, I would ask her. I would just ask her. But we do have, her book up here, and we've also had her grandson has been the keynote speaker at our elementary and middle school leadership conference on Tova Talk, which I encourage everyone to look up. It's TOVATOK. And the Travel Learn, so just to share, briefly, we initiated our first ever Travel Learn Lessons from the Holocaust, where we walked in the footsteps of Peter Goldsmith with his family 2 years ago. And who's there?
How about I bring the daughter in here?
Perfect.
Jessica.
Jessica, talk about it, please.
That was unexpected, but I'm incredibly happy to join it and talk about this. So, lessons from the Holocaust, we call them travel learns, but
And how do
you hear Mohammed's pointing out in the back that I should point out that while I oversee our Holocaust Resource Center and our travel learns, I'm also the daughter of Peter Goldsmith and a proud Kane employee. So he gave testimony here, and the university decided to create a trip, Lessons from the Holocaust, where we can teach people at these Holocaust-specific impactful sites. And so the trip that you guys were referring to went back and went through my father's Holocaust story, and we visited with students and with our family together. But we're going to create every year, there'll be an impactful experience like this with lessons from the Holocaust. This year, I don't know if they mentioned that it'll be Berlin, where we'll look at book banning and uh, censorship and the rise of Nazism. But these are all trips where you can get academic credit while traveling and learning lessons from a particular site. And they're wonderfully impactful. And Dr. Dar Goldberg puts them together, but they're both a joyful celebration of where we're going, but they're also a look back so that we never forget. So thank you for bringing me in, and I'm glad I get to be able to share that with you as well.
Thank you, Jessica.
That was perfect timing, Jessica. I had mentioned it, and I put the video in the chat for anybody that wants to watch it from YouTube.
Thank you. All of our trips like that are very impactful.
Thanks.
All right, we have just a few minutes left if there's any additional questions. I'm sorry, the other one came through on the Q&A, not on the chat. So if anybody wants to put it in on either. All right. Well, thank you so much. This was incredibly insightful, Adara. I really appreciate your time today. And we look forward to some of the events you have coming up this semester.
Excellent. Thank you so much for including me, and I look forward to seeing everyone soon.
All right. Thanks so much.
Take care. Bye-bye.
What's going on, guys?
Hello, hello.
Hello.
We're gonna bring our panelist, our speaker into our panelist into a room now. We are live. We can definitely test, but we are still live. All right.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna start telling dirty jokes.
I was hoping you won, but I still had to say that. All right, Laura should be here in a minute. There you go. She's here. All right, I'll let you guys work on it.
Right. Hello, Laura. How are you?
I'm good. I don't appear in the video. I'm a bit like a ghost, but
Well.
I'm here.
Okay, good.
I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because of the background. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I'm trying to.
Mohammed, did you hear that by any chance?
Yeah, I don't.
I'm trying to think. So let's see here.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh wow. Let's see here. Yeah, that's weird. I see a little something. Okay. So I'm trying to think if you can't get video on Zoom.
Wait, I'm going to. Okay, I'm going to turn off the camera and turn it on again.
Okay.
Let's see, because it may be because of the filter sometimes. Let's try again.
There
Okay,
you go.
I'm going to. I think that there was this background. Okay.
Okay, cool. And let's just make sure your slides are working.
Okay, so let me share my screen. Oh wait, I will have to. I will have to do presenter view. Okay. Are they visible?
Yep, you're good to go.
Okay. Okay. So should I start?
No, so we were at 30. So I'm actually texting Mohammed to see if
Okay.
we're starting on time or whether we're giving a few minutes.
Okay.
I think we can definitely start on time because everybody is going to be. It's a ending session, so.
Okay, perfect. Great. All right. So with that,
Okay.
let me introduce myself in this session. So welcome. I am Welcome to our Canes annual Open Access Conference. I am Franklin Turner. I'm a professor of psychology in the psychology department here at Kane University, and I have the pleasure of moderating this session. So let me introduce our speaker, and then once I do that, we'll have about a half an hour chat from the speaker, and then we'll have a 15-minute Q&A. And then I believe this wraps up the conference for today, and then we have a full day. We have a day tomorrow. Our presenter today is Laura Del Pino, is an architect, educator, and researcher. She is an adjunct professor of architecture at Kane University's Michael Graves School of Public Architecture and the New York Institute of Technology. She also was a visiting lecturer at our Wenzhou campus in China for the 2024-2025 academic year. Her work explores how architecture mediates between material waste, ecological fragility, and collective repair. Formerly a senior design associate at Casa Architects, she led projects ranging from large public buildings to experimental installations. Her recent collaborations, including Doto International Design Festival in China, investigates how discarded materials can generate new spatial and social possibilities. Her writings, recently Dormant Scrotum and 4.5-gallon stations, reflects on the politics of maintenance and the overlooked infrastructure that shapes everyday life. She holds a Master's of Science in Advanced Architectural Design from Columbia University and a bachelor's and a master's degree in architecture from the University of Vadala in Spain.
Valladolid.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
It's fine.
So welcome to the conference, and we look forward to your
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you. I'm sorry if there's a bit of background noise because today I'm also teaching, so I'm in a public area, in a lounge, basically. So, okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Today, I'm going to be presenting this collaborative project, CONNECT. This was an international design build project developed in January of this year in Dontao Island, just off the eastern coast of China. And it was a collaborative effort between Kane University and Wenzhou Kane. The project title, CONNECT, that you can see here in Chinese, translates very directly as weaving together. And we think that that phrase beautifully encapsulates our approach, that it was one that interlaced materials, disciplines, traditions, and people through an architectural process that it was place-based, sustainable, and fundamentally collective. So during this I'm sorry. So during this presentation, I would like to walk you through the project's conceptual grounding, the material systems. Sorry. Oh, 1 minute, please. Yeah, I'm in a conference. Sorry. Sorry for the interruption. So this intervention really meant a cross-cultural exchange. And during the following slides, you are going to see how we use discarded fishing nets, reclaimed scaffolding, plastic bottle waste, vernacular knowledge, not just as limitations, but really as design opportunities. So this was also a reflection, very important for students on both sides, on how temporary architecture can actually foster long-lasting relationships with materials, with places, and also with people. So this is an aerial view of the finished project, and we think that it provides a crucial context, a reference for understanding really where CONNECT was situated, both physically but also culturally. Donto Island, it's really an archipelago. No, it's not just an island. It's located near Wenzhou, and it has a history rooted in fishing, clay, maritime trade, but also very rapid urban development in recent decades. So the pavilion was meant not just to be this isolated object in the landscape, but instead we envisioned the students and the faculty involved in this process a responsive structure that would be ephemeral, adaptable, but also integrated with the rhythms of this coastline that is quite variable. So we try to make it directly accessible from the waterfront to local residents, to visitors, and also to school groups. And these locations are not only as a symbolic point of contact between land and sea, but also as a literal junction between the daily life of the island and also the experimental pedagogy that we were developing. So above, you can appreciate the openness of the form and also the rhythm of the arches that we created, the woven nature of the materials, and I will talk a bit more about this in the following slides and how we achieve this result. So the project really evolved through stages, we could say. The first one was a remote design that spanned for 4 months from September of year till December. And the second was a week-long, very intensive design build workshop held on site in January. And that was in China. So what you see here really is the core design strategy that students and faculty on both campuses develop. It's a system of very lightweight arches that reference the geometry of the local fish traps. And this was not only just an aesthetic gesture, this really was an experiment in how to reflect structural behavior that was evolving from a scaffolding that we've recovered from demolition sites around the island. And really the form ended up deriving from survival and local knowledge, which ended up giving us this form. So this was not a project, and I want to emphasize this, I'm talking today here, but this was not a project designed by a single author. This was also not a project by a single institution. These involved participants from China and the US, like I said, and also across multiple disciplines. It was across architecture, interior design, graphic design, industrial design. So it was cross-disciplinary. It was also cross-dialogue, and it was foundational for the project. Sometimes very challenging, but essential really to the richness of the result. So here we see some of the earliest design sketches and mock-ups that we did of the structure. All this work was developed remotely with weekly meetings between the teams. And as you can see here, the arches were inspired by these traditional fishing traps commonly used in the region, a lot in this area. So rather than simply copying the form, which we could have done, what we decided is to extract the main features, which is flexibility, lightness, curvature, and rhythm. So the arches were constructed from, like I said, from obsolete scaffolds and material salvaged from construction and demolition sites in the area, which there are many. And also we took them and we rearranged them to have our structure. These allowed us simultaneously to reference the local culture, but also to introduce sustainable practices that the students could learn from, reclaiming discarded material and turning it into spatial infrastructure. So the curves here, and these are structural calculations, are not just aesthetic, like I said, are showing structural strength through tension and compression. So their geometry invites movement and circulation. And what it does is that it draws people inside and it invites them to look towards the surrounding landscape. So Zooming in, we have a series of custom connectors that were developed along the arches around those scaffolding poles. And this was done by the students mostly because, again, the materials that we have they were not perfect, so the students had to adapt to these very special circumstances. So we use these mechanical clamps and very simple hinge techniques because they allowed flexibility during the construction process. We didn't use welding to make it easier for the students and the faculty involved in the process. And this was also, I want to highlight this was a reversible construction system by design. We didn't want to weld anything because for us it was very important that the pavilion could be assembled and disassembled later on. Really, that reversibility was essential to the ethos of circular construction. It was also very powerful pedagogically for the students in both campuses because they learned firsthand tolerance and angles and pressure could affect the structural behavior. So these connectors themselves, these very small pieces, actually became learning tools for everyone. This is an image of the pavilion in mid-construction. I want to emphasize that this was a design build where the construction of this pavilion was done by 10 people. In total, this was an intervention of 40 people between China and the United States. In this group specifically was 10 people. 2 faculty and 8 students, and all of us built these together. There were no outside intervention. So you can see how the arches are starting also to take shape here. And we're starting to also tie ropes and fishing nets to provide a second layer of cultural meaning, but also of a structural. The fishing nets were also discarded materials. They were recovered from the island from many points because it is a fishing island. They have been damped after years of use. What the students did is that they cleaned them, they arrange them because these fishing nets are very difficult to handle, and they repurpose them. Some nets were still tangled and damaged because of the fishing practices. So this was also a way of reminding everyone of the environmental crisis. Tying all these nets and ropes around the structure also became a form of collective making and collective learning because this was the moment where the project started turning from object to system, really from pavilion into platform. Moving forward, here we can see images. Well, this is myself with one of the students, and this is a close the process of tying the nets by hand. This was a process that was connected directly with the vernacular knowledge. Actually, local fishermen came to the site and helped us understand how the mending and the tying of the knots should be done. So this was great for the students because they learned techniques outside of architecture that they would not have been able to know otherwise, because these are very specific to this area of the south of China. And this was also an intentional slowing down of the construction process. So unlike prefabricated or standardized methods, tying each one of these fishing nets took time, attention, and deep collaboration between all the parts involved. It is a very tactile engagement that created also a new form of learning, one that was based on muscle memory, on rhythm, on respect for an existing craft. So we wanted the students not just to build with the materials, but also to build relationships through them. If we focus or if we shift our attention towards the third material system, it was the ropes. These are anchoring or mooring ropes that they also use for fishing in the island. They are very thick. They were salvaged from different parts of the island where they have been abandoned, and we use them to stabilize the structure. So rather than anchoring the pavilion with very deep, heavy foundation, concrete foundation, what we did is we developed a counterbalance system using stone and also ropes in tension. And those ropes at the top of each arc, well, at different parts of each arc, connected to a series of rocks and debris that the students and the faculty we gather from demolition sites, and that helped anchor the whole structure to the site. So this really, for us, mimic the system of mooring a boat, because there was a floating tension held in place by a very calibrated drag. It's really a very maritime approach to architecture that could only happen in this place because there's this long tradition of fishing. And it introduces students to a structure of thinking that went beyond the screen, that went beyond the digital calculations and sketches that we normally do in class. So this photo, I think that it captures very clearly during the process of the project, which was the physical act of actually weaving the three materials, the steel, the ropes, and the fishing net. But more than that, it also represents the conceptual, for me at least, the conceptual weaving of cultures, disciplines, and pedagogies. Some of the Chinese students could not speak English that well, so we communicated via drawing and also via actually doing and building. So all the students learned that architecture is not just about form, it is also about relationships. The overlapping of knots and fibers actually mirrors the overlapping of all this knowledge, the local fishing techniques combined with the structural thinking. The discarded materials also reimagined as a new spatial system. The teamwork across languages, disciplines, and skills. In the pavilion, each segment of these nets became a form of dialogue between participants. So this process, like I said, slowed down the construction because it was all about time, testing, adjusting, and it created a space for reflection and collaboration. So in this sense, the structure became a very powerful pedagogical device because, again, it was all teaching through making. Just for reference, this was some of the images that we developed during the 4 months of remote collaboration. And here you can see the material logic behind the project. We can see the sequence, the recycled scaffolding, the frames of the primary structure, the fishing nets that span between the arches, and how everything is tied laterally and vertically in order to provide enough stability. So each component, again, came from different waste streams within the island. We have the discarded nets from the shore, the scaffolding from the demolition sites, and the stone rubble that was coming from a lot of demolition sites in the island. So instead of hiding these conditions, which is quite normal, what we wanted to teach the students is that we have to make them visible in order to highlight the ecological footprint. We talked a lot during these about the truth of materials, and we wanted to take this one step further. So almost telling a story of waste. We thought that this diagram was very important because it became a way of communicating, since English sometimes was a barrier, and it ended up being quite, I think, quite successful. If we see the next image is quite similar to what we were imagining before building it. And also here we can see how the pavilion is working in broad daylight. It filters the sun, it creates a shadow play, it also generates moments of rest and gathering for the visitors. So it doesn't impose itself, and we wanted to teach that to the students. The structure is porous, it breathes with the wind, and it invites views towards the sea. So we taught the students that architecture could be located in a place, in a natural environment, and really be respectful and invite the visitors to look around instead of being imposing. So going to the next image, this is also during the construction process. And as you can imagine, because of the lightness of the construction, sometimes it was very difficult to handle these fishing nets. It required very choreographed team effort in order to keep the fish nets and the ropes in tension. So there was also a kind of a work with the weather because there were days with very intense wind. So we ended up being very responsive to these conditions. The students also adapted the design to the climate, and that's where the nesting part comes. That it is an architecture that is not in place, but it is with a place. More close-ups of that process of tying. Here we see how we can see how these massive mooring ropes, because they were quite thick and difficult to handle, we're serving both not just a structural narrative, but also a very important structural narrative. So they became part of the counterweight system because they anchored the arches, but metaphorically, they were helping connect the students with each other and with the site. So each rope itself had a history. They have been used in boats, they have been used in fishing, they have resisted storms. So here they were doing a different kind of labor. They were doing the labor of connection, of holding the space and creating creating connections between the students themselves. And the students have to really be careful and calculate how much tension they were applying when they were tying these ropes, which again require a lot of cross collaboration, a flexibility, tolerance, and understanding what it means to be in a group. So some more images of how the process evolved along the days. We can see here how this floor was not flat. Initially, we have considered that it was flat, but it was not. There were uneven slopes, and there were also existing circulation paths. So these required the students to negotiate with the site with a lot of precision. They couldn't go and dig in the ground. They had to use these counterweights and these stones, this debris from demolition sites, in order to ensure that everything will be in place. And also in order to create enough space for circulation for the people that will come here, visit the pavilion, walk around. So we emphasize that architecture have to listen, and they themselves listen to their classmates from other disciplines and other campus in order to make this happen. So again, here we see part of the process. Actually, here we can see one student from Kane Union and another student from Wenjo working together, tying one of those ropes, while one student that doesn't appear on the frame is anchoring it beyond the water. It's not, like I said, was not just structural, it was really symbolic. It was creating this connection. The whole process of building this pavilion demanded repetition of gestures, of ties, of decisions. And, there's a tendency in design education sometimes to privilege the idea of the form. But in this project, the form changed because we had to adapt to conditions that we didn't know until we get there in January. So the process became pedagogy and the most important part of this whole intervention. So all these iterations were documented, and we consider that improvisation was not failure. It was part of this methodology. So as professors, myself and the other professors involved, we also learned with the students. Each day we will meet in the morning and we will solve the problems of the day, but also we had to deal with weather shifts, with material shortages. At some point we didn't have enough rope, and also this created a different kind of authorship, which is collective, situated, and open-ended. Again, more images of how that structure was design in order to have the minimum ecological impact, to be humble, to really connect with the craft and the history of the place. Again, this is one of the renderings that we did at the beginning, one of those sketches when we were having our weekly meetings, trying to see how best to adapt to the existing territory. They proved very helpful because we ended up following quite closely, and the students printed them and bring them to the construction site in order to build it, which was not that far from what we ended up getting. So here again, part of the process, I actually think that this photo is from the evening before the opening. So this was a big push from the whole team to try to have everything ready for the next day where we were going to have a big reception. And this is when we left the site before the opening. But the site was also connected to the water, and even beyond that, it was trying to bridge with something that there's a big problem in the island, which is the plastic waste. I'm going faster in these images because it's part of the process and I have already explained them, but something that I haven't discussed besides the counterweight system or or the tying ropes to the terrain, and you can see here some of those sketches, is the fact that we also did a plastic garden. So this plastic garden was made with residues of the island. There's a lot, sadly, and what the students did was deform and sculpt these bottles using heat, and they created a plastic garden, almost a kind of underwater garden, but above the water. They painted the plastic bottles and they deformed them, they make them structurally stable, and they created this artificial landscape that reminded us of coral reefs or algae. Until we get to this image, which was right at the entrance of the pavilion, and it was a kind of combination of all the elements that we have that have been involved in the pavilion: the ropes, the fishing nets, the rocks from the demolition sites, and obviously the plastic bottles. So this was the image right before everyone came. It was, for us, it felt a very proud moment after 8 days of intense effort, 8 hours every day, since almost the sunrise until the sunset. And we tried to capture all the place of the light with the fishing nets and the ropes. The students felt very proud from both campuses, and they wanted to even photograph the details of how they have even tied those ropes to some of the big rocks that were acting as counterweights. I think for me, this is one of my favorite images because it's a beautifully crafted detail that 2 of the students did, where you can see the old ropes wrapping the recovered structure. And you can see the contrast between traditional connections that are normally hidden. Here we can see them, and we are even celebrating them. So this was the opening. We were, because the school came with children from the area to visit the pavilion. So the students from both campuses were able to explain the process to a younger student and to give them a sneak peek of what architecture and other design disciplines can be. And this is the whole team in the pavilion. Like I said, it was this very big effort in which, for us, CONED ended up becoming more than a structure. It was really a pedagogical platform that grounded circularity, collaboration, and also care. It invited students to think with their hands beyond the screen, to listen to materials, to trust processes, and to cross cultural boundaries. So in the end, this questioning traditional pedagogical forms. And the good thing about this is that this initiative is going to continue in the future. In August, we are going to do another design build with Chinese and American students, but this time is going to happen on campus in August. So hopefully everyone will be able to see it. It will be accessible to everyone. It's going to be even bigger because we are going to have students from Dubai and Mexico. So again, this was our cross collaboration pavilion, and I hope that everyone enjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that incredible presentation. I geek out over things like this, so I thought that was pretty cool just to see the
Thank
whole
you.
process here, engagement with the students. And I'm assuming that's kind of almost, to me, I almost look at that as like almost a legacy thing for you, right? That you have left something that could last for a lifetime, if not longer, and hopefully it could be replicated at some other point in time. So that phenomenal work on that. So are you ready to field some questions?
Yes, please.
Awesome. Let me double check the chat just to make sure. Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Any of the participants?
This is a very outside topic, so I don't know.
Because I have questions, but I want to give other people the opportunity to jump in if they have. And also, I'll just start with the first question. If this is one of my standard ones. So if you had to do the process over again, what would you do differently?
I actually think that we could have had even more cross collaboration during the remote process. We were having remote calls every week, but I think that it could have been, for example, twice a week and be even more loose because the students on both sides really enjoy it. They experimented a lot. It made them reach out even to faculty outside the process. So this time, we are actually putting more emphasis in this phase for what we are going to do in August in this second part of the project, because that's something that where the students learn a lot and they enjoy it a lot. They build very strong connections between each other. That's what I would change, honestly.
Great. Thank you for that. I have others, but I want to make sure that any of the attendees, if they had any questions. So I'll go into another question. So then, so when I'm looking at your presentation, as a psychologist and as someone who's supposed to be collaborating with our colleagues in the Wenzhou campus, um, can you like suggest for me, like if I wanted to actually do a project that was cross-cultural collaborative with them in a very similar way, can you kind of give me some pointers on how to go about doing that?
Yeah, I have to say that at the beginning, it was challenging to reach or to cross the border and reach to the Chinese students because they tend to be a bit more individualistic. So what we ended up realizing is that we had to do it through technology. So we started creating all these groups in WeChat. The students, I know that this sounds very crazy, but many also join Red Note, which is the Instagram in China. So they started sharing a lot of material. So in our case, the key element that helped us bridge the gap was technology, was being in touch through these social platforms, honestly, like WeChat, Red Note, and similar, or Tencent, which is like Zoom, is the way because it's such an integral part in China that it was. It was the element that brought all of us together. So that's what I suggest: a deep connection through WeChat, through Red Note, through the internet platforms, even if we don't like them, is actually the way to be in touch and to make everything smoothly.
Great. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
I think this is beautiful, and this is exactly what we are talking about during this time as we are spreading our wings as Kean University, looking at how to collaborate, how to understand, and some of the topics, some of the presenters had talked about
Yeah.
understanding the culture, and our keynote talked about understanding the culture of where you are going and which city, which country we are going in, and understanding their culture. And based on their culture, based on the people they are, what technologies that you use, respect their technologies, respect their use, and then discuss what we can do to support them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the American students learned so much in China, and they became so fascinated that some of them have returned to study one semester there. Some of the students that were there extended their stay. Instead of staying just one semester, they decided to stay the whole year. So it was a very deep connection. Of this intense experience of living and building together during 8 days. So I hope it helps.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
It's the last session.
Yeah, I'm sure people are ready to start to get their evening, right? Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do this really wonderful presentation. To be
No,
honest,
no.
Dr. Hassan, I would assume you agree with me. This was a wonderful way to end the first day. This was a spectacular presentation,
I
and
hope so.
yeah, it was inspiring, absolutely. So, Dr. Hassan, would you like to say the goodbye, or do you want me to say the goodbye?
Please say the goodbye. I'll let you say the goodbye, but what I want to say is it's a very good connection to what we are about to do tomorrow morning. Tomorrow
Yes.
morning we are talking about, actually the first session is about empowering community, and the other session at 10 o'clock, the same thing, is open network learning that I'm part of currently, and that talking about those two connecting to this, it's really beautiful synergy and a beautiful connection. So as Dr. Turner mentioned, that it is a good way to end, and it provides the connection to the next day. Dr. Turner?
We'll be there. Thank you so much.
Okay. So thank you for everyone who attended the first day of the Kane Open Access Conference of this year. We are starting tomorrow. I'm sorry, Dr. Hassan, I'm going to have you on. Time frame tomorrow is
10 a.m.
10 a.m. Great. So we look forward to seeing you guys all tomorrow at 10 a.m. And I believe I'm the moderator of that first session. So I look forward to seeing you then. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Bye-bye, everyone.